Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 6 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a civilian trained and became the greatest seal master. Let the tale begin. Chapter 126, First C-Rank Missions. Here! My masterpiece! Ino said as she put a plate of food on the table in front of Rin, who gave it a wary glance before looking back at the happy blonde girl. Is it even edible? He cautiously asked, not liking the consistency of the bioterrorism attempt she put in front of him. Don't be a baby. It's perfectly good food. Ino's smile fell as she discontentedly harumphed. Look! Rolling her eyes, she leaned forward and took Rin's spoon from the table, intent to prove her point to him. She put a spoonful from the dish into her mouth. For a second, nothing happened as Rin gave her an expectant look. And then Ino quickly darted toward the sink and started urgently spitting the contents of her mouth out while letting out a miserable whimper, wordlessly stating her opinion on her cooking skills. And she wanted me to eat it. Rin inwardly snorted as he pushed the plate a bit away from him, trying hard not to laugh at the girl. He still couldn't keep his lips from stretching into an amused smirk. Bleh. That was horrible. Ino uttered as she came back to the table and sat down while wiping the side of her mouth with the back of her hand, her expression sour and still uncomfortably scrunched. Glad you can admit it. Rin snickered, only to have his shin kicked by her under the table. It also earned him an unhappy look from her, but it was worth it. Oh, shush. Ino huffed. I get it. I am no Hinata. No need to rub it in. She sullenly said, and Rin's eyes softened. I appreciate the effort. He took her hand in his and started drawing soothing circles on it with his thumb, causing Ino to slightly blush as her lips widened into a shy smile, both enjoying the fluffy atmosphere between them for a moment. But eventually, Rin's stomach grumbled, breaking the spell, and he just let out an awkward laugh. Take out? He proposed with a raised eyebrow, and Ino giggled with a nod. Yeah. I am in the mood for some barbecue today. Without further ado, Rin simply unsealed 2 portions of barbecue from Yakiniku Q restaurant, both dishes still steaming, fresh from the grill. He loved being a seal master. Every time he visited a restaurant, he asked for 1 additional portion and sealed it for later. By now, he had a very nice collection of dishes for rainy days. His improved storage seals meant that the food would stay fresh, too. Eating rations on missions? Please. That was so last century. Ino's expression lit up, and she happily grabbed one of the barbecue dishes and pulled it in front of herself. She gave her an impatient glance that made him chuckle as he clapped his hands together as he said, "Itadakimasu." Ino mumbled the same thing alongside him before promptly digging in with the gusto of somebody who had her favorite dish served to her. I wonder how Hinata is doing, Rin idly said before taking his first bite. He didn't get an immediate answer because Ino was a bit preoccupied by chewing, but she did quicken her pace when she heard his question. A few seconds later, she was finally finished gulping down her food, and she petulantly stabbed her fork into another piece of meat. The bitch? She is probably freezing in some forest, forced to eat flavorless food right now. Serves her right. To think she would get a C-rank mission before me. You are jealous. Rin mirthfully remarked and raised his right foot, perfectly blocking her follow-up kick to his shin before he delivered his own. It evolved into a bit of scuffle between their legs under the table as they kicked at each other like children, both enjoying it immensely and openly laughing in joy at the end of it. Stupid Asuma. Stupid Shikamaru. Ino huffed and complained through her smile. They are both so lazy. My team still needs to do 5 D-rank missions before we qualify for a C-rank one. What would they do without you there to kick their ass into the gear? Rin snorted and speared a piece of meat onto his fork before putting it in front of Ino's mouth. They would probably die somewhere in a ditch already. Ino smirked and gently grasped Rin's hand that held the fork before she coquettishly ate the meat with delight. Rin rolled his eyes at her. Under normal circumstances, Asuma's teaching speed was fine. The man thought he had up to 5 years to get these kiddies to Chunin level. And they were all clan kids who were very good, or at least above the curve for their age, in their clan techniques. That alone made them almost low Chunin level ninjas by default. They just needed to learn the basics. It was the definition of an easy job. Asuma did not have the foreknowledge that shit is going to hit the fan within a few years at the latest, so he didn't hurry things up and didn't push his team's training. He was content letting kids be kids for a little while longer. Only Ino was impatient and tried to hurry them up, even going so far as to bully Shikamaru and Choji into training more. Asuma most likely enjoyed that part, too. Honestly, Ino was the Yamanaka on the Ino Shikacho team. She was expected to be the loud drama queen there. Loud and pushy enough to prevent the lazy Nara from sleeping on the job, but smart enough to know when to back off and follow the plan made by the genius Nara. That's what Yamanakas usually did for their teams. Ino might think she was special. But in Ren's opinion, she really did not differ that much from the norm. That wasn't actually bad. She was perfect as she was. As for the Akimichi, they were simply the muscle of the team. Dumb. Big. Reliable. But with the hearts of gold. Hey, did you hear? Naruto apparently went on a C-rank mission, too. Ino offhandedly stated, pulling Ren out of his momentary reverie. Blinking, his eyebrows raised in surprise, really? He asked, inwardly wondering what kind of mission Naruto had gotten now since Ren dealt with Gato in the Land of the Waves months ago. Yeah. They went to the Land of Snow or whatever. Ino continued, he is guarding some actress. It's supposed to be some comfy and chill job. What was her name again? Yuko, no. Yuki her forehead creased as she tried to remember the name, but it came to Ren's mind instantly. Yuki Fujikaze? He more stated than asked, because he recognized it. That was the woman from the first Naruto movie. The supposedly next daimyo of the Land of Springs. And that meant that Naruto's first mission was going to be really eventful. Ren inwardly chuckled. The boy just couldn't catch a break, could he? Not that Ren would be sending Team 7 a message or otherwise alerting them to the danger. They were pretty fine in the movie, where their counterparts were just some brats. Naruto, Sasuke, heck, even Sakura were older and much stronger than their movie counterparts. Sasuke and Sakura have been trained under Guy for more than half a year now. Even if Sakura did not put that much effort into it, she still learned a fair bit. And while Naruto did not know the Rasengan just yet, Ren made sure that Karen would kick his ass until he learned how to use his clones effectively, rather than just spam and send them at the enemy brawler style, wishing for the best. Out of their team, only Kakashi was pretty much the same as his canon counterpart. The disappointing bastard. But they should be just fine, and the ensuing struggle will give them some much-needed real-life experience. Yeah. That. Yuki Fujikaze. I hope we will also get to guard somebody important or famous on our first mission. Ino sighed, knowing it was very unlikely to happen. Don't worry. You will have your moment. If not during your first mission, then during the Chunin exams. Rin tried to cheer her up. The exams were getting closer and closer. They were almost around the corner. Just 2 more months. Rin was arguably a bit nervous because he knew he would have to fight and kill Orochimaru and Kabuto during the last phase. And let's just say, his planning was still in the initial stages. He was kinda drawing blanks whenever he thought about how he was going to stage that encounter. There were just so many variables to take into account. You are right. I even heard from my dad that Kumo and Kiri are in talks with the Hokage. They apparently intend to properly participate in the exams and will be sending some serious contestants to Konoha. Ino happily said. GRHK. And Rin choked on his food. Surviving a brief coughing fit as a piece of meat went down the wrong pipe, Rin looked at Ino and asked in a strained tone. Kumo and Kiri? Are you sure? Yeah. Ino frowned and tilted her head. Is that a problem? No. Rin let out a massive sigh. Why would it be a problem? Right? He sarcastically mumbled, inwardly cursing the freaking butterfly effect. I am sure their intentions are totally pure. God, this was going to be a total clusterfuck, wasn't it? Chapter 127, A Little Bit of Fluff. Hearing Ren's fed-up tone when he spoke of Kumo and Kiri joining the Chunin exams, Ino gave him a weirded-out look, but she soon shook her head, not bothering to ask the question that popped into her mind. She knew there was something behind his attitude, but she simply didn't care enough to pry, knowing that Ren would tell her if he wanted her to know. Instead, she decided to switch topics to something she was preparing herself to tell him for the whole day today. "Do you have time after this?" she asked him, fidgeting in her seat a bit. "I have something I'd like to show you." "I wanted to do some scheming, but it can wait," Ren remarked. "I will always have time for you," he said, sending a burst of genuine affection to her through the telepathy seal, causing Ino to blush and go awe. "Now you are just making things difficult for me," Ino Mott complained with an unceasing smile on her face. "I wanted to brag about what I accomplished, but now I feel a strong desire to just drag you to our bedroom." "Brag first, then bedroom?" Ren innocently suggested, causing Ino to giggle as she nodded and started to stand up. "Bedroom, then bragging, it is," she said and started to drag Ren toward their bedroom. "Meechum. Still didn't have enough?" Ino, clad in a pure white bathrobe, teasingly laughed and deliberately wiggled her body, pushing her shapely rear back, as Ren, only wearing slippers and boxers, hugged her from behind with his muscled arms, affectionately putting his cheek against hers. "You are irresistible." Ren smiled and pecked her cheek, making her giggle. "Stop it! I am also exhausted." Ino lightly complained and gently patted his hand that was resting over her stomach, holding her by her left hip. But it was just lip service. She didn't protest at all as Ren's other hand slipped into her bathrobe, tracing her thigh and heading up toward the curves of her posterior. No. Instead, she happily leaned into the touch, her cheeks becoming a little red. Not that she would ever admit it out loud, and Ren knew better than to mention it. With an exasperated huff, Ino rolled her eyes, her lips stretched into a delighted smile as she turned her face away from Ren's, and tilted her head to the left. Ren inwardly chuckled. She wordlessly pretended it was to make drying her freshly showered hair easier. Her golden mane was freely hanging from her head in one big waterfall of blonde hair, almost reaching up to her mid-thighs. Her hair was really long. She usually wore it in a ponytail, so it was harder to notice. Ren had to admit, he absolutely loved her fluffy hair. He had a sudden urge to pull on it again. But, doing it outside the bedroom would be just rude. He refrained. "Barely. You are adorable," Ren whispered into her ear, making her acknowledge it with a hum. But, of course, tilting her head also conveniently gave better access to her neck for Ren. Such a coincidence. He started tracing slow kisses on her neck in just the way she loved, making her muffle small mewling noises while in the mirror in front of them. Ren could see her languidly but carefully drag her hands over her hair, keeping her right hand a few inches away from it to prevent damaging her hair because Ino was channeling a bit of fire chakra into the palm of that hand, making it into a makeshift hair dryer. She claimed that doing it this way, with chakra, kept her hair in the best shape. She even had the audacity to shamelessly claim Ren now absolutely had to marry her because this was a Yamanaka clan secret. Their secret to fluffy hair. Ren was not fooled. He had seen enough Yamanka to know they had nothing on Ino's hair. And the fire chakra thingy she was doing was not something a normal ninja could do. The control was something maybe only a master of fire release could accomplish. It was a subtle flex in the same way, just as the Hokage lighting his pipe with chakra was. But for the sake of his continued happy life, he nodded in agreement to Ino's demand. He was all for marrying her and Hinata. Once the whole mess with Kaguya was dealt with. It was half the reason why he bothered to make a clan. There were certain allowances for, well, marrying multiple partners. It wasn't exactly against the law, but being in a clan would make it easier. Honestly, everything else concerning establishing a clan was just a downside. Sure, he had more influence in the village and had his shop. But he'd rather spend that time cuddling with one of his girls. His shop? The politics? The alliances between clans? The paperwork? It all took precious time. He could be doing anything else. Rin honestly disliked it a little bit. Is something the matter? Ino worriedly asked, pulling Rin out of his thoughts as her fingers intertwined with his right hand, the one on her hip. You kinda spaced out. Missing the kisses? Rin chuckled and gently gave her one final kiss on her neck before he rested his chin on her shoulder and sighed. We should stop here. You still wanted to show me something, didn't you? He said, and could see Ino amusedly raise her eyebrow at him in the mirror. I am not the one who is still fondling my thigh. She gave him a foxy smile, bumping her thigh against his hand. Oh, believe me. I am fighting a very hard internal battle to fondle only your thigh. Sage. Ino mirthfully shook her head. We are so bad without Hinata here to keep us in line. She said, and after a bit of companionable silence, her smile slipped a bit. It is a bit weird that I miss her presence? No. I know exactly how you feel. Rin moved his chin away from her shoulder and turned to look at her. She also turned her face toward his, and Rin smiled before stealing a quick kiss from her while she was distracted, cheering her up a bit. This was not the first time they had sex without Hinata. In fact, having an individual fun time with one of his girls was more common than threesomes. They just preferred it that way more often than not. But usually, there was that slight trained ninja instinct flaring in the back of their mind, alerting them that somebody was watching. And they knew it was Hinata. The Hyuga girl was quite the closet pervert. She just hid it well. Then again, that was a common trait among all Hyugas. It was that instinct, that raising of hair on the back of her neck, which denoted Hinata's presence in the immediate vicinity, that Ino missed. By now, Hinata would usually be bursting into the bathroom for hugs and cuddles. Ino would naturally complain. Hinata would call Ino a bimbo. Ino would call Hinata a bitch. And they would exchange some rather sharp-tongued remarks while the three of them kissed, fondled, and eventually ended up cuddling on the bed. Yes. Rin had to admit, it was obvious he also missed Hinata's presence. Just a little bit. With a soft sigh, Rin let go of Ino, much to her wordless, whiny protests, and turned toward the shelf with his clothes. Okay. I think that is enough of that. Let's dress up, or we will never get to your big reveal. He said, not exactly happy about it, and it showed in his tone, coming off as a bit petulant. Ino snickered and turned around, leaning on the sink behind her as she gazed at Rin while he put on his clothes. When he was done and looked toward her, she gave him a sultry smile. Are you sure? She leaned forward and put her right arm under her breasts before pushing them up a bit while pulling the bathrobe slightly to the side with her other hand, revealing just enough of her cleavage to be enticing. Her eyes sparkled with expectant mirth as she waited for a certain reaction from Rin, but he just snorted, and smoothly threw her purple shirt at her head, making it land on it as it covered her bewildered expression. Hush. You are too tired for another round. Don't tempt fate, girl. Rin gravely said, imitating Niji as he noticed the small dark circles under her eyes. He even gave her a mock-arrogant look and turned up his nose at her to sell the image. Fate is cruel. It decided no more dick for you today. Such is your destiny. He honestly could not say it with a straight face and cracked up by the end, grinning as Ino pulled the shirt off her face and returned his grin. Cursed fate. Ino easily played along as she started to dress up. But I will not give up. I shall overcome this cruel destiny. No matter what it takes. No sacrifice is too much to get dick. Rin wiped out a fake tear and dramatically shook his head with his arms crossed on his chest. What a youthful resolve. From now on, you shall be known as Konoha's Yellow Dick Vixen. Ino almost tripped on her way toward her cream on the other shelf as she heard it, and Rin smirked. He totally got her with that. Mo. You make me sound like some sort of deviant. She pouted as she started doing things with her beauty products that Rin didn't really feel like describing because it might as well be magic to him. He decided not to think about it. But Ino was not done yet. It's not me who is so insatiable that even 2 horny teenage girls are not enough. She pointed out, giving Rin a pointed look through the mirror. And Ren's smirk widened. Oh, she was still butthurt she could not figure out his small application of wind release that he used to keep his stamina from depleting. He supercharged oxygen and his lungs with wind chakra in a very specific manner, and it practically boosted the process of making energy for his body to supernatural levels. Somehow. Ren had no idea how. He could not explain the details. It just worked. And despite Ino's absolute never-before-seen bullshit mastery over the wind element, she still could not get how Ren did that. He even explained it to her. But she lacked the same education he had in his past life. Some of the scientific terms meant absolutely nothing to her, and while Ren more or less, usually less than more, understood the underlying concepts, he could not properly explain them. He especially could not dumb it down enough for her to get it. The girl could summon small hurricanes with her wind release, but this simple thing was beyond her. Ren found it hilarious. Needless to say, Ino did not share his opinion on the matter. The technique allowed him to pretty much never run out of stamina during a fight, both in and outside of the bedroom. It was hell of a convenient. Especially for handling, as she said, two horny teenage girls. But well, I've talked about this with Hinata, and maybe we will have some reinforcements soon. Ino offhandedly said, causing Ren to grow confused. Come. She turned around, clothed and done with prettying herself up, and grabbed Ren's arm, all excited and giddy with a big praise-me smile. Let me show you what I have managed to do with Samui. Hearing her, Ren olishly blinked. Chills suddenly went down his spine as his eyes widened. Oh! Samui. He had forgotten about her. Chapter 128, The Forgotten Kunoichi. Ren was a bit ashamed to admit he had kind of forgotten about Samui. But in his defense, too many things had happened since then, and his life was quite hectic, and, okay. That was not an excuse. Especially not with what he was seeing in front of him. Master, I am ready to please you in any way you wish. The usually cool and aloof Samui was eagerly staring at him with her big eyes and a very thirsty look on her face that eerily didn't belong there. She was wearing skimpy-made uniform-esque clothing that brought out her curves, especially her big chest. Her cheeks were flushed, and the woman was almost shivering in anticipation while she subtly rubbed her thighs together. Ren doubted she even realized she was doing it. Disturbingly enough, when he and Ino came in, the woman was turned away from them. She was completely calm, and her posture was almost absent-mindedly rigid. Only when she turned after hearing them come into the room and noticing Ren did her behavior completely change. Her pupils dilated. Her heartbeat quickened. She started to breathe harder. And unfortunately, due to his ninja training, Ren instantly noticed that the woman was getting very, very horny for him as she sat there, on the bed in his house in the capital city. But it wasn't natural. Her massive shift in behavior was a big tell. Needless to say, Ren was instantly freaked out. This disturbed him worse than seeing Orochimaru stick out his long tongue and lick his mouth and everything around it, even reaching his chin with his tongue. He could still see that scene in his occasional nightmares sometimes. And this was somewhat worse. The woman was almost unrecognizable from her previous self. Well, as far as personality went. She still looked the same, but the software was clearly entirely swapped. With almost a needy look, Samui bit her lower lip and quickly stood up, moving closer to Ren, which made him tense. But his caution turned into bewilderment as the woman dropped to her knees in front of him and her hands instantly went toward his belt as she raised her eyes and looked at him before breathlessly speaking. Please, use M-. Ren's hand blurred, and he hit the side of Samui's neck. She was out cold before her mind even registered the hit, and her body hit the floor with an audible thud, unconscious. No. Ren's lips were twitching down in utter disgust as he gave the blonde girl a look full of shame as he groaned. What the fuck have you done? What? You gave her to me to improve my Yamanaka clan techniques. Ino defended herself with a put-off tone. I did exactly that. She exclaimed, and her confidence visibly wavered as she looked at the unconscious Samui on the floor with a conflicted and somewhat uneasy expression. I thought you would be happier about my tweaks, considering that you were attracted to her. I worked so hard to ensure there would be no problems, too. Ino doubtfully said, sounding like a child who was just reprimanded but didn't know what exactly she did wrong. Rin looked toward the ceiling and had to take a very deep breath. It wasn't enough, and he started to rub the bridge of his nose, until a moment later, he was rubbing his entire forehead and trying to push back the headache that threatened to ravage his head. Glancing at Ino, who was still looking lost, he let out a loud groan and stepped over Samui's body, heading toward the bed. Sitting down on it, Rin beckoned Ino to join him as he used a small amount of his chakra, after turning it into a wind-natured one, to pick Samui's body from the floor and deposited it onto the bed behind him. Ino slowly approached the bed and sat next to Rin, neither giving Samui a second look. Silence spread between them. Rin had no idea how to start with this clusterfuck. Morals were very loose in the ninja world. The way kids were raised was a problem in the first place. On the surface, everything looked similar to his previous world. But that was very far from the truth. Ninja parents raised their kids to be good ninjas. And that meant they, from an early age, tried to instill certain values in their kids. The clans especially did this. And after the superb education the kids receive in the academy, most of these kids won't even blink after killing somebody. In his previous life, fanfics usually depicted the main protagonist feeling very bad about his first kill. It was an entire thing. A proper trope. But that wasn't what usually happened in reality. The genin simply did not give a fuck. They were raised to kill. Their good night stories were not about heroes, but about good ninjas who killed the village's enemies and saved the day. They did not think in the same way as the people in Ren's previous world. Killing your enemy was right. It was what was expected. It was what they were supposed to do. Why would they feel bad about it? Their morality was just a teensy tiny bit different. Rin knew this. He just never paid it much attention. And now it bit him in the ass. Being in this position honestly felt like shit. Surprisingly, it was Ino who broke the silence first. Did I do something wrong? She asked, as if mind-breaking a woman and turning her into an obedient sex toy slave could in any way be considered right. To Ino, Samui was an enemy. And that was that. Everything was fair play. Rin considered that point. A bit of despair filled him as he realized that giving her the moralizing this is wrong talk would not have much of a result here. Why did this have to happen when Hinata was on a mission? His cinnamon roll of a Hyuga would know exactly what to say in this situation. Rin, not so much. But he needed to say something. So, with a small sigh, he started. I gave her to you to practice your mind reading. I didn't expect you to do that. Rin wildly gestured at the unconscious woman. I still don't get why you are upset. Ino frowned. Samui would never willingly betray her village. I can tell you that much after spending so much time in her mind. Kumo pretty much brainwashed her from a very early age to do anything for the village. Kumo and her brother were her whole world. She would rather kill herself than betray them. She was raised in this program that existed to break children and rebuild them into perfectly obedient weapons for Kumo. Rin opened his mouth, but then he realized he really didn't have anything to say. Because, of course, Kumo had something like that. Why did he expect anything different? Seriously, what kind of mentally malnourished idiot would want to reincarnate into this world? He'd take Potterverse every time over this. So, I just twisted that love for Kumo and her brother in her mind and turned it into love for you. Ino said, almost proudly. It took me months. She fought it every step of the way. Rin winced hearing that, not even wanting to imagine what kind of mental torture hell Samui went through under Ino's care. Giving her to Ino to practice mind reading was one thing. That already felt scummy to him, and he felt it would have been kinder to kill her. But this was a cruel world. This was another thing entirely. This is why he did not want to become a jonin. He simply did not have the stomach for the more hardcore bullshit that went on under the village's oversight. And you never considered I don't want a slave like that? Rin Riley asked, causing Ino to stop in her tracks as her eyebrows furrowed. She gave him a nervous look. "You don't?" She fidgeted a bit. I was sure you wanted her. In that way. Ah. Yes. The downside of dating a Yamanaka. They could read body language and guess what you think like nobody's business. Have you spoken about this with Hinata? Rin decided to try that angle, hoping. Yes. I wouldn't do this. Ino waved her hand over Samui's unconscious form without having Hinata's permission. Joy. Never mind, then. That didn't work either. Now he had two morally corrupt teenage girls, instead of one. Okay. I will give it to you straight, Ino. No bullshit. No pussyfooting about it. Will you hear me out? Rin seriously asked, deciding to simply be honest. Ino blinked and nodded, reaching out to grasp Rin's hand. He led her and intertwined his fingers with hers. I don't mind your mind reading. I don't mind your Yamanaka techniques. But I draw the line at any sort of long-term mind alteration and mind breaking. That's just not cool. And I know for a fact that Yamanakas don't have any technique that can do these things. He gave Ino a very flat, pointed look, making her grimace. They do now? She weakly said, subtly flinching at the disappointment in Ren's eyes. No. They don't. This never happened. Rin bluntly stated and shook his head, refuting her statement while blatantly ignoring that the girl most likely invented a technique for it. Basically, he was telling her to forget it and never use it, without putting it into words. Rin knew he should not do that. It was overstepping the boundaries as her teacher. He had no business telling her what clan techniques she could and could not use. But this was important. But Ino's expression turned mulish, but Rin was not having it and decided to put his foot down. He interrupted the girl before she could utter her second word. Ino. Do you truly believe you are the first Yamanaka who tried this kind of bullshit? That made the girl properly speechless as her mind caught up, and she considered the question. The answer is no, if you were wondering. Rin dryly said. Since morality would not work here, some hard facts would have to do the job. Your clan cannot afford to be seen as capable of bending minds, Ino. Not in a permanent way. Not like this. Rin closed his eyes and sighed, feeling the girl's bewilderment through the telepathy seal. It almost made him dryly chuckle. Almost. The Yamanakas are in that sweet spot of being too useful to discard while not being too dangerous to let live. Rin explained. Anything that could permanently alter the mind, though? That is a one-way instant ticket into the too dangerous to let live category. Did it never occur to you? Why does a clan like Yamanaka's not have techniques like this? Wouldn't it be great to be able to create perfect sleeper agents from any captured ninja? Wouldn't that pretty much make Konoha untouchable? Honestly, it totally would. It was hard to keep track of who was captured on missions. It would have been a child's play for Konoha's ANBU to kidnap one Chunin team a month from every village, have some Yamanaka mind bend them, and send them back to finish their mission with no one the wiser. Do this for a year? Or 5? Konoha would have perfect sleeper agents for sabotage and intel gathering. Do it for 10? 20? They could even take over other villages with their sleeper agents without anybody even realizing it until it is too late, because these Chunin? Some of them would go on to become Jonin. Maybe even important personnel in high positions in their village. If the Yamanakas showed they can permanently alter somebody's mind in this way? Especially this easily? Rin chuckled, all the hidden villages would band together to fight against Konoha. He darkly stated, making Ino's eyes go wide. Mindfuckery was very feared. Genjutsu specialists were very scary. But Genjutsu could be fought. That wasn't the case for the Yamanaka clan techniques. And the best part? He raised his eyebrow at Ino with hollow amusement. Hokage, the elders, the other Konoha clans? They would never agree to coexist with a clan that could do this. He sighed. Again. Your clan would suffer the same fate as the Uchihas. Nobody would be able to trust your clan anymore. Sure, you might have the best intentions. But ninjas are paranoid, Ino. Rin dryly said, looking at the girl who visibly wilted hearing that. She clearly did not consider all these things. But then again, she was just a fresh Chunin. It didn't matter how strong she was due to Rin's training. She had her flaws and things she did not know. Rin was not exaggerating either. The Yamanakas can temporarily take over somebody's body and look into the mind. But both of these have massive restrictions or take a lot of effort. That already makes them feared and distrusted by many, even within Konoha. Imagine the absolute chaos if it came out that they could alter somebody's mind permanently. Everybody would wonder if they had done it to somebody. Their political opponents decided to vote in favor of a law that was good for them? Immediate suspicion. The Hokage decided to do something that favored them? Immediate suspicion. They had a good fortune in the business and started making nice money? Immediate suspicion. The Uchihas before their fall were practically worshipped compared to how the Yamanakas would be treated if Ino's little technique ever became common knowledge. Realizing the enormity of her fuck-up, Ino ducked her head and balled her hands into fists on her knees, her toes curling from anxiety. She glanced at Rin, "But you trust me, right?" and quietly asked with a vulnerable, worried tone. Despite feeling aggrieved, Rin started laughing. The weight of the topic just evaporated for him. He couldn't help but find it funny that the first thing that came into her mind, the first thing she worried about, was his trust. And he appreciated that. Putting his arm over Ino's shoulders, he pulled the girls closer to him and gave her an affectionate kiss on her forehead. "I love you, Ino," Rin muttered. "Of course, I trust you." He sighed yet again. "Just, mind control is where I draw the line. Can you please accept that?" Properly spooked, Ino curtly nodded her head. "Okay." And Rin felt relieved. Good. Crisis averted. Chapter 129, Samui's New Life. A few days have passed since Ino gave Rin a scare with her mind control proclivities, and they were very stressful. He almost regretted that Ino told him about her work on Samui because he was so relaxed before it happened. His biggest worry was contemplating how to get Ino out of her clothes. And considering she would happily jump him after a single word, it wasn't much of a worry in the first place. Now he had to think about how to get rid of Samui. And it was far more complicated than it sounded. Sure, he could just kill her. But he felt bad. It was a weird time for his conscience to start knocking. But it did. The woman was there, mind-whamming to Kingdom Come, and at least partially, it was Ren's fault even if he didn't intend for it to go quite that far. It ate at him. Funnily enough, not even Ino wanted to kill her. But it was not because of some miraculous awakening of her conscience towards somebody she considered her enemy. No. Ino was still pissed that Samui and her team almost managed to unalive Ren. She simply thought it would have been a total waste of her monumental effort. If they simply killed Samui and threw her into the ocean, all those hours she spent brainwashing her would have been for naught. She didn't do all that to Samui because she was bored. It was her revenge. Taking away her love for Kumo, her love for her brother, and twisting it into something else, something beneficial to them? That was what Ino decided was a good payback for almost succeeding in killing Ren. That's what made Ino reluctant to suggest murder. There was not enough suffering for Samui in death. Rin found that a bit exasperating. It was the first time he noticed that Ino could be downright vicious if given a reason. But that's what he gets for romancing a kunoichi. And with the option of killing Samui off the table, the potential workable solutions became increasingly more complex and limited. Ino suggested returning her to Kumo after making her some sort of sleeper agent if Rin didn't want her for himself. But Rin just rolled his eyes at her and denied it before explaining the reason. Kumo would instantly realize that a Yamanaka worked on her if she came back missing memories. And they would have to delete everything that happened to her if they intended to return her. Not only would her value as a sleeper agent be shot to hell almost instantly because Kumo higher-ups are not stupid enough to trust anything relevant to a kunoichi who was under the tender care of a Yamanaka for a prolonged time and came back not remembering what was done to her, but the Reikage would have totally used it to threaten a war against Konoha. Now, that could go several different ways. But with Hiruzen at the helm? Rin didn't want the Yamanaka clan to find itself in the same situation as the Hyugas and be forced to sacrifice somebody. The chances of that were minuscule. But it was not zero. Ino instantly paled when she heard the possible consequences of that route. Politics, especially between villages, was not something he had taught his students yet. But now that they were ninjas, and strong ones, they needed to make sure their actions would not spark a war or something. No. Returning Samui would be direct proof that Konoha had her. And the village could deny it as much as they wanted. The Reikage would be very stubborn about demanding a recompense. If the Hokage gave in, the village would lose. One way or the other. Even if the Yamanaka clan didn't come under fire because of it, something else would have to be given to Kumo. And if the Hokage didn't give in? That was the fun part. It could range from nothing happening to the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War early. And it would all depend on the Reikage's mood during that particular day. Rin was not a betting man. Screw that noise. In the end, Rin decided to have Ino lock most of Samui's memories behind mental blocks, leaving her only with basic common knowledge, her kunoichi skills, the ability to write and read, and a new name, Sarah. It was ruthless. But it was better than death. Rin didn't feel particularly bad about it. Weirdly enough, this was fine in his books. It was mostly the mind control rapey slavery that irked him. Ino managed to finish it just a day before Asuma decided to take his team on their first C-rank mission, so Rin also decided to go on one and picked up C-rank bandit extermination in the Land of Rivers, the country between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Of course, it was just a smokescreen. Ren's objective was to buy a small house for Sarah. She could live and build herself a completely new life. Ren didn't care if she found herself a lover, got a job, and had kids. Honestly, he would prefer if she did that and was happy. The less chance of her returning to Kumo, even if they found her that way. Samui was officially dead. Nobody was looking for her. And nobody would connect some blonde chick named Sarah with Samui. It's why Ren went for such a foreign name. He also insisted on the initial S for the name because only an incompetent ninja chooses a cover name with the same initial letter as his real name. Common sense of ninjas, duh. It would work against them in this particular situation. Unless somebody who knows Samui personally somehow met her face to face, Kumo would be none the wiser about her continued existence. Considering that Kumo was thousands of kilometers away from her new residence, the chances of that were slim to none. And even if they did find her, Konoha would have plausible deniability. Because why would they let their prisoner live freely in the Land of Rivers? That made no sense. The Reikage could scream threats until he was purple, but he would just come off as unreasonable at that point. Even if he suspected foul play and realized that Samui's memories had been heavily tampered with. Naturally, Rin didn't intend to leave Sarah without money. He also intended to exploit her existence, because why not? Samui was given a few mental nudges and a business opportunity where she would be periodically buying a lot of chakra ink from the sources in the Land of Rivers. She would then seal it into a special two-way storage seal where Rin could pick it up at his leisure. And he would then pay her through the seal, too. Money for a comfortable life would not be an issue for her, and Rin was going to have more chakra ink at his disposal. It was a win-win. One he felt especially good and smug about. Better yet, nobody would know exactly to whom all that chakra ink would be going, and they would have no way of tracing it either. The ninjas from the Land of Rivers were not exactly top tier. They didn't even have a proper ninja village. It was mostly just a scattering of random unaffiliated clans here and there. An elite jonin like Samui was going to have a very easy time running circles around these Jinin to low Chunin level mooks. And if Ren's enemies don't know about his supply lines, they can't cut them. It wasn't just the chakra ink. Rin could buy anything through her. But for now, he didn't need anything else that urgently. The chakra ink he was buying from the village right now? Rin suspected he could easily lose these suppliers. They were regulated and overseen by the village's officials in the first place. Only the fact that his seals were beneficial to Konoha gave Rin a bit of protection from some elder dipshit, Danzo, from forcefully persuading his suppliers to not supply him with ink. But Rin would rather be prepared and have a different supply line readily available rather than pray that nothing would ever go wrong. He took the opportunity and, under a disguise, he secretly negotiated quite a few deals with the chakra ink suppliers in the Land of Rivers while he was officially on the C-rank mission, making Sarah their new buyer. They will deliver it to her, and she will deliver it to him. Everybody gets what they want. Everybody is happy. Really, Rin almost couldn't believe his genius. Ino also had an idea and was adamant to at least use Sarah for some spy work. Rin wasn't very enthusiastic about it, but he did relent in the end and created a special diary for Samui. Ino gave her even more mental nudges that would make the woman write anything she found worth noting into her diary. And considering she still had her kunoichi skills, she knew exactly what was worth noting. Ino also sported a new seal on her back, one connected to the diary and could project and store the information Samui wrote. From there, Ino's mind could access the stored data through some chakra bullshit and process it. To be honest, it was just a modified form of the telepathy seal. But instead of thoughts to thoughts, it was written text to thoughts kind of thing. Rin put it together in 30 minutes of effort once he got the idea. It wasn't terribly difficult. Ino was almost adorable, throwing herself at Rin and excitedly hugging him like a koala as she proclaimed that she was going to be his spymaster, or something. She was just joking, and Rin smiled as he remembered that moment. He chuckled and kissed her forehead back then. As long as she was happy, he was fine with it. But during his travel to the Land of Rivers, he kind of realized the possibilities of that seal, and Ino's techniques were kind of frightening. With her mental techniques, Ino could have thousands of these diaries linked to her modified telepathy seal. And the writers did not even need to know that everything they wrote would be sent to somebody. She could sell fancy diaries to nobles. She could sell blank accounting books to merchants. She could even sell them to ninjas. As long as they were not knowledgeable in the sealing arts and could not discover the seal work in the book cover. The Yamanaka techniques were built to work with a massive influx of information in the first place. Sorting through all that data would be child's play for Ino. And Rin wondered if he should push her to lean into this direction. She could really become a scary spymaster, all on her own. The downside? Ino was dreadful at the sealing arts. Every single connected book or diary would have to be created by Rin. It was almost enough to make him give up on the idea. He couldn't even make a Sakribo for it. The Sakribo could make a paper tag with a specific seal. It could not print a seal inside a book cover. No. These needed to be made by hand. The vision of the work in front of him, if he wanted to bring this idea into reality, made Rin feel immense discomfort. And he made a resolution right there and then. If Ino wanted to become the spy mistress, she was going to learn how to make these seals for the connected books herself. He was not going to do that for her. No amount of crying and pleading was going to persuade him. She might hate learning the sealing arts. But no, Rin couldn't spare that much of his time for her. He needed it to create seals for himself and to grow stronger. He decided to leave the decision in Ino's hands. It would have been a pity to not turn such potential for spying into reality. But Rin had to prioritize. He had more pressing matters at hand. Matters that required his undivided attention. Like the two dudes wearing black coats with red clouds who sat at a table further in front of him in the local restaurant. Daidara and Sasori. Now, what would a smart, handsome, and resourceful sealmaster like him do in a situation like this? Should he ignore them? Or should he do something naughty? Oh, who was he kidding? The answer was obvious, wasn't it? Chapter 130, Disama. The answer was no. Fighting Daidara and Sasori was plain stupid. It was a complete retard move only a story protagonist would do because the author is forcing his shitty plot. It was practically an IQ check. Rin considered that he could loosely rank among the few living S-rank ninjas even if he didn't officially have that rank plastered on his bingo book profile. He had honestly no idea where on that scale he would land, but he at least had enough tricks to compete on that level. Still, facing two S-rank ninjas alone was dumb. There is a reason why these two art-loving chucklefucks could just sit in a restaurant and leisurely eat their food while arguing about what is the real art, completely relaxed and not minding that everybody who recognized them quickly paled, stood up, and hightailed it out of the establishment. Not even a squad full of elite jonin would have the balls to stand in the way of two S-rank ninjas who were clearly teamed up. Only idiots would challenge them. It was the natural selection in practice. Rin tilted his head and looked at his plate with a small frown, giving one more quick, subtle glance at the two Akatsuki members. But an opportunity was an opportunity. He knew he shouldn't. But he couldn't help himself. This was an IQ check he would not be passing. Even as he narrated reasons why this decision was absolutely moronic, deep down he knew he had already decided. He finished his food and paid the bill before standing up and leaving the restaurant. Naturally, he would not confront the two there. He didn't want to drag bystanders into that kind of conflict. In a battle between them, this little village might get leveled. Rin would rather not have that on his conscience. He marked the chakra signatures of Daidara and Sasori on his detection seal and sat down in his room at the inn. His detection seal was a bastardized and improved version of what Konoha was using for their borders. It could notice chakra users for at least a kilometer. Following the two from his room was no issue for Rin, even though it was in a completely different part of the village. The seal would also make tracking them without them knowing very simple. Soon enough, the two chakra signatures left the restaurant and headed out of the village, and Rin was about to stand up in order to follow them when he paused in his tracks. His shoulders sagged as he donned a complicated expression. His mind ran a mile a minute, trying to come up with a good plan, slowly forming an idea. He was going to do something dumb. But I guess there is no reason to double down on my stupidity. I can do the dumb thing in the smartest way possible. He gently shook his head and chuckled as he unsealed a durability seal tag that could make his clone capable of taking multiple hits, and his fingers made a cross-shaped seal. A bounty hunter? Ren's clone saw Daidara deadpan at him and inwardly smiled. He deliberately waited until the two separated, tailing them for the better part of the last 2 days. He was almost thinking he would need to improvise, but then Sasori finally left, probably going to do some nefarious Sasori things while Daidara continued on his own, presenting a neat opportunity for him. Not even an hour had passed since the two ninjas separated, and here he was, ready for duty and some fun at the explosion nut's expense. Technically, the original who stayed behind in the village told him to alert him if such an opportunity presented itself, but there was no need. He was the Lord of Mount Kumos, the Dick Ninja Extraordinaire, the lover of women and the envy of men, the chaddest of Giga Chads, the one and only biggest dickus Priamus. He could handle the little bitch by himself. He T-posed in front of Daidara, wearing black sunglasses, Samui's Kumo headband, hair dyed black, and sporting clothes the original Nick from Sasuke's bedroom in case he ever wanted to cosplay as an edgelord. Ho rocked the white boy shorts and blue top, especially with it being a size too small and nicely stretching over his muscles. Of course, he made sure to draw a penis with paint over the Uchiha symbol to better disguise it. He also drew the Kumo symbol on the front of the blue shirt, choosing a pink permanent marker for it to make it nicely visible on the blue background. It was a true masterpiece. An art! He definitely needed to return the shirt to Sasuke Shonen at some point. You may call me Big D-sama, scoundrel. The clone, still T-posing, declared and grinned as Daidara's right eye started twitching. Ha! The man let out a completely confused noise. But his hands were already buried deep in his clay pouches. D-sama knew he could have a bomb thrown at his face any moment now, so he needed to distract his opponent. I have a question. About art. He confidently shouted the last part, and just like he thought, it made Daidara pause. The two looked at each other for a long, silent moment, Daidara probably contemplating the ridiculousness of this situation, but in the end, he forced a smile. "Oh, now that's interesting. A fellow art enthusiast?" He slowly pulled his hands out of his pouches, covering the mounts on his plans, but D-sama was smart. He was sure the man was already molding his clay into bombs, ready to use them. But in front of his big dick energy, all was futile. I can humor you before I show you the true art." "Ask away," Daidara seriously said, and there was an undeniable trace of interest in his expression. "The true art." D-sama started in a deep tone, leaning slightly forward, something Daidara imitated as his eyes subtly widened when he heard these words, "is a dick move." D-sama shouted, and Daidara, too caught in the anticipation, did not even get the time to properly register the words as the earth between his legs rapidly moved, shaping itself into a phallic object made of rock as it rammed straight into his crotch. "Ha! T-pose for the win," D-sama thought. Nobody expected a technique from a ninja whose hands are so far apart from each other. With a loud gasp, Daidara's eyes widened, and his expression twisted in immense pain. His body started to bend forward, and his knees grew weak. But he wasn't an S-rank ninja for nothing. His eyes were focused despite the pain, and his fists opened alongside the two mouths on his palms, ready to spit bombs. Only D-sama didn't wait. The second Daidara received the dick shot, D-sama moved. He instantly appeared in front of Daidara, and with a puff of smoke, two phallic objects made of metal popped into his hands from his storage seal. "Dick release, hole plugging technique," D-sama exclaimed, and before Daidara could spit the bombs out of his palm mouths, D-sama forcefully rammed the metallic phalluses straight into said mouths, plugging them shut and making Daidara's arms jerk in pain while the man's face contorted even further. But D-sama was not done yet. His combo continued. "Dick release, glow a dick," he shouted, and streams of weak lightning coursed from his hands into the metal, directed straight into Daidara's palm mouths, letting him experience the shock of his life. He opened his mouth in a gasp of wordless pain while his body shuddered due to the streams of lightning, and the bombs in his palm mouths were also instantly defused. But D-sama was relentless. He had to strike while his opponent was still hot. He meant, while his opponent was still stunned. "Dick release, dick spitting technique." From his mouth, he spit a small earth bullet in the shape of dick, straight into Daidara's open mouth, making him choke from bewilderment and pain as the tip of the dick from hardened earth hit the back of his throat. Plus ultra. Satisfied with his performance, D-sama jumped back after performing one last silent, dick release, kick into dick move on Daidara. 5 meters away from the suffering blonde man, D-sama put his hands on his hips and jutted his crotch forward as he exclaimed with a big grin, "Simply marvelous. This is the true art." Daidara almost crumbled onto the ground, but he managed to catch himself in time, and his battle instincts kicked in as he also jumped back to widen the distance between him and his opponent. He quickly pulled the dicks out of his palm mouths, wincing in sheer agony as he felt them being stretched in a way they should not be. He then stuck one of his hands into his clay pouch while his other hand removed the dick from his mouth before he gave the Kumo bounty hunter a nasty glare full of hate, but also fear. "I am going to kill you," he screamed in a high-pitched, crackly voice due to his abused throat, and the bastard who, for some reason, was content to just wait and let him stabilize himself, simply grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Him. In that case, I will have to use my special move," D-sama darkly stated, lowering his head in just the way to make his sunglasses glint with the reflected light. Daidara took a step back before he even realized it, flushing in shame and pushing it down by a sheer hatred coursing through him as he prepared to use his ultimate art. Only exploding himself and everything in a several-kilometer radius could wash away the humiliation he had suffered. "Dick release dash," D-sama menacingly spoke, and Daidara was about to grab a lot of his clay in order to shove it into his real mouth. When D-sama suddenly turned on his heel and started running away, as Daidara heard a cheery, "Nijirandeo," making him freeze in his place, about to take a bite of his fist full of clay as his mind blanked and he realized that his opponent had just run away. As if his strings were cut, Daidara fell to the ground and curled into a ball with a sob, still in disbelief at what had just happened to him. How the hell was he still alive? Several hundred kilometers away, the real Rin suddenly gained an influx of memories from his shadow clone, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had no idea why some of his clones were so eccentric. But this time? He couldn't complain. He instantly sent the mental image of the fight to the girls through the telepathy seal, sharing the amazing experience. Chuckling, he shook his head in amusement. His clone did not ram earthen dicks down Daidara's various throats just for fun and giggles. No. Rin could clearly feel 3 new tracking and eavesdropping seals at the back of his mind. And he tried hard not to think about where they were located. The upside? He really doubted anybody would check Daidara's throats for seals anytime soon. Mission accomplished successfully. Now he just needed to wait for Daidara to enter Amigakure. Chapter 131, A Loud Crunch. Rin could feel it. It took 3 weeks, but Daidara was finally at Amigakure. It was about time. Any longer and Rin wouldn't be able to do the next part of his plan concerning the Akatsuki because the Chunin exams would be starting in pretty much a week. Hinata, Ino, Team 7, they were all back from their C-rank missions, and if things went like they did in the canon, they would all be entered into the exams. Rin really wanted to get some intel on Akatsuki and their plans before that. But his immediate concern was the invasion and his plan for killing Orochimaru. Akatsuki was a problem, but there was a good chance Rin would have years before they became an issue. Orochimaru, however, was a problem right now. Through Samui, he managed to get some info from the black market about various purchases and merchandise movements within the land of rice, and yeah, the invasion was definitely coming. For somebody not expecting it, the info would be useless. But once Rin knew what he was looking for, it all checked out. The Otogakure was gearing up. Fortunately, Daidara was just in time, and if his eavesdropping seal was any indication, the Akatsuki would have a meeting in like 20 minutes. He hurriedly left his work at the barrier core today on short notice because of that. So, pushing his trepidation down, Rin walked toward his closet and opened it with a smooth and swift motion of his hand, and his eyes were instantly drawn to a certain outfit. He nervously gulped. It was time to confront the boogeyman of this world. At least, he had a plan this time. Daidara entered the dark meeting room with a round table where the Akatsuki would have their biannual meeting to determine the future goals and actions of their organization. Honestly, he could not bring himself to care. It wasn't as if he joined them fully voluntarily. It was hard to say no when the stone-faced Uchiha bastard held him at eye point after demonstrating how easily he could kill him. Though Daidara had to admit, the benefits were very nice. He didn't regret joining. The only thing he wanted was to spread his art among the masses, and fortunately, the Akatsuki had many jobs where he could do that. He should have been happy right now. The leader was going to announce the next stage, where he could showcase his art. But Daidara only felt sullen and seething. The only saving grace was that nobody knew about the humiliating beatdown he had suffered. But he couldn't leave it like that. He was going to find the bastard and shove his biggest explosive down his throat. See how he likes it. Preferably after he bombed Kumo to the ground. Daidara's hands involuntarily balled into fists as he gritted his teeth while glaring into nowhere. He was going to make the bastard regret not killing him when he had the chance. He was going to destroy everything the man held dear in his life and dash. Oi! You okay over there, Blondie? Kisame's voice suddenly interrupted Daidara's thoughts, making him realize that all the Akatsuki members were finally gathered in the room and the meeting was about to start. Leave him, Kisame. This is a common occurrence. He often spaces out when he thinks about the waste of time he calls his art. Sasori's dull, droning voice resounded through the room, and Daidara's eye twitched. Fuck you, Sasori no Dana. My art is dash, he exclaimed, ready to give the art heathen a proper lesson. Ah, nobody cares. But Haydn's aggravating voice interrupted him and Daidara glared at him as he had a sudden urge to throw one of his bombs at the immortal twerp. Maybe it wouldn't kill him. But being in pieces was surely not very comfortable even for him. Oh! Oh! Are Daidara-senpai and Haiden-chan going to fight? A high-pitched, cheery voice tore through the tension in the room. Toby can be the referee. Daidara smirked when he saw Haiden scowl at being called Chan. The zealot was this close to jumping over the table when a threatening weight descended on everyone in the room, causing their attention to snap toward the person who was exuding it, their glorious, purple-eyed leader. If you are quite done acting like children, I'd like to start the meeting. It was said in a calm and even voice, but nobody mistook the order for a suggestion. The room instantly descended into a silence, and Haiden gave Toby one last glare before sullenly turning his attention toward the leader, and the weight stopped pressing on them. Conan. The leader turned toward the bitch who was in Daidara's opinion even more stone-faced and colder than the Uchiha. Please distribute the necessary documents to our associates. He barely finished the sentence, and papers started to fly toward each person seated behind the table. With the death of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, Sanbai is still not reformed, and the proper start of our plan will have to be postponed. Daidara unhappily grunted at that. He and Sasori were already picked to deal with the one-tailed Jinchuriki because of their expertise and Sasori's knowledge of Sunagakure. Daidara was excited about the opportunity to test his art against a Jinchuriki, so hearing that there was a delay did not fill him with happiness. Stupid Konoha bastard who off Kyagura. Maybe he should bomb Konoha, too. Sigh. If only Sasori no Dana wasn't such a spoilsport. No, Daidara, you can't throw a bomb at that noble. No, Daidara, you can't bomb the daimyo. No, Daidara, you can't sneak an explosive into the Tsuchikage breakfast. He had no understanding of the true art. That makes sense. Kisame grunted. Once we start gathering the Jinchuriki, we will be on everybody's radar, and the villages won't let us be. The leader, Pain, nodded at the shark wannabe swordsman. It's unfortunate, but this also gives us more time to prepare. There might be a small opportunity for us in the immediate future, though. He looked at the documents in front of him before slowly looking at everyone in the room. Konoha is hosting the biggest Chunin exams in a long time. Suna, Kumo, Kiri, they all intend to attend, and even IWA has to send a proper representation to showcase their strength now that every other village has decided to compete. Oh! Are we attacking Konoha? Daidara happily exclaimed despite knowing the answer, enjoying the small frown the sentence brought to the Uchiha bastard. No. Pain deadpanned with a slight irritation in his voice. Our sources state that Orochimaru is going to attack Konoha during the final part of the exams. He glanced at Sasori, who nodded back. With the majority of Kage most likely present, another ninja war might be sparked. Pain said with a frown. That can't be allowed to happen. With Amagakure straight in the middle of the major ninja villages, the war would definitely affect them and force them to show their hand early. Nobody wanted that. Not many people knew, but Akatsuki was pretty much responsible for preventing any new large ninja war from erupting this past decade. Are we going to stop Orochimaru, then? Itachi flatly asked, but inwardly, he was full of joy. If he managed to get Akatsuki to attack Orochimaru, he might prevent the attack on Konoha altogether and maybe even ensure that the village's greatest traitor would finally die. This was a golden opportunity dash. No. Pain disagreed, and just like that, Itachi's golden opportunity slid through his fingers and he could only impassively stare in front of himself, helplessness creeping inside of him. I am currently considering taking the risk and gathering one of Kumo and Iwa's Jinchuriki, since their protection will be at an all-time low with their Kages not present in their villages. We could also get the rogue six-tailed Jinchuriki and the five-tailed one in one fell swoop while everybody is busy with the exams in Konoha. Yet, we will still need to wait years for the Sanbai to reappear. Itachi said, dearly hoping to persuade Pain away from this plan. Indeed. Pain admitted, it's risky. There won't be an easier time to gather so many bijou, Daidara said, but deep down, he just wanted to bomb something already. It's cost-effective. Kakuzu grunted. As long as there are sacrifices for Jashin-sama, I don't care. Haiden spoke, but nobody bothered to pay attention to his opinion anyway. Itachi disgruntledly grunted, knowing that it was out of his hands at this point. Pain nodded. The alternative is attacking Konoha when Orochimaru's invasion starts, killing all the present Kage and crippling the hidden villages in the process. The chance that a war would start from such a clusterfuck is high. Kisame nodded, and if it is going to happen anyway, then a preemptive strike is a smart move. But it will make us a target. Itachi tried to argue against it, feeling his cold heart jump into his throat as he heard that his colleagues considered attacking Konoha. But not all was lost. This wasn't the first time the Akatsuki considered a drastic action, and yet, it never came to that. He still didn't like the direction of this discussion. "You scared, Uchiha?" Haiden asked with a shit-eating smirk, but Itachi ignored him and kept his gaze firmly on Pain. "Tobi does not care either way. Tobi is a good boy and will follow the lead," Tobi exclaimed, but was likewise ignored by the majority of the present people. "Maybe we could do the decapitating strike against the Kage and then gather the bijou? If we are going to enter the world stage, we might as well do it with a bang," Zetsu said, and Pain pursed his lips in a pondering fashion as he looked at him. Pain was about to declare his decision when everybody in the room suddenly heard a loud crunching noise from above them and looked up. There, lying on the ceiling with chakra, was a man wearing a dark blue coat with red clouds made of paper duct taped to the coat. He sported a classic ANBU-style mask, except it was spray-painted bright orange in an imitation of Tobi, but also had a fake mustache glued on it. Though whoever was using the glue missed the mark because the mustache was more around the area of the lips, rather than under where the nose should be. In the ninja's hands was a half-empty bowl of popcorn, the source of the crunching noise, and he had his hand under the slightly lifted mask, about to munch on yet another popcorn, when he froze as everybody turned toward him. "Error. Hi." The ninja awkwardly greeted them, trying hard to sound cheerful. "Very interesting conversation you are having. Don't mind Tobi. Feel free to continue." With that, he ate the popcorn and gave the ninjas a shooing motion with his now free hand while sending another loud crunching sound through the room under the unamused gazes of several S-rank ninjas. Chapter 132, Tobi is Tobi. Being stared at by so many S-rank ninjas gave Rin shivers, but he nevertheless stayed in the role, and with a smiling, innocent tone, he asked straight in their faces, "Is something wrong?" The bowl of popcorn slipped from his hand, and he flailed around a bit, coincidentally sending it straight at Heiden's head, where it landed upside down, causing popcorn to rain on him on its way to the floor. "Opsy?" Rin couldn't help but snicker as Haiden pulled the bowl from his head, his hair full of salt. Rin did not intend to reveal himself, but when Pain started talking about interfering with the happenings of the Chunin exams, he no longer had a choice. He needed to make enough trouble for them to divert their attention to something else. He needed to give them a different goal to chase. And what better goal than chasing an infiltrator? They won't be able to organize an attack on Konoha on short notice. Things like that take a lot of planning, and Rin only needed to waste a week, maybe two, for that plan to no longer be viable. So, channeling his inner silliness, Rin was happy he donned his makeshift Akatsuki Tobi costume beforehand, because he was going to make them mad enough to put their plans on hold. "Who are you?" Pain asked, not losing his cool in the slightest as he gestured at the murderous Haiden to calm down. But to be fair, he probably didn't see Rin as a threat either way. He was arrogant like that after playing this life with constant cheat codes in the shape of Rinnegan. He was like those damn overpowered protagonists who, unlike the respectable folks that had to work for it, think they are hot shit just because they received unfair power for free right off the bat. Rin was so jealous. He could not wait to give the real Nagato an unannounced surprise visit one of these days, maybe even flicking his forehead to give him a small reality check. Unfortunately, exploring Amigakure and finding his position would have to wait for now. Seeing that Pain was getting fed up with the silence enough for it to show on his puppet's face, Rin smugly grinned. Not that they could see it through his mask, but he firmly believed the sentiment was conveyed by his voice. "What do you mean?" "Tobi is Tobi." Pain's expression slightly darkened, and he opened his mouth, about to speak, when he was suddenly interrupted by an upset, high-pitched voice. "No! I am Tobi!" Tobi exclaimed, causing everybody, even Rin, to turn toward him and find him standing with his hands on his hips. For a moment, Rin wondered what Obito truly thought right now under his childish facade. But then he shakily, as if in disbelief, raised his arm and pointed his finger at Tobi with a loud gasp. "An impostor!" he exclaimed in a bewildered tone. "Why are you not apprehending him? Tobi is not an impostor!" Tobi angrily yelled. "Tobi I dash." But Rin interrupted him with a firm, "Is, too. Is not." Tobi shook his head. Nua. Yes." Rin strongly said. "No." Tobi protested. Only for Rin to smugly counter with, "Prove it." Tobi speechlessly stared at Rin, with no idea what to say to that. It was just for a moment, but Rin counted that as his win while the rest of Akatsuki stared at them in dumbfounded disbelief that this was really happening. "I dash," Tobi started, but Pen's patience ran out. "Enough," he uttered, glaring at Rin, who tilted his head, pretending to be clueless. "Kill H dash." "Nu! Daidara-senpai, save me!" Rin suddenly appeared behind Daidara, hiding behind his body after utilizing the seal he had at the back of his throat to teleport. He was ready to do that during the entirety of the previous talk, just in case somebody got trigger-happy. Daidara, realizing Ren's position, stiffened for a split second, but then he quickly turned around and whipped his hand at Ren, throwing a clay spider at him while jumping back. Only for Ren to use a pro-gamer move. He ducked. The spider sailed through the air, straight at Kisame, who was on his way toward Ren from behind, and started to glow. Kisame's eyes widened, and he just barely managed to use his sword as a makeshift shield before the spider exploded, causing the whole room to shake as it sent enough dust into the air to obscure everybody's vision. "Sasori-sama, Daidara-senpai is mean!" Ren exclaimed in his imitation of Tobi's voice, but naturally, it was very off, so his enemies could tell that it was him instead of Tobi. Because of that, Sasori didn't hesitate and sent his senbon throwing device at him, causing a veritable hail of senbon to rain toward where his voice came from, making Haiden into a porcupine as Ren used his intangibility seal. It was just in time for Kakuzu to use a small wind technique to clear the dust from the air and restore the visibility. Nobody had seen Ren's use of intangibility just yet, but they clearly saw how Haiden was skewered by hundreds of long needles and shrieked in pain. Ren slowly turned towards Sasori and blinked. "Oh?" Sasori-sama did an opsi, too. He sent the puppet master a thumbs up. "Good assist." He could almost physically feel how pissed Sasori was right there and then, and he was about to comment again when he suddenly felt his instinct scream at him. Listening to the warning, he moved his head to the side, only for a kunai, courtesy of Itachi, to fly an inch from his cheek. Not looking toward Itachi, Ren threw a kunai at him in return. One, Itachi easily caught in his hand with almost contemptuous ease as he gave a bored, "Is that all?" look at Ren. It lasted a second at most before the seal on the kunai opened, and Itachi was hit in the noggin by Sasuke's used underwear. One that saw him through some heavy-duty training, so it stank enough to make the older Uchiha gag. Ren swears he did not intend to take it. But when one of his clones was procuring a set of Sasuke's clothing, it also brought it, and Ren decided that it might come in handy one day. That day was clearly today. "Right, Hun, John?" Kakuzu's voice resounded through the room, and a very concentrated lightning strike flew at incredible speed toward Ren, passing through him as if he weren't there, and impacting Haiden, who had just managed to pull out the last senbon from his body and was ready to re-engage in the carnage. Everybody bar Haiden, who exploded in burnt gore, limb there, feet there, and head flying somewhere too, stopped in their tracks when they saw Ren using Tobi's technique. Pain glanced at Tobi, who stood at the back of the room, silently observing the fight, and narrowed his eyes at him. "Tobi, is this some sort of distasteful joke?" Pain asked, probably believing that Ren was Tobi's shadow clone or something. Not one to miss an opportunity, Ren yelled aloud and excited, "Yes!" While Tobi dryly said, "No" at the same time. They paused and looked at each other, Rin giving Toby a small hand wave, making his fingers subtly twitch in annoyance. Hey! Another win! Rin inwardly cheered. Pain looked from Rin to Toby and back, a small, hesitant frown on his face. He was almost going to Shinra Tensei the rude bastard to oblivion, but now he was slightly hesitant. Was this just Madara playing and testing their vigilance or something? Despite Rin's cheerful and silly act, he was inwardly sweating bullets. That previous encounter happened within a few short seconds, and reacting to so many S-rank ninjas attacking was no easy feat. His chakra pool already had a sizable dent in it. He could not keep this up, but this much was not enough. They were not angry enough to drop everything in order to try hunting him down. I am Toby! Knowing he needed to do something to show Pain that this was not one of his plans, Toby decided to pull Rin's own move and yelled as he pointed at him. He is an impostor. Get him! Rin gave him an affronted gasp in return. You can't be Toby. You are obviously Tobito Uchiha. That made Toby freeze cold in his tracks. And while others, except Itachi, who owlishly blinked, and Pain, who narrowed his eyes, did not put much importance on that name, Toby was clearly shocked at hearing his real name in there. My brother from a different mother. Rin exclaimed and wiped an imaginary tear from under his mask's eyehole before he turned toward Pain and gave him an understanding look. He was always jealous of me. It's why he is using my name. Rin mock-sighed. Does he still go around, telling people he is Madara Uchiha? I am sorry, he is just touched in the head like that. It's an inborn defect. There is no cure. Toby, however, quickly recovered and instantly dropped his childish act. He snarled and, in his normal, deep tone, he barked an order. What are you fools doing? Attack him! That was enough for most of the Akatsuki members to shake off their bewilderment as they started sending ranged attacks at Rin. Kakuzu threw another John at Rin, this time aiming it in such a way that nobody stood behind his target, so even if it passed through Rin, there wouldn't be more friendly fire. Sasori sent more poison needles and other varieties of hidden weaponry at Rin, even pulling out his flamethrower at one point before he started blasting Rin with it. Daidara refrained from using his bombs indoors again, but only with a scowl and because Pain sent him a very unamused look. Itachi showed his capabilities with fire release as he sent one fireball after another toward Rin, not bothering to use anything stronger. Even Kisame contributed with a water bullet. Pain and Toby did not bother to attack, opting to observe, while Konan had predominantly paper techniques, and using them was pointless with all the fire the others were throwing at Rin. Haiden was still in pieces, but even if he was whole, he wouldn't really be able to do anything as a melee-only fighter. He was just as useless as ever. For 3 whole minutes, the Akatsuki members threw technique after technique at Rin, who decided to show his dominance by standing in his spot, taking it all like a gigachad, giggling in return, and cheering them on. After the 3 minutes, even their onslaught of jutsu considerably lessened, and Rin decided it was time for some revelations. He put his hands on his hips and used a technique to amplify his voice, so it would be heard through the noise of all the techniques passing through him, before he started imitating a chicken. I am the real Toby, and I am mad at Bakashi that he reached Rinrin's heart before me. He grasped it real tight, too. Enough to make it burst. Rinrin never really recovered from it. The poor girl became heartless. You are dead! Toby shrieked, mad beyond belief as he was clearly trying to use his Mangekyo to interfere with Ren's intangibility. Unfortunately for the easily manipulable idiot, Ren's intangibility was not a product of Mangekyo Sharingan, so it did exactly jack shit. So, I made a great plan. Because Toby is a smart boy. Rin continued, ignoring Obito's scream full of rage as he started to try to send Mokutan attacks at him to no avail. I am going to get a collection of big pets with fluffy tails. Putting them together will make wink, wink, nudge, nudge at the world. And I shall see Rinrin again. I can't wait. Now that gave Pain a small pause, and even Kisame looked a bit unamused as he probably started inwardly asking himself some very interesting questions. The others didn't care because they were as misinformed about the Akatsuki plans as they possibly could be. They had no frame of reference, so only thought Rin was spewing some bullshit, not understanding the hidden message in there. Itachi seemed to be a bit suspicious, but Rin doubted he remembered Minato's team and could put two and two together. Despite being from one clan, Obito and he were from two very different generations. They never met each other, and Obito Uchiha was not somebody who would be remembered long by his clan. As for Zetsu, he looked a bit spooked, but fortunately for him, Rin didn't want to poke that hornet nest just yet, so he wouldn't be revealing anything about Kaguya. No. His goal was to mess only with Obito for now. Rin glanced at Pain. Not that the mean and weird ringy-eyed kid could tell my super-secret plan. After everything is over, I can just beat him like a red-headed stepchild. Let the idiot do all the work, hee. I am brilliant. Turning completely toward Pain and still ignoring the onslaught of attacks, Rin dropped his childish voice for a moment in yet another imitation of Toby, and asked in a deep tone, "Right, idiot?" Pain had no idea what to think, but his eye twitched at the insult. Rin was honestly running out of ideas, but acting silly like this was not only to piss them off but also a way to distinguish himself from his usual persona. It was time to cut his losses and get out. But before that, there was one more thing he dearly wanted to do. Using Pain's momentary distraction from all the unexpected cryptic revelations, Rin managed to switch places with him with a substitution technique. It would not usually work. But the man was distracted and distraught enough. Well, Rin wanted it to be just another distraction, but he was not one to look a gifted horse in the mouth or waste such a nice opportunity. "Conan," he said as the brunette froze for a brief moment. Her eyes widened, and she started to turn toward him as he continued, "I always thought you were beautiful." With that, Rin grasped her right wrist that was about to flick paper shurikens at him, stopping her attack before it could even begin. Rin then took a step forward, intruding on her comfort zone as his other hand snaked around her waist and firmly grasped her butt, making her gasp in surprise at the audacity. Quickly using chakra to pull his mask slightly to the side, not enough to show his identity, but enough to free his lips, Rin took advantage of Conan's gasp and the fact that his hand was around her waist to pull her into a deep kiss, pushing his tongue into her mouth as he gave her the best French kiss he could pull off. He honestly expected her to bite, and was prepared for it, but Conan was clearly far more sexually frustrated than he expected. Because of all possible reactions, he did not expect her to clumsily return the kiss. She was quite inexperienced, but eager. At least, for the 2 seconds before her mind caught up to her instincts and her eyes widened as she realized what she was doing. Before she could properly bite his tongue off, Rin was already pulling away from her with a cheeky grin only she could see, and gave her one last firm swat on her butt, making her yelp as he jumped back, avoiding several very sharp paper spikes that burst from her chest area as she gave him a, dare he say, conflicted glare. Well, that's all I wanted to say after leaving that bomb somewhere in Amagakure. "Toodles!" Rin cheerfully exclaimed as his mask slid back properly onto his face, and like a proper show-off, he let the space around him swirl as it teleported him away. Only with the side of his eye did he see the utterly murderous expression on Pain's face, causing his heart to skip a beat right there. Well, if nothing else, he definitely pissed them off enough. But then the world readjusted, and he was once again standing in his new house in the land of rice, full of anti-spatial seals that should prevent anybody from teleporting after him. Would it work? Rin had no idea. In theory, it should be enough. But it's not like he could actually test it properly, so he opted to be cautious and did not teleport to any property with his real name on the deed. Rin chuckled and pulled off his mask, before he fell on his knees and hands, wheezing. Holy shit. That was close. I almost ran out of chakra. Even his chakra storage seals were emptied. And yet, he couldn't help but snicker some more, wondering how much time the Akatsuki members would waste, looking for the bomb that wasn't really there. Ren's mind strayed toward the memory of the kiss, and his cheeks flushed a bit. He had told Ino and Hinata that this might happen. He actually planned it. Thankfully, they were quite fine with it, too. Daidara was a mook. He wasn't important. But Conan. She was the woman who stood next to Pain at all times. She would be there for all his plans. And Rin now had a listening and tracking seal on the underside of her mouth. It didn't even matter that Pain had Rinnegan. Conan's natural chakra would cover the chakra signature from the seal. Rin had to thank Danzo for the idea. Ninjas were paranoid. But even they would not expect a seal inside the mouth unless they knew what to look for. And the underside of the mouth was such a hard spot to see, even when speaking face to face, that there was almost zero chance for it to be discovered. Learning to apply it without the recipient feeling it was also very enjoyable, and Rin briefly wondered if he should ask Ino and Hinata for some remedial lessons. He knew they enjoyed them a lot, too. A wry smile appeared on Ren's face as his breathing was slowly stabilizing. That was his horniness speaking. He had to admit, he enjoyed kissing Conan far more than he should have. He could still feel the faint taste of, was that a blueberry lipstick? Rin ran his tongue over his lips and grinned. Yes. Yes, it was. Kinky. What a woman. He felt his heart beating in his chest and realized that he actually might be crushing on her. That was not supposed to happen. Chapter 133, The Aftermath of Fake Tobi. After Rin disappeared, silence hung inside the room full of Akatsuki members. They awkwardly shuffled a bit away from Pain, who exuded a furious and murderous aura, his expression twisted into a very unusual snarl while his eyes roamed the room in the vain hope that Rin was just hiding somewhere nearby. Everybody was tense, and even Itachi acted more stiff than usual. Tobi was still quietly seething, glaring at the spot from where Rin teleported away, his mind too preoccupied with anger to notice how many Akatsuki members, not in the know, were giving him suspicious looks. They had never seen the real Tobi. To them, he was at best a good comedic relief and a childish idiot who was barely strong enough to be a member. But clearly, they did not have a full picture. If what the infiltrator said was true, then Tobi was a much bigger fish than he portrayed himself as. Kakuzu, Daidara, and Sasori subtly shared a glance with each other, noticing that Kisame, Itachi, and Zetsu did not react very surprised to these new revelations. Something fishy was going on, and they were evidently not in on it. They did not like that. Not at all. Lack of key intel usually preceded death in their world. As for Haydn, nobody expected him to know anything. Sasori, for just a small moment, gave the Jashin priest, still in pieces in a bloody corner of the room, a suspicious look, wondering if he could be like Tobi, just pretending to be an idiot. But he quickly discarded that thought and shook his head. No. That was absurd. While everybody in the room was experiencing their own difficulties and small doubts, Conan stood rooted in her place, her eyes still slightly widened in disbelief, while the fingers of her right hand were gently touching her lips. She was horrified. She was elated. She was ashamed. She was embarrassed that she let the enemy so close to her. She was embarrassed that her mind blanked out when he kissed her. And she was embarrassed that she had enjoyed it. Closing her eyes, a crease formed on her brows, and she let out a frustrated sound. Sage, she enjoyed it. Taking a deep breath, Conan let the tension in her shoulders slowly seep away as she calmed down and regained her usual cool. It didn't matter. She needed a change of underwear. Inwardly cringing at that thought, Conan grumpily rebuked herself in her mind, not the time. Stop thinking about it. But it was harder than she let on. Outwardly, her face morphed into her usual ice-cold facade as she opened her eyes and glanced over the scum working for her friend. It was usually her job to watch over them and observe for any irregularity in their behavior. Trusting S-rank criminals was foolish. They worked with the premise that their employees would eventually betray them for one reason or another. The only question was how much use they could make of them before that happened, and they would need to be disposed of. And right now, Conan had to frown as she noticed all the subtle signs of distress and doubt in their body language. Some of them, like Itachi and Kakuzu, definitely noticed her momentary lapse and gave her a weird, subtle look. Her cheeks slightly pinked, and she cursed in her mind. Yeah, this was a mess. One visit and their entire organization of S-rank criminals was in a complete disarray. They were not openly showing it, but Conan could see the signs. She felt the beginnings of a headache creeping on her. This was going to take a lot of time and effort to fix. Despite herself, she had to admit she felt a bit impressed. But she chased that thought away as quickly as it appeared. Giving an enemy any sort of credit was bad. The next time they met, she was going to suffocate him to death with her paper, somehow. If only for all the additional work he gave her. Pain. Toby's deep voice resounded in the room, pulling Pain out of his anger and making him stop in his tracks for a second. Conan recognized it as him pulling his focus from the other 5 puppet bodies that were now scouring Amigakure, just as her paper clones were doing, looking for the bomb and the infiltrator. Pain's eyes narrowed as they landed on the masked ninja, Toby. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of the silence settle over the room before he gravely continued. "We have many things to talk about." For a moment, Conan tensed, Toby's body language betraying how close he was to attacking Pain, but then the man relaxed again. "Indeed." He unhappily nodded. "We do." With that, Toby left in the same swirly portal as the fake Toby did, making even Conan have some doubts about the fake Toby's identity. Even if she knew they were unfounded. With a small, tired sigh that broke the illusion of his godliness more than any other overt gesture ever could, Pain turned toward the rest of the Akatsuki with his lips set in a frown. "I want all of you to look for the identity of our uninvited guest. We are going to put everything else on hold for now," Pain said, and Conan couldn't help but feel that this was a mistake. She had no idea why, but it was what her intuition told her, and the feeling persisted. For example, why didn't their attacker just run her through with a kunai when her mind blanked in the first place? She hated to admit it, but she was completely vulnerable at that moment. He could have slit her throat and she wouldn't have realized it until it was over. Yet, she was still here. Breathing. And feeling embarrassed. No. She doubted the fake Toby wanted to cause any physical damage to them. He had several opportunities for that. Opportunities he did not take. But she had no proof, so she held her mouth shut. Sharing her doubts now would just add to the chaos of the situation. She decided to tell Nagato later, when they were alone. "Sasori, Kakuzu, Zetsu, use your contacts and spy networks to find the infiltrator." Pain looked at them as he started giving orders. "Itachi, Kisame, and Haiden, stay ready and inside of Amigakure in case he appears here again and needs to be repelled." Conan noticed a very small twitch of Uchiha's fingers, and her eyes narrowed at him. From what she knew of the Kinslayer, that twitch showcased his discontent with the order to stay put. But why would he be unhappy? "Daidara," Pain looked at the last man in the room. "You are going to help us look for the supposed bomb and defuse it when it is found," he flatly said, and the blonde bomber reluctantly nodded, not at all happy with his assignment. Conan honestly doubted there was a bomb, and she had to resist a strong urge to rub the bridge of her nose. This was foolish of her. She had too positive an impression of their enemy. That had to change. No. She inwardly shook her head and decided not to listen to her instincts in this case. It was safer to assume that there was a bomb hidden somewhere. "You have your orders." "Dismissed," Pain said, and after a moment, the room cleared, leaving only him and Conan in there alone. "What do you think?" Pain asked when he was sure nobody else was nearby, causing Conan to break her icy facade and give him a wry smile. "I think we need to investigate the fake Toby's words," she said as she sat down on a nearby chair, her shoulders slumping. "I will look into this. Tobito Uchiha, I guess." "Yes. Madara. If he isn't who he says he is." Pain trailed off, the barest hint of doubt sneaking into his tone. And Conan silently nodded in understanding. It would mean they worked based on a flawed assumption this whole time. Because if he was lying about his identity, what else was he lying about? It didn't portray a good picture. Conan just didn't know what to think about all this. "Be careful. I don't think Toby would appreciate us sticking our noses into this," Pain said with a chuckle as he sat down on his own chair, and Conan had to hide how creeped out she was at that gesture. Seeing Yahiko's body do that and be so alive, when she knew he was dead, her heart was slightly breaking every time. But for Nagato, this was a way to honor his friend. He wanted to achieve Yahiko's goal with his body. Konan let herself show a small wince, most likely making Nagato misunderstand its origin, before she shook her head and stood up, deciding she needed some alone time for a bit. "I know," she mumbled before turning and walking toward the door, intending to start on her investigative work. She was going to figure out if Tobito Uchiha was a real person, and find out if he had a brother. She was curious. Chapter 134, Problems in the Paradise. "Can you believe it?" Karen loudly exclaimed with an obvious fiery outrage in her expression as she slammed her glass onto the table, and Rin had to stifle a sigh. No. No, he could not believe it. How did he get into this bothersome situation? He had just returned from messing with Akatsuki, all exhausted and wishing only to drop onto his bed. Only, Karen most likely heard him close the door or something. As he was about to change into his pajamas, because yes, real men can make even pajama look good, and Ino bought him a blue, very comfy one with red hearts pattern, Karen began to knock on his door with the same urgency as if another QB had appeared in the middle of the village. Sigh. The troublesome read he. "Are you even listening to me?" Karen indignantly asked, looking very miffed, only for Ren to give her a flat look. "Yes, Karen. I am. Unfortunately." When did he become the relationship advisor to the Uzumaki couple? Sure, he was Karen's neighbor, but that did not mean he wanted to listen to all her woes. It was bad enough that the girl, whom he knew was very proficient in the sealing arts, still did not bother to properly set up soundproofing seals in her apartment. Ren had heard more than he ever wished about her and Naruto's relationship from the sounds coming from there whenever Naruto stayed the night. Thank the sage for having multiple houses and the ability to teleport. Only that saved Karen from a proper tongue lashing, courtesy of yours truly. He goes on one mission. 1. Karen gritted her teeth and slammed her hand onto the table. And he shows up with that hussy. She yelled out with a snarl. Way to go, Naruto. Woo! Rin thought with a fake enthusiasm, almost wishing to give the boy a thumbs up. Rin did not expect this outcome, but apparently, Naruto's first C-rank mission was basically the whole debacle with guarding the famous actress who was secretly the supposed next daimyo, but her uncle was the usurper and wanted her dead. Well, it was what happened in the first Naruto movie. Honestly, in canon, Naruto was a kid. Here, however, he is an adult according to the local laws. So, Koyoki probably decided to stake her claim more aggressively. And voila, here they were. She came back with the Konoha ninjas in her capacity as a daimyo. Officially, she came to witness the Chunin exams. Unofficially? And then she has the balls to tell me to my face that it is only natural for capable and good men to have multiple women. Karen balled her hands into fists. Well, unofficially, Koyoki Kazahana wanted to ride Naruto's dick. Rin would have been honestly impressed if he had not been so fed up with having to listen to Karen's complaining. So, he could only think, fuck Naruto for this. I am going to find a way to get back at him. Somehow. Someday. Worse yet, when he appeared, he wore his usual, stupid, clueless smile while she clung to his arm as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Come on, Karen. Rin sighed, feeling he had to intervene as he was inwardly fearing for his creaking table she was manhandling. Naruto did not cheat on you, did he? No. Karen reluctantly admitted with a pout, and Rin almost rolled his eyes at her. Of course, Naruto did not cheat on her. He was a genuinely good guy. Rin doubted the blonde idiot even realized Koyoki's intentions. But you know how he is. If she just worded it as a request for help? Just imagine it. Karen spoke in dread and started to imitate what she thought was Kyoki's manner of speaking. Hey, Naruto, darling. I need your help with something. You see this hole between my legs? Yes, that one. Stick your penis in it. I need your babies. Karen finished her imitation of Koyoki, and Rin chuckled, earning himself an angry look from the miffed redhead. Do you think he would refuse to help her? She indignantly asked, and this time, Rin did roll his eyes at her. Naruto is clueless, but he is not that clueless. He deadpanned. You may be right. Karen nodded and started nervously chewing at the tip of her thumb's fingernail. But you may be wrong, too. He is an Uzumaki. Hello, Kettle? I am Pot. You are Black. Rin wordlessly raised his eyebrow at Karen, mirth shining in his eyes. Duh. When Karen finally noticed a few seconds later, she flushed red, realizing that she too was an Uzumaki and what she had just insinuated. Rin gently smiled in a practiced ease. Oh, I am sorry, Karen. But I must decline your advances. You see, I have two very eager girls and our bed is not big enough for another person to join you. A pillow from the nearby couch impacted Ren's face. Shut up. Karen mumbled in embarrassment as she averted her eyes, muttering. Ass. Making fun of me when I am troubled. You are blowing the situation out of proportion. Just go and have a talk with Naruto. Rin took the pillow, put it on the table in front of him, and rested his chin on it. Yes, go bother Naruto instead. Shoo. Shoo. He mentally added. But she is a daimyo. I can't compete with that. Karen helplessly said, and before Rin could reply, she continued, if I refuse her to join our relationship, I will be the villain here. It sucks. Even some trade between her country and Konoha could be affected and... Karen sullenly trailed off. And frankly, she had a point there. The Hokage would probably just pat her on the back and tell her to simply accept it in the name of the Will of Fire. For the greater good of Konoha. But Rin was not the Hokage. And you are an Uzumaki. I think the winner is obvious for Naruto. That and he had his doubts about Naruto's ability to have a harem. So what if he could make 100 clones? In Boruto, even 100 Narutos could not do the job of one drunk Tsunade while also leading a proper family life. Imagine neglecting your family despite being able to make hundreds of clones. That was when he had just one woman to care about, too. Yeah, Rin wasn't aiming for it, but he did not feel even slightly guilty for charming Hinata away from him. Then again, Boruto was just a fanfiction, so who knows how that would turn out in reality. Not like Rin would see it, so there was no reason to think further about it. Do you really think so? Karen timidly asked, and Rin smiled. Yes. That finally made her calm down and brought out a small smile of her own onto her face. Besides, Rin continued, Naruto L-. He was interrupted midway by a knock on his door. Furrowing his eyebrows because he did not expect any other guest, Rin slowly stood up and gave Karen an apologetic look before he went to answer the door. Ino and Hinata were with their clans, having some last-minute training for the Chunin exams, so it couldn't be them either. Opening the door, Rin noticed an ANBU standing there, and leisurely asked, Yes? But inwardly, he was prepared to pop a kunai from his wrist storage seal at a moment's notice because in reality, these fuckers were indistinguishable from Danzo's root. And didn't that say a lot about the sorry state of Konoha when he, as a Konoha ninja, could not be sure if the dude in front of him was an actual ANBU serving the Hokage and had to be cautious in case it was one of Danzo's subordinates? Mandatory orders from the higher-ups. The ANBU said in a monotone voice that every ANBU used during their work hours, and handed Rin a scroll before disappearing. Rin olishly blinked and looked at the scroll. Huh. That happened, I guess. He hummed as he closed the door and slowly walked back to the living room while unrolling the scroll. Is everything all right? Karen worriedly asked. Apparently, I was given the duty to be the guide for Kazekage's children and their Jonin instructor when they arrive in Konoha tomorrow. He said with a surprised expression. He didn't expect that. Naturally, foreign teams could not be without supervision. And it made sense that Chunin-ranked ninjas would be selected for it. Rin just never expected to be one of them. He would not be there for Baki, though. No. The ANBU would watch him. He was just supposed to escort the Genins while watching them. It already sounded like a monumental drag. Oh! Okay. Karen nonchalantly shrugged when she realized it was nothing bad. Anyway, can we cont and dash? Shoo already. Rin gave her a flat look as he sighed. I'll be busy tomorrow. I need to sleep. He had just realized he was practically made into Gaara's babysitter within Konoha. Joy. Go bother your boyfriend, please. Rin said, realizing he was a tad rude, but he simply could not muster the will to care right now. He decided he would apologize tomorrow as Karen pouted at the dismissal. Chapter 135, The Suna Team. Rin stood with his back to the gate entry booth, speaking with bored Kotetsu and Izumo while waiting for the Sabaku siblings and their Jonin instructor to arrive. The ANBU had already sent a message that they had seen them a few kilometers outside of Konoha, so they should be here any moment now. Don't even start. The Chunin exams period is always very hectic. Izumo complained while resting his chin on his hand. Yeah. Too many foreign ninjas strolling into our village, and get this. Most of them are stupid kids with balls of steel born out of ignorance, who think they can do whatever they wish. Kotetsu sighed. Really? Have any interesting stories? Rin idly asked, looking into the distance outside the gate. Heh. There was that one idiot yesterday. Izumo and Kotetsu exchanged a look and grinned. He was a tad too arrogant. Izumo continued with a look full of schadenfreude, just as Kotetsu lazily pointed at him with his thumb. This genius confused and persuaded the kid into slashing his own Itai-8. Something about it being the new fashion trend in Konoha. He said while snickering. You two are shitting me. Rin tried to scoff in disbelief between his own snickering. Oddly enough, he did believe it a little bit. He knew how stupid people could be. No. I kid you not. I just dared him to do it after giving him some half-assed story, and the dumb kid actually did it. His Jonin instructor had just passed the gate, too. Izumo mirthfully said with a smirk. The kid wanted to be here first or something, so he left behind for the last 500 meters. He rolled his eyes. You seem to be having fun here, boys. Rin remarked with a small smile. These two were smart ones. While many Konoha ninjas risked their lives on a mission for the village, these dudes sat on their asses, sometimes even able to sleep through their shift. After all, they were not here to stop any significant threat from entering Konoha. If Itachi showed up, Izumo and Kotetsu would not even be a speed bump. No. For that, there were the 5 hidden ANBU in the vicinity. Izumo and Kotetsu mostly dealt with paperwork and checks of people who entered Konoha. Giving a warning to foreign ninjas. Dealing with merchants. Giving directions to travelers who wanted to request a mission. Things like that. And from what Rin knew, they were paid very well. Maybe they did not exactly have the income of a Chunin who constantly risked his life on B-rank missions, but for the work they were doing, their pay was quite enviable. Other ninjas made fun of them, calling them glorified gate guards. But the joke was on them. 3/4 of Izumo and Kotetsu's graduating class were already 6 feet under while these two were chilling. Rin could totally respect it. Suddenly, Rin narrowed his eyes as he could see 4 blurry silhouettes enter his sight in the distance. Well, it looks like my time to slack off is coming to a close. Rin told the 2 guards, who perked up and looked toward the incoming team of Suna ninjas. HM. I guess we should prepare the paperwork, then. Wouldn't want to inconvenience the Kazekage's kids. Kotetsu murmured and, with a very obvious distaste for the action, he shifted from his position and started to half-heartedly rummage through the messy pile of paper on a side table next to him. Rin gruffly chuckled under his nose at seeing it, briefly wondering how the hell these two were not sacked for so long with that kind of attitude, but then he inwardly shook his head. It was not his business. Instead, he looked back at the approaching Suna team and started thinking about them and his assignment. A small, mischievous smirk appeared on his lips. They did not know it yet, but their testing will start the second they step through Konoha's gates. Rin relocated to the side, leaning on a nearby tree while waiting for the Suna team to step into Konoha and get processed at the gate. Only when they were done with that, he approached them. "Hello, there." He gave them a wave and a cheery smile that instantly made the four ninjas tense. Rin gave them a quick once-over with an amused expression. "I am Rin, and I was assigned as your minder during your stay in Konoha, kiddies." He looked specifically at the genin, because Baki was not his problem. He was the problem of Konoha's ANBU. After all, what could a poor Chunin like Rin do against such a mighty and scary jonin? Right? Gaara just gave Rin a dull look while Kankuro scowled, and even Temari's lips twitched a bit. Rin's eyes stopped at the blonde kunoichi, and he grinned. "Don't worry, kids," he subtly emphasized that word, noticing it bothered them. It was quite fun because Temari was actually a bit older than him if he was not wrong. "I can show you where all the playgrounds in the village are. We even have some sand play areas for Pandachan," Rin exclaimed, pulling his gaze toward Gaara. His reaction was barely noticeable, but it was there. He twitched. Just a little bit. And if Rin wasn't seeing things, Gaara's dull look now contained an undertone of hostility. And the other two Suna genin tried to hide it, but they started to look scared shitless as they shuffled a bit away from him. For a moment, Rin wondered if he should push further. Getting Gaara to rampage now had its pros and cons. "I would appreciate it if you stopped provoking Gaara." Baki stepped in, putting his steady hand on Gaara's shoulder, making him tense for a second before he reluctantly relaxed. Rin blinked in feigned confusion and tilted his head. "Oh? Is Gaara Pandachan's name?" And Gaara's tension was back. Oh my, what a scary glare. Rin inwardly chortled, casually withstanding the killing intent that washed over him and sent all the ANBU guards in the vicinity on alert. Now, even Baki was visibly tense, his grip on Gaara's shoulder becoming rigid as he and Rin stared at each other while Kankuro and Temari held their breath, ready to pull their weapons on a moment's notice in case the worst happened. They were slightly shaking because, well, they were aware that they were surrounded by Konoha ANBU and their brother was now pissed. These two wished to be anywhere but here right about now. After a few tense moments of silence, Rin finally shrugged with a casual ease. Ma. You are acting as if we were enemies," he said, trying to imitate Kakashi to cause his victims the biggest level of irritation. He chose these words deliberately, too. From the small narrowing of Baki's eyes and the barely audible hitch in Temari's breath, it worked at sending their minds on a doubt-filled adventure of wondering if he knew. Rin lazily smiled at Baki and waved him off. "Chill, bro." Baki, giving Rin a deadpan look, did not react. He looked just as aloof and stone-faced as Gaara. So, Rin decided to change his target and turn toward Kankuro. "Yup. You probably don't have much of that in the desert, kids," he glanced at Temari, too. "But chilling is dash. We know what it means." Temari gruffly snapped, her irritation showing on her face, which only made Rin give her a victorious smirk that instantly shut her up. Baki's eye twitched. Kankuro looked like he wanted to strangle Rin. Gaara was cool as a cucumber, if one discounted the still-present killing intent. And then somebody finally caught up. Temari pursed her lips, giving Rin a questioning look as she cautiously asked, "This is a test, isn't it?" "Yup. Good job realizing it." Rin gave the girl genuine praise that made her show a bashful smile, but only for a second before she realized it and schooled her expression. A ninja needs to keep his cool even when facing a client or an allied ninja who acts like a complete asshole, Rin told her. His side mission was to test their conduct, so he decided to play the part of an asshole. Honestly, it would have been a stupid decision for any other Chunin escort. Gaara's killing intent would have sent most Chunin running for the hills. Baki probably realized that, and it's why the tension in his posture never quite left. "You two passed." Rin nodded at Temari and Kankuro before grinning at Gaara and Baki. "You're Jonin and Pandachan?" He shrugged. "Not so much." "Man, how did you get promoted again?" he casually asked Baki, who dryly responded, not rising up to the obvious taunt. I thought the test was for them. Me acting like an asshole to them was their test. Me acting like an asshole to you is just for my fun. Rin chuckled, enjoying immensely how Baki snorted. The man was a jonin. A few words were not going to rile him up. But his students? Kankuro was getting defensive and was on the verge of snapping, while Temari looked conflicted, trying to stop her brother from stupidly reacting by clutching his forearm. And Gaara was still blasting Rin with his killing intent. Geez. Rin glanced at the red-headed kid and very obviously rolled his eyes at him. Save that for the exams, chuckles. He waved his finger in front of the Jinchuriki kid. Honestly, his acting was because he was still undecided if he wanted to take Gaara out of the equation right now or wait until the third part of the exams. So, he decided to leave it up to Gaara. If he got enraged and started attacking, tough luck for him. If not, then that was that. But clearly, the boy had much more control than Rin gave him credit for, because even after a few more minutes of ribbing, he still just impassively stared at him. The 3 additional years he had on his canon counterpart might not have been good to Gaara, but he clearly at least somewhat mellowed out. Rin doubted the canon Gaara would stay calm after all that. He decided to give up for now. Never mind. Your conduct is good enough, Rin proclaimed before gesturing for them to follow him. You must be starving. Let's go eat. My treat. I am going to take you to the best restaurant in Konoha. Chapter 136, Retribution of the Ramen Gods. This is a ramen stand, Kankuro flatly said to Rin as he sat down on a chair in the Ichiraku. He expected something different when Rin claimed to take them to the best restaurant in Konoha. Even Temari seemed a bit let down, but she was hiding it well enough. Gaara and Baki, however, didn't seem to care at all and instantly went to sit on the other side of the stall, Baki whispering something in a hushed tone to the disgruntled Gaara. Rin inwardly shrugged, not bothering with the two. Well spotted. He teased Kankuro with a small, amused smile. You almost deserved the promotion with just that. But there was no bite in his words anymore, and Kankuro simply rolled his eyes at him in a friendly way. Rin's mission to gauge their conduct was over. Well, not really. He should have continued with it, even if Temari discovered his intent. But Rin decided it didn't matter. It's not as if he could yeet them out of the exams if they behaved badly. The mission was just a formality. He would only be writing a report about their behavior, which would be sent to Suna and might have a tiny, teensy, little, very small effect on the final decision concerning their promotion. But honestly, he doubted Suna's higher-ups would take it seriously anyway. Firstly, there is room for the foreign Chunins doing these reports to be disingenuous. That made them a flawed intel by default. And secondly, the people in the know were very aware that this part of the exam served as a way to form a psychological profile for future prospective talents. The villages usually sent their brightest to the exams in order to show off, so the host village simply decided to get something out of it right off the bat. Information was key in the ninja world, and this was an effortless way to get some of it. Ren's report would no doubt be studied and filed away for later use. It's probably why he and the other guiding Chunin were warned not to slack off. This is the best ramen stand in Konoha, Rin told Kankuro, and he wasn't even lying. Sure, one of the reasons why he took them here was that he didn't feel like spending a lot of money on them. But they didn't need to know that. With the best ramen chef in the world, Tucci, the sage of 6 ramens, he grandly boasted to better sell the deal to them, making Tucci chuckle and shake his head from behind the counter. Both Kankuro and Temari seemed amused at that proclamation, not taking it even a little bit seriously, and Rin smiled back at them, sharing in their amusement. During their walk through Konoha to Ichiraku, Rin and the Suna team did proper introductions, and Rin stopped trying to rile them up. He took them seriously and gave them a proper tour through Konoha's public areas, showing them where everything was and which shops had the best deals. They became way less on guard and eased up when they saw that Rin was treating them with no hostility. He might even say they became friendlier. There was still that undercurrent of tension in them, and if Rin had no idea about the upcoming invasion, he would probably believe it was their due to the stress from the exams. They were hiding their nerves quite well. Say, is there something you could tell us about the exams? Temari, who was sitting on Kankuro's other side from Rin, suddenly asked, fishing for information. Rin's eyes glinted, and he leaned closer, whispering. Yes. I heard something interesting about them. This caused both Temari and Kankuro to also lean closer with bated breaths and interest shining in their eyes, hoping for some special intel about their upcoming trials. There are some really sexy girls participating this year. Rin whispered, giving Temari an obvious once-over with his eyes, making her slightly blush with a small, involuntary smile appearing on her face that betrayed she did not get compliments like this often. Inwardly, Rin mostly meant Ino and Hinata, and gave her that look to tease her, but he had to admit, she was good-looking, too. This version of Temari was 18 according to her documents, and she grew up to be very pretty. Her hairstyle looked way better in real life than it did in 2D, too. Realizing she wouldn't get anything out of Rin, Temari huffed in annoyance and put her cheek on her hand. Honestly? It was a good try. Rin had to give it to the girl. It's better to try it and get no result rather than not try anything. But it was a tad bit naive to think he would give them some sort of secret information for free. Sexy, right? Kankuro muttered and gave Temari a teasing, dubious glance before he turned toward Rin. I am not seeing it. Shut it, make-up boy. Temari dryly responded and bumped his shoulder with hers. You wear a catsuit. You have forfeited your right to judge others when you put that on in the morning. You suck. Kankuro pouted, and Rin had the impression that this was a common thing between them. Still, he could not waste the golden opportunity Kankuro presented him. Oh, does she? He asked, giving Kankuro and Temari the best shocked look he could manage and averted his eyes the second they looked at him with a faint whisper of, kinky. That made both of them sputter and start spouting hurried denials, while Rin was inwardly grinning. The discussion flowed from there, and Rin had to admit, he surprisingly enjoyed the time with these two Suna siblings more than he probably should have. They were cool. He especially did not expect to hit it off with the catsuit enthusiast, but they started talking about the possibilities of puppetry, and both got kind of engrossed in it while Temari occasionally quipped a thing or two on the topic. At times, it got awkward because Kankuro couldn't divulge Suna's secrets, but Rin didn't mind. He simply told the boy to straight up tell him when something was a secret, so they could move on to a different topic. That, more than anything, put both of the Suna siblings at ease. It showed them that Rin did not talk to them because he was trying to ferret out the secrets of their craft, and was truly interested in the topic. Somewhere along the line, the talk switched toward the wind release, and Rin confessed it was his affinity. That's when Temari seemingly lit up, and before Rin knew it, the girl bullied the exasperated Kankuro to switch seats with her. She started asking questions about Ren's experiences with training his wind release, careful not to poke at any secrets, but still too curious to drop the topic. And Ren indulged her. There were things that the villages guarded with ferocity, but there were also exercises that were more or less well known and could be easily shared. Such as the Konoha's leaf exercise. They were doing it with rocks in Suna, which is why their wind techniques were more geared toward brute force than control, according to Temari. It was quite fascinating for Ren to compare the cultures and how that changed their approach to ninja training. But their talks were interrupted by Tucci, who was done with his cooking and put 3 bowls of steaming hot ramen in front of them. They dug in, and Ren enjoyed the surprise on Temari and Kankuro's faces after they had their first bite. Tucci definitely deserved to be called a sage. He wouldn't go quite as far as Naruto and proclaim it the food of the gods, but for its price, the ramen tasted very good. It's not bad. Kankuro hummed in appreciation, and Temari nodded. Careful. Rin chuckled. The ramen gods will send their retribution your way if you don't praise it more. Tucci threw Rin an exasperated look, one Rin promptly ignored, and Kankuro rolled his eyes. As if that would hapdash. Only for Konohamaru to suddenly rush into the ramen stand with panic written on his face, misjudge his momentum, and ram his forehead straight into the middle of Kankuro's back. This caused the catsuit-wearing boy to lose his balance, and before they knew it, Kankuro's face was firmly planted inside of his ramen bowl, just as the panting Naruto and visibly angry Sakura entered the stand as well. Konohamaru fell on his ass with ow, and a small bump on his forehead before an awkward silence filled the surroundings. Kankuro slowly raised his head out of the bowl, his drenched face resembling modern art with all the smudged war paint all over it, with occasional noodle decoration stuck here and there. Well, now I am happy we switched seats, brother. Temari interrupted the silence with a snicker, just as Kankuro turned toward Konohamaru, looking positively murderous. Brat, you are so dead, he declared with a growl, noodles comically hanging on his head. Chapter 137, A Proper Ninja Brings His Bed Wit. It took both Naruto and Rin to physically restrain the enraged Kankuro and prevent him from strangling the third Hokage's grandson with a noodle. It really did not help that Konohamaru was a little misbehaved and spoiled brat who had the audacity to laugh in Kankuro's face instead of apologizing. Honestly, Rin felt a bit off. He had no idea if the scene with Konohamaru was going to happen, and he expected to be firmly on Konohamaru's side if it did happen because the canon Kankuro was kind of an ass, picking on a kid who ran into him. So, it was weird that Kankuro's anger was actually justified here. Unfortunately, with the Katsupoi drenched in ramen, the tour through Konoha was finished, and the Suna team asked Rin to lead them directly to their hotel right after they quickly finished their ramen. Rin didn't even have the time to tease Naruto about kunoichi, which was a major missed opportunity. Even worse, the good mood between him and the Suna team might as well have evaporated with how distant and sour they became. Temari did give him an apologetic look, but that was it. She did not reignite their conversation about the wind release, despite clearly wanting to. Rin did not really understand what went through their heads, and was a bit put off by their sudden change in behavior. He thought they were friendly enough before that whole debacle. He even offered to give them a second tour through Konoha, considering the first one was cut short, but he was promptly rejected. That happened 3 days ago, and Rin still felt a small sting in his chest because of it. Stopping reminiscing about it, Rin let out a small sigh. He had not expected to enjoy his time with Kankuro and Temari, and a part of him desired to befriend them. It was illogical, especially since he knew what was going to happen between Konoha and Suna a month later, but he supposed emotions did not work on logic. Shaking his head, he decided to put it out of his mind and turn his head toward Ino and Hinata, who were sitting on the floor in the living room, around them a massive mess of things, as they were packing up their storage scrolls for the second task of the Chunin exams. Rin didn't bother to watch the first one. He knew how that was going to go from the anime. And watching kiddies write a test was not his idea of prime entertainment. Apparently, Naruto still had his talk no jutsu moment, and there were still more teams than there should be, but other than that, things went pretty much the same from what Ino's memories showed him. And yes, she recently learned how to project her own memories through the telepathy seal. That was neat. Do you have enough food packed? Rin idly asked the girls while cradling a glass of orange juice in his hand. Hinata smiled at him in return, yes. I've already packed enough to last both of us for 2 months. And you can teleport. Ino cheekily added, if we run out, we just need to contact you. Nah. Not interested. I am good. Rin dryly refused, causing Ino to feign an offended gasp. You'd let us starve? She exclaimed, but her twitching lips betrayed that she was playing it up. What kind of boyfriend are you? Shame on you. That is practically spousal abuse. I should report it to my dadash. You are missing your toothbrush, Ino. Hinata interrupted her, causing Ino to stop speaking as she owlishly blinked before she checked her seal. Oh. You are right. She nodded and stood up before heading toward the bathroom to retrieve it. As Ino left the room, Rin exchanged a small exasperated look with Hinata. The blonde could be such a drama queen. He shook his head in amusement. Honestly, he had no idea why they would need their toothbrushes in the forest of death, but he wasn't going to comment on it. Getting between a woman and her hygiene was never a smart thing. Ino and Hinata's packing was a bit overkill, but the girls genuinely had no idea what to expect from the second phase of the exams. Rin had not shared his knowledge with them. That would defeat the purpose of the test. And preparing for the worst was kind of expected from the participants. They wanted to be Chunin, and that required at least some level of foresight to prepare. The kids did not know, but this was one of the things the proctors watched out for. They wanted to know if the participants had what it takes to be a Chunin, and coming there without supplies would just paint them as unworthy, incompetent idiots. The second phase was basically a simulation of getting an unexpected, impromptu, dangerous mission where their life could be put on the line for the village. Anko told them to meet her at the entrance to the Forest of Death tomorrow morning. That was a blatant hint, and the smart ones would realize it. Well, unless they are a certain Nara, who, according to Ino, needed some Ino trademark kick in the shin before he was willing to put in the effort to think about the situation. Poor boy. The very first question the hint should have provoked, for both foreign and local ninjas, was, what is Forest of Death? And they were supposed to investigate. It's why they were given 1 day of free time, instead of being instantly dragged there. Once they figured out that the Forest of Death was a very dangerous and big training ground, usually used for large-scale and long-term survival training exercises, it wasn't a stretch to realize that's where the second part would be taking place. They would not be meeting at its entrance unless they were using it. Which, logically, meant a several-day-long survival exercise. Hence, anybody worth the Chunin rank would naturally prepare themselves and pack enough supplies for an extended mission. This wasn't rocket science. Getting intel on the place of their next mission is basic stuff taught at the academy. And yet, Rin knew many participants were going to show up without supplies. Frankly, he was one of the people who did not like that only Shikamaru got promoted in canon. But living here, and seeing these intricacies and hidden parts of the Chunin exams that the proctors were evaluating participants on, Rin was starting to realize why it happened. There was a lot more to these exams than what was visible at first glance, and while nobody expects flawless perfection, basic competency was a must. That said, Rin watched as Hinata sealed a portable stove into a seal and gave the girl a deadpan look. He doubted the proctors expected that anybody would bring an entire kitchen to the Forest of Death. He then felt, through the security seals enwoven in his apartment, that Ino sealed her bed into a scroll. And he didn't even resist the urge to facepalm. "Are you sure you have everything?" he asked with an incredulous expression hidden by his palm, just as Hinata finished sealing the last item from her pile, a big pot. Why was she bringing a big pot? He had no idea. He supposed it could be used to bludgeon someone's head or something? He could not really throw stones from his glass house. Sage only knew what kind of garbage he had sealed in his wrist storage seal. "Oh! I forgot my teddy bear. Thanks for the reminder." The Hyuga girl happily sprang up and ran out of the living room, leaving the disgruntled Rin alone. But as exasperated as he was, deep down, he couldn't be more proud of his girls. Because really, sleeping on the ground was just not comfortable. Bringing a bed made sense, no? A proper ninja brings his bed with him. A smirk tugged on Ren's lips. He would have to ask Ino to send him the memory of her unsealing it during the exams. He really wanted to see Shikamaru's expression once she did that in front of him. And Hinata loved her teddy bear ever since he got it for her on her last birthday. It was supposed to help her practice with chakra strings to improve her chakra control. But the girl had gotten the bright idea to sew inexpensive chakra metal threads underneath its exterior, and if she channeled her chakra through them, the fluffy teddy bear would harden so much, she could blast tree trunks by swinging it like a weapon. She called it death by hardened fluff technique. She could also channel her lightning chakra into the teddy bear through the chakra strings, giving it a facsimile of lightning chakra armor while being able to control it like a puppet via her chakra strings. It was a pity that the preliminary matches were fixed. He would have loved to see Kankuro's expression once Hinata whipped out her teddy bear of lightning doom and used it like a puppet against his puppets. Being drenched in noodles might not have been the most embarrassing thing he had experienced in Konoha if that happened. He was just lucky Rin had no way of altering the matchmaking. Chapter 138, Scouting the Opposition. Hinata and Ino came to the entrance of the Forest of Death, seeing that some teams were already gathered and waiting for the exams to start. The teams did not seem to interact much. Everybody was more or less in their own claimed place with their teammates, away from other teams. Hinata smiled to herself at that. Clearly, they all recognized that the next task would make each other enemies, so everybody was already wary. She would not put it past certain participants to use subtle techniques on others before the thing even started. Speaking of which, Hinata gave Ino a small exasperated look as she swatted her Yin chakra away, preventing Ino's subtle attempt to slip one of her Yin clones into her mind. Ino playfully stuck out her tongue for a moment before giving her an unapologetic smile. I am just trying your vigilance. I am sure that's it. Hinata rolled her eyes with a clear sarcasm written in her tone. That said, Hinata did believe Ino. She knew the Yamanaka could not keep her mental clone in her victim's mind for long periods of time. Ino has tried to fix that issue for months now to no avail. It gave her so much frustration that Hinata once caught her punching her own pillow in anger. Much to Ino's mortification. But while the Yin clones were quite useless as a preemptive strike before the battle even began. And I am sure the little bit of your hidden Yin chakra you are sneaking into people's systems around us is also just testing their vigilance, isn't it? Hinata amusedly remarked with a small giggle that she quickly covered with her hand. Of course. Ino gave her a mischievous wink and replied with a grin. It's just a little something that would make it easier for me to use my techniques on them later on if my chakra stays in their system. It's completely harmless. But then her grin quickly fell off her face. Though, there are some people who actually notice my little intrusion and flush my chakra out of their systems. She said with a small inkling of seriousness, and Hinata's eyebrows furrowed as Ino frowned. Hinata quickly activated her Byakugan and looked around at their future competition, especially the ones Ino quickly pointed out through their telepathy seal. Yes. Some of these people look like they have no business being in the Chunin exams. Hinata muttered back to Ino in a whisper, covering her speech with a quite clever application of chakra that would prevent anybody from overhearing it or reading her lips. Dispelling Ino's intrusions did not require a lot of power. It was something that required skill and awareness of one's chakra that Genin level Chunin wannabes usually should not possess. Mid to elite level Chunin in their mid-20s? Alright, Hinata could see them having the skill and awareness of their chakra system to notice. Jonins? Indubitably. They wouldn't get the rank without it. Then there were people with special bloodlines like her. Niji was already giving Ino a very annoyed glare, which quickly switched to her. Then back to Ino. And to her. And now he was glaring again at her. That boy. Hinata inwardly sighed in dejection. But many of the participants who shook off Ino's attempt did not have any visible bloodline, and clearly, they should not be Chunin or Jonin if they were participating in the Chunin exams. There were people from Kumo, IWA, Kusa, the red-haired Jinchuriki kid from Suna that Rin warned them about, and a few more. Even one Konoha ninja who had round glasses and looked like a complete wimp glanced at them with a small frown. What the hell? She thought they were going to compete with kiddies for an insignificant rank up they could have gotten any time by just revealing their true abilities. But clearly, there were some skilled people gathered in these exams. She wondered if Rin had known this in advance and planned for it. It would certainly explain his desire for them to keep their prowess secret until the exam's third phase. That one especially. Hinata sent a mental image to Ino through their telepathy seal, showing one of the Kusagakure ninjas that looked sketchy as hell. She has enough chakra to compete with the Hokage. Hinata's frown deepened as she said that, and even the last vestige of playfulness left Ino's expression upon hearing that. It's not just the quantity of it either. Naruto and that red-haired boy have them both beat in that department. Hinata muttered. It's the quality that is concerning. She should not be in the Chunin exams. Jonin? Ino asked with a bit of hope that a lesser village simply sent a senior ninja disguised as a Genin to show off for the masses and get some clients. It would have been a very stupid thing to do. But some villages actually did do that in the past, so it is not as if there was no precedent for it. But her hopes were dashed when Hinata shook her head. More. S-rank. Ah. Ino closed her eyes and let out a small sigh. Well, shit. because that obviously meant there was something more sinister at work than just the stupidity and desperation of a minor village throwing caution to the wind and scheming to earn more clients. No S rank would ever participate in the Chunin exams without a good reason. Usually not entirely ethical reason, at that. It was an ego thing. A wolf does not go and try to compete with chickens. That's beneath him, unless he feels peckish. His presence usually spells nothing good for the chickens. The same logic applied here. We probably should not report them, Hinata Riley said, and Ino reluctantly nodded. It was a tad bit too late for that. In the middle of all these juicy, talented genin hostages from every village? Ino huffed with an eye roll. Of course, reporting them was not an option. If it went wrong and they were hostile, it would be a bloodbath. One that could easily start the next great ninja war if too many valuable genin died here. The villages did not send their bottom feeders to the Chunin exams. Every village wanted to get their kids to the last phase, where they could show off their village's prowess. It was basically a look. Our genin are already this strong. Imagine what our Chunin and Jonin can do, kind of statement to the civilian masses. These kids were the future of their villages. It's why she and Hinata were here, Ino mused. Neither of them was asked if they wanted to participate by their clans. No. They were told that they would be competing. Their desires were not considered in the equation. Not that they could be mad at their parents too much. Their parents did not have much choice in the matter either. It was most likely the Hokage who ordered the clans to send their kids. It wasn't even a bad order either. It was actually pretty smart and completely sensible. With the exams in Konoha, their safety was assured. Ino would eat Hinata's teddy bear and face the consequences if Konoha did not have several ANBU teams all around the Forest of Death today. It was very likely that no Konoha clan heir would be dying this day. Well, unless... Ino's eyes briefly flickered toward the hidden S-rank ninja, but she quickly averted her gaze to not alert them. Such a thing is expected from Konoha. Every village did things like this. The ANBU would not be helping any participant. There were lines that the village could not overstep. But saving a clan heir on the verge of death? That much was easily allowed and wholly expected. The other villages were okay with it because, well, then they could do this shit too, when they hosted the exams and faced no reprisal. And would you look at that? Ino inwardly chuckled. All those political lessons with Rin paid off. I don't think I could think of half this crap without them. She hummed to herself, her eyes idly scanning the crowd until she noticed Asuma and Kurenai coming, with the rest of their teams following them like lost ducklings. Ino weakly elbowed Hinata's side to get her attention before nodding with her head toward their approaching teams. We should go and join them. Yeah. Hinata nodded. I am done sending an alert to Ren about the S rank here. Woo! Telepathy seals for the win. Ino grinned and sent a telepathic message to Hinata, making her giggle as Ino linked her arm with hers before they started walking toward their teams. If they could not report him or her to the nearby Jonin without risking a bloodbath, then they could at least do this much. What Ren did with that knowledge, or what the higher-ups did with it if Ren reported it, that was not their problem. Besides, there should be some fancy detection barrier all around Konoha. What were the chances that the village did not know about the S-rank ninja participating in the Chunin exams? And who knows? Maybe the disguised ninja was somebody hailing from Konoha all along. Chapter 139, Meeting with Teams. Hello, guys. Hinata greeted her and Ino's teams when they came closer. Ino threw her own, yo, at them with a cheerful grin and a small hand wave, knowing full well that it would offend Kurenai's sensibilities about propriety. At first, she did these kinds of things because she heard Rin describe the woman as beautiful. It was plain jealousy. And she only intended to do it a few times. Then she noticed Kurenai's subtle reactions to it, and Ino just couldn't help herself. She was a Yamanaka and mentally screwing with people was her entire thing. It really did not help that she enjoyed it so much. And Kurenai never reprimanded her because she believed it was not her place. To be fair, it really wasn't. It was Asuma's. Who never did it. That probably didn't win him much favor with Kurenai, but then again, Ino doubted he even noticed something was happening. Men, right? But today, the woman barely twitched at Ino's casual disrespect hidden behind the veil of childish innocence. Instead, Kurenai was preoccupied by giving Hinata a worried look when she noticed the Hyuga girl clutching a teddy bear, of all things, to her chest. Right in the middle of the hostile, enemy teams, who were looking for a weak, easy target. Even Asuma almost dropped his cigarette from his mouth when he spotted Hinata, having a hard time believing the balls of steel on the Hyuga girl. He knew well how strong she was from all the Ino's rants about her defeats and spars against her. And Ino? Asuma knew she was hiding her prowess, but she was no Chunin. He could tell that much. He would guess her at an elite Chunin level? It was hard to gauge because he never really saw her go all out, and the girl was annoyingly good at suppressing her own chakra. But high Chunin for her sounded reasonable in his mind. After all, she only graduated half a year ago. Surely, she could not be much stronger than that, right? Hello, Hinata. Kurenai said as her smile turned a bit strained. Are you sure you want to bring that into the forest of death, Hinata? She asked, gesturing at the teddy bear. Hinata, however, only gave Kurenai a beaming, wide-eyed smile as she proudly and loudly announced while stretching out her hands that held the bear, "This is my teddy bear, Kurenai-sensei. I have problems falling asleep without him. His name is Doom." Kurenai's eye twitched at that. Just as quite a few eyes from the surrounding Chunin teams turned toward them. Yikes! Ino felt a shiver go down her spine, getting a worried glance from Shikamaru, the only one who noticed. He probably misunderstood why she slightly shivered, though. Doom was about right for that infernal stuffed creature. Ino had once gotten a lightning-clad paw to her cheek from it. It took Hinata 1 hour to heal her broken cheekbone, broken jaw, several cracked teeth, and... Ino inwardly shook her head, chasing these memories away. Nobody who was not punched at the speed of lightning with hardened chakra metal could sympathize. But as Ino looked at their competitors, giving Hinata some subtle, gleeful, and considering looks, she reckoned quite a few people would be able to sympathize with her after today. If they survived the experience. Well, okay. Ino had to admit that despite her viciousness, Hinata was still a nice girl. She was most likely going to heal her victims enough to prevent them from dying. Maybe with a few notable exceptions. Ino glanced at the very reason why Hinata was making herself look like such an easy target. The few Kumo teams who were giving Hinata looks as if she were a nice piece of breedable flesh. And then Ino looked at the few Kumo teams who were just giving her pitying and dismissive looks, etching their faces into her mind so she knew which Kumo ninjas she shouldn't end in a permanent fashion in case she encountered them in the forest. Hearing Hinata's words, Kurenai's strained smile became helpless. You may lose it there. She tried to reason with the girl, but Ino understood Kurenai's plight. It was hard to say no to that adorable, wide-eyed, innocent look Hinata currently sported. Sage knew the girl used it on Ren or even her often enough, and it had always worked despite them knowing she was using it to get her way. Don't worry. He is housebroken and well-trained. He is a ninja teddy bear. Hinata exclaimed with a wide smile that made Kurenai let out a strangled sigh. I see. She concluded with a helpless expression before turning toward Kiba and Shino, who silently watched the conversation alongside Ino's team. Ino noticed that all of them were having dumbfounded looks, except Shikamaru, who was giving Hinata his Nara trademark deadpan look, probably realizing what she was doing and thinking something about troublesome Hyugas. Ino did not even need to use her Yamanaka techniques on him to know that much just from his expression. Kiba, Shino, Kurenai spoke, I am counting on you to protect Hinata, all right? But, shouldn't it be the other way around, Kurenai-sensei? She wins every spar. Even when both of us fight against her. Kiba sullenly and also loudly complained, not wanting to say he was going to protect somebody whom he saw as an alpha in their team. That would be just insulting to Hinata, in his mind. Your request is illogical, Kurenai-sensei. Why? Because Kiba is speaking the truth. Hinata can defeat both of us, and therefore, trying to protect her despite that would just hinder us as a team. Shina added his opinion, and while his voice was not overly loud, he did not try to be quiet either. Ninjas with good hearing could still hear him well. Ino almost let out a mirthful chuckle as Kurenai's plan to showcase her team's unity and lessen the target on their back backfired. Instead, the enemy teams likely misunderstood the boy's statements and now thought that the wimpy, innocent-looking girl who could not even sleep without her teddy bear was the strongest person on their team, making them an even bigger target in the end. This is where you two brats were supposed to say a simple yes, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai dryly said with a twitching eyebrow and a glare that made both Kiba and Shino freeze in their spots. Fortunately for the boys, Asuma intervened and put his hand on Kurenai's shoulder in a reassuring manner. "They will be fine, Kurenai. Have some confidence in your team," he said with an easygoing smile, one that made it very hard for Kurenai to stay angry. Slumping her shoulders, Kurenai reluctantly nodded, and Asuma's eyes turned toward Ino. "What about you, Ino? You two were not waiting for us long, were you?" "No, Asuma-sensei." Ino smiled in return. "We arrived here just 5 minutes earlier than you." Their teams were supposed to meet at their training grounds before coming here together, but both she and Hinata excused themselves from it, saying they would be spending their night at a friend's place. That it was closer to the entrance to the Forest of Death than their usual training grounds. So, they would rather come and meet their teams here. They were not lying. They just did not say the friend was their boyfriend or that there was not much sleeping included until very late in the night. But despite Ren's reluctance to tell them anything about the Chunin exams, they at least managed to weasel out of him that they would be locked in the Forest of Death for several days, which meant no secret rendezvous with him for them. They wanted to enjoy their last night together for the next several days. Oh, and what a night it was! Ino could still feel all tingly and are you ready for the exams, Ino?" Asuma's voice interrupted Ino's daydreaming, making her owlishly blink and quickly cover the perverted grin that tried to appear on her face. Error. Ino genuinely panicked in that moment, caught off guard. So, in her usual way, she decided that, when in doubt, act brash was the way to go. "Yes, Asuma-sensei. I am prepared," she loudly exclaimed, using the fact that everybody was looking at them because of Hinata's earlier stunt. Turning around, Ino confidently stood with one hand on her hip and the other one sticking her pointing finger at the people around her as she proclaimed, "And I am going to ob you all." She raised her nose up and donned the most arrogant grin in her repertoire. It wasn't even hard, and almost everybody was riled up, causing the hostility in the air to increase tenfold as she heard Asuma utter a silent curse from behind her, followed by a sound that suspiciously reminded her of a palm meeting a face while Kurenai compassionately chuckled at his plight. Ino's grin started widening. Her danger sense suddenly flared. She sidestepped a kunai flying at her, about to graze her cheek, before she plucked it out of the air with a swift swiping motion of her hand. A long tongue was coming toward her hand, or rather, the kunai, and Ino acted on reflex, swiping the kunai's blade at the tongue, causing its owner to suddenly widen her eyes at Ino's speed, before she threw herself back in order to not lose said tongue, her feet sliding a few feet on the ground. Ino didn't have the time to contemplate what the S-rank kunoichi from Kusa was playing at. That was barely mid-Chunin level speed. They probably played along to keep their cover. But more importantly, Ino continued her sweeping motion, letting its momentum carry her body into a spin until she ended up facing a completely opposite direction, her hand with the kunai ending pressing its blade's edge on the neck of the proctor lady who appeared behind her just as she had thrown the kunai. Anko's brown eyes met Ino's blue ones, and her pupils shrank into pinpricks as Ino could hear Anko's breath slightly hitch from behind her frozen bloodthirsty grin as she registered the kunai pressed against her artery, and her body subconsciously stiffened. Clearly, that wasn't the result she expected. It all happened within 2 seconds. It was so fast that some of the Chunin hopefuls still didn't quite catch up with what happened and just dumbly stood around, watching the scene, but having problems properly registering it. Ino's grin finished widening as she slowly pulled the kunai away from Anko's neck under the dumbfounded gazes of everybody but the disguised kunoichi, who was giving her a slightly impressed one. "Here! You dropped this." Ino casually threw the kunai to Anko with a smug smirk, causing the woman's lips to twitch as she swiped it from the air and, with one smooth motion, put it back into her pouch. "I like you, kid," Anko eventually said with a small head shake as she noticed most teams now being too afraid to even look in Ino's direction. Ino was very pleased with that. Being a target was not her style. No. She was the hunter here, and she needed to let everybody know that. Her eyes then challengingly met the ones belonging to the kunoichi, and after a bit of staring at each other, she received the most patronizing smile in her life, causing Ino's elated mood to instantly drop as her smirk turned into a scowl. The whole fun of winning the unspoken dick measuring contest felt somewhat tarnished by it. Ino could practically hear the amused and unsaid, "Well done, child," from that smug bitch. Seeing Ino's scowl, the kunoichi's smile widened, and she even let out a slow chuckle before she turned around, slowly walking back toward her team while showing Ino her back as if daring her to attack. It basically screamed, "You can't hope to hurt me," to Ino's body language reading skills. With a huff, Ino crossed her arms on her chest and looked back at the chuckling Asuma and Kurenai with a narrow gaze, daring them to say something. "Good luck with this mess, Ino," Asuma lightheartedly offered before he turned around and started dragging Kurenai away with him. "Troublesome blonde," Shikamaru loudly groaned, completely dismissing Ino's attempt to look cool. "Did you bring any food, Hinata?" Choji wasn't even paying attention. This damn team. Ino thought in disbelief. No respect at all. But before she could say something out loud, Anko's voice interrupted her. "Okay. Gather up. The exams will be starting soon, and I need to explain things." Ino looked at Anko, noticing the small smirk rising in the corner of her lips, and Ino's jaw almost dropped from the audacity of this bitch. She had interrupted her on purpose. This sucked. Her whole declaration of beating everybody up just flopped. Orochimaru wore the skin of a female Kusa ninja during the exams. It's why he is a she here when I write it from Ino or Hinata's perspective. Chapter 140, Rin's Target. Rin watched the whole interaction between Anko, Ino, and Orochimaru, laughing at how it ended for Ino. She had definitely lost that one, and the Yamanaka girl knew it. She also knew that quite a few of the participants had noticed. Oh, how that must burn her ego. This was also why he wanted his girls to go through the Chunin exams. They were powerful. No doubt about that. But they still lacked a whole lot of experience. Ino could mind-screw many ninjas into doubting themselves. But dealing with somebody mind-screwing her? Not so much. It is going to be a valuable experience for her. The following moments ensued similarly to canon. The explanation was the same. The task was the same. The proctor was still Anko. Choji still asked about food. And Shikamaru still groaned out loud, troublesome. Except, Naruto did not have any sarcastic and clever remarks that would earn him a kunai scratch on the cheek after Anko's warning of the dangers in the forest, making Rin quietly proud. He quite liked this butterfly effect. Karen was good for the boy. He still acted childishly from time to time, and even the red-headed Uzumaki could not get him to abandon orange color in his attire, but she gave him the attention and family he so dearly craved. Sasuke was also much friendlier after training with Guy. At least, that's what Rin heard. Sakura was begrudgingly civil with him. Hinata and Ino were also his friends, which meant the ever-meddlesome Ino dragged Shikamaru by his ear, and Choji with the promise of food, into this dynamic. Rin guessed that Naruto probably did not feel the need to act out. After all, he had everything he had ever wanted. Friends. Family. People who acknowledged him. The only thing he did not have yet was the Hokage hat. For the next several hours, Rin boredly watched, relaxedly sitting in a nearby tree in plain view of any ninja who bothered to look, as the scrolls were distributed and the teams slowly made their way to their respective entrance gates. It looked so fast in the anime, but in reality, the travel time could not be just cut out of the equation. By the time everyone was in the position, it was already late afternoon. Rin did not follow Ino or Hinata's teams as they made their way to their gate. Instead, he waited, wanting to see when exactly Anko would be alerted to the discovery of the 3 Kusajinin corpses that Orochimaru used to infiltrate the exams. It happened only a few minutes after the signal to let the participants into the forest, and sent the whole monitoring team into a frenzy as Anko rushed away from the command center, probably going to check out the corpses. Rin smiled. That was good for him. With them sufficiently distracted and on the lookout for the 3 Kusajinin, the chance of encountering some pesky Konoha ninjas trying to stop him significantly decreased. He sent a mental nudge to Hinata through the telepathy seal, signifying that he was ready when she was, and vanished from his spot with body flicker. It was time to suit up. Rin, wearing his cartoonish Toby costume with duct-tape red clouds made of paper on a black coat, appeared in front of Hinata, causing her to raise her eyebrow at him while the corners of her lips started to twitch upward. He looked ridiculous. Realizing what went through the girl's head, Rin grinned at her. After all, that was the whole point of the costume. Ren's eyes glanced at Kiba and Shino, who were knocked out behind Hinata. Their unconscious bodies were sitting on the ground and leaning on a tree trunk. Had problems with your teammates? Rin casually asked. She was acting like a sort of beacon for his teleportation and was supposed to signal him when the air was clear around her. But her go-ahead signal came a bit later than he expected. Yeah. We were tracked by quite a few people. Hinata nodded with a wry smile, aware that it was her fault because of how much attention she drew to her during the preparation time. It wasn't safe to leave my team or knock them out until now. Sorry. It's okay. I am glad to see that you are responsible, Rin said as Hinata approached and hugged him, her arms circling his waist. She lifted her head, giving Rin an adorable look as she trailed off. So? Rin lifted his eyebrow at her in amusement, secretly enjoying how she was pressing her soft chest into him. We are alone. In the forest. Anything could happen. Hinata hummed, pressing herself more into Rin. I guess you were right. Rin nodded in agreement as his hand finished wandering and ended up firmly grasping Hinata's butt. The girl flushed with a big, eager smile, decorating her expression. Why dash? Suddenly, Rin let go of Hinata, and she spun, drawing a long needle in the process before tossing it into the tree line. A moment later, an explosion resounded through the surroundings as the explosion seal on the needle went off, and a charred husk of a person fell to the ground. He didn't manage to let out even a single shout before he was dead. Rin looked at the corpse, noticing the half-melted Kumo headband, and wryly chuckled. As you said, anything could happen, so we'd better not get distracted, he said with a small head shake, causing Hinata to pout. She should have noticed him far sooner. And she would have if she had her Byakugan on. But from what Rin once heard her confess, the Byakugan vision was not very fun. Hinata preferred to look at the world with her own eyes. It was far more colorful that way. She never used it when they were intimate or flirted with each other. Hinata let out a fed-up sigh, giving the charred corpse a small glare, and Rin could not help but to compare the woman in front of him to the memory of watching her child self on the screen as she was hiding in the bushes and shaking in fright because she witnessed Gaara squish his opponent's body into a paste. His Hinata was different. It was yet another butterfly effect he was responsible for. But he also liked this one. I should be on my way, Rin said, making Hinata give him a reluctant nod. Fine. I'll be fending off Kumo idiots for the next few days anyway, Hinata said with a sigh before she gave Rin a short, affectionate kiss and gestured for him to go. Chuckling, Rin kissed her forehead before putting his orange mask on his face as he ran off. He had a quite short time window for his plan. Orochimaru was going to be attacking Team 7, which meant he would not be paying attention to Kabuto. It was time to deal with the biggest threat from the Fourth Great Ninja War. There would be no improvement in Edo Tensei by Kabuto. He was going to permanently solve that problem. Chapter 141, Kabuto and Orochimaru. Rin, clad in his Toby costume, stood on a branch high in the canopy, watching Kabuto and his team resting on the ground under him. Finding their team was no problem. Hinata did all the work for him already. She did not call him in a random location in the forest. Instead, she was following Kabuto with her eyes while staying a kilometer away from him. And while sensing techniques were nice, there was a reason why the Hyuga clan with their eyes was so precious to Konoha. No normal chakra sensor can detect people a kilometer away. There was no snowball chance in hell of Hinata's team being discovered at such a distance. Rin doubted that Kiba and Shino even knew they were tailing somebody as Hinata led them through the forest. The Byakugan was quite busted for things like this. Deciding not to drag this out too much, Rin shrugged and hopped down from the branch, landing on the ground in a crouch directly a few feet in front of Kabuto's team, startling them into action as they jumped to their feet, their freshly opened rations falling onto the ground. "Yo!" Rin lightly exclaimed and raised his hand in a greeting as he rose from the crouch. And it was instantly answered by Kabuto's team leaping at him with the intent to kill him. Rin easily sidestepped, Akata Yoroi coming at him with his blue, glowy chakra leech technique covering his hand, and ducked under a kick from Misumi Tsurugi, chuckling in the process. "Oh my! You two have a hidden talent." Rin hopped back, evading their follow-up combo attack. "Please keep on hiding it." He gave them friendly advice, but for some reason, it only served to enrage them. Before Rin could comment further, a hand covered in chakra scalpel suddenly passed through his chest, to the utter surprise of its owner, Kabuto. Rin huffed. A shadow clone quietly materialized behind the shocked Kabuto. Kabuto's head rolled off his shoulders as the clone unsealed a tanto from his wrist storage seal and, in one swift motion, severed Kabuto's head before the boy could even react. "Heh. Heal that, bastard." Rin glanced behind himself with a small, amused smirk as Kabuto's headless body toppled onto the ground. Retaliating while intangible was impossible. But creating clones was not. Rin's eyes turned toward Akato and Misumi, who froze in their places upon seeing their teammate decapitated. A chill went up their spines. Their legs flexed, ready to jump back. And their chests burst into pieces, blood and gore raining on the surrounding ground as the low-powered explosive seals Rin snuck on the middle of their backs while evading their attacks activated. Needless to say, their hearts couldn't handle it and broke into pieces. Rin watched as the bodies of the two Chunin wannabe traitors powerlessly flopped onto the ground, and shook his head before he kneeled down next to Kabuto's corpse and started searching it. Kabuto was the only one who had a chance to run away from him here. It's why he decided to take him by surprise with one decisive attack instead of giving him a proper fight. The other two, they were at the level of low Chunin at best. Their survival was not in the cards against an S-ranked opponent. "Nothing, huh?" Rin mumbled, a bit irritated. But he guessed that Kabuto had his reputation as a good spy for a reason. There was nothing on his body that could be worth taking, and nothing that could reveal more of Orochimaru's plans. Glancing at Akato and Misumi's bodies, Rin inwardly scoffed. If Kabuto did not have any intel, then he doubted the two throwaway pawns would possess it. But his training did not let him be careless. So, he dutifully searched them, too. It was as big a waste of time as he knew it would be. Well, this was a bit underwhelming, but that's not a bad thing. Rin thought to himself as he stood up and clapped his hands against each other a few times. He didn't dislike easy jobs. In fact, he preferred them. If only all missions were this EAS-. A snake suddenly passed through his intangible body, its fangs bared in an attempt to bite him before it crashed headfirst into a tree trunk and folded on itself like an accordion. With a disgruntled frown, Rin slowly turned around, his eyes landing on a smiling Orochimaru whose narrow gaze was firmly on Kabuto's corpse as he walked from behind a tree. Oh. Despite his smile, he didn't look very happy that his head but buddy was dead. What do we have here? Orochimaru, in the body of the kunoichi with its face ripped off, slowly looked at Rin with anger shining in his eyes as he let out a menacing chuckle when he saw Rin's makeshift duct-taped Akatsuki costume. You must have balls of steel to impersonate Akatsuki. If you hadn't killed Kabuto, I'd offer you a position among my ranks. Let me teach you why angering somebody who was a part of that organization is a bad idea. A hand with a jutsu scroll suddenly passed above the ground from the underground, right underneath Orochimaru, leaving the activated scroll before it burrowed into the ground again in an instant. Orochimaru barely managed to blink as he noticed, before he was engulfed in a very concentrated ball of extremely hot, blue flames. It lasted barely 3 seconds before it vanished, leaving only a charred, smoking corpse of the kunoichi that slowly dropped onto its knees, about to topple forward. Talking isn't a free action, Rin politely informed the charred corpse. Noted. Rin heard from behind as the Kusanagi sword swept through his chest, finding yet again no purchase thanks to his intangibility. Now, that's an annoying ability, Orochimaru said as he jumped back, his interest in Rin spiking. The way he looked at him changed, and he reclassified him in his mind from somebody he would kill to somebody he just had to dissect and study. Rin, however, did not care as he sullenly complained in his mind. Should have used the black hole scroll. But he let out a quick inward sigh, knowing it was just wishful thinking. While he doubted Orochimaru could have evaded a black hole appearing right in between his legs, that scroll had not yet been tested, and Rin simply had no idea how big or powerful the black hole would be. Hell, he had no way of testing it either for now. For all he knew, the black hole could keep on growing and growing. Rin had no intention of being yet another ninja killed by his own experimental technique. Unfortunately, that meant no black holes for him quite yet. You have some very interesting trinkets, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes glancing at the burned remains of the scroll, near his charred previous body. What is your name? I need to know what to call you once you are one of my test subjects, he casually threatened with a smile as he looked back at Rin. Tobi is Tobi! Rin excitedly exclaimed and waved his hands before he, almost casually, hopped to the side, evading a bunch of snakes bursting from the ground under his previous position. With an offhand gesture, the snakes were instantly shredded into mincemeat by a wind-natured cutting technique before they could reorient themselves and attack Rin again. And Tobi loves testing, Rin said with a wide smile under his mask. Nuh. For example, what is 1 + 1? He asked, just as Orochimaru attacked him again, probably hoping that he was too distracted to activate his intangibility jutsu, or just to see it again in action to gauge it better. Orochimaru's sword harmlessly passed through Rin's gut just as he finished asking his question, making Orochimaru raise his eyebrow in amusement, clearly not feeling threatened at all. He was not an S-rank ninja for nothing. He had already understood that Rin could not attack while intangible, and while his sword was buried through his gut, he had to stay intangible. Orochimaru chuckled. You are quite a peculiar one, aren't y-? A shadow clone abruptly appeared behind him and used the same wind-natured cutting technique, only more focused. In an instant, Orochimaru, his face still wearing a conceited, easygoing expression, split into 2 pieces right through the middle from head to crotch. Blood splashed onto the ground. The 2 pieces of his body separated and started to fall in different directions. Snakes burst from each piece and entwined with each other, about to pull the 2 pieces together. Bad Snakey! Rin yelled as he became tangible and used the technique again, severing the reconnected snakes that were trying to pull Orochimaru's body back together. 1 + 1 is 2! Rin's clone exclaimed, 2. As he did the same a moment later, when new snakes burst from the 2 parts of the bodies, and were immediately cut apart again. Both Rin and his clone let out a giggle as they felt the noticeable dip in Orochimaru's chakra reserves. This was actually a bit of fun. Like an alive piñata. Realizing that there would be no reconnecting the 2 parts, a snake, facing a different direction, burst from one part of Orochimaru's body as it hit the ground. The snake opened its mouth wide, and a new Orochimaru whizzed outside of it at breakneck speed. His feet hit a tree trunk behind Rin, where he rebounded and jumped straight at Rin, his face no longer so casual. Rin barely managed to sway his body to the side, evading the surprisingly fast lunge. His hand whipped up, kunai appearing within it with a puff of smoke, its tip nearing Orochimaru's neck. and passing through his body as Rin had to go intangible when Orochimaru's Kusanagi almost stabbed him in the foot. The two ninja leapt back, both sliding on the ground as they watched each other with a newfound respect. To be fair, Rin had to admit that using his intangibility against Orochimaru was hard. He was fast. Reacting properly took a lot of focus, and one mistake could prove fatal. He couldn't really use his better seals either, because that would give away his true identity. It was becoming very obvious to Rin that he would not be killing Orochimaru today. Especially not under the guise of Tobi. He needed the skills and seals associated with his real identity to take the man down. But the experience from this little battle between them would still serve him well when he started to plan his demise. Even if Orochimaru also doubtlessly gained his own insights into Ren's abilities during it. Their staring contest was unfortunately interrupted when Anko barreled out of the canopy screaming Orochimaru's name in fury, stopping in her tracks only when she noticed the standoff between the two cautious ninjas. And that's my cue. Orochimaru chuckled at Anko before his body started to dissolve in mud, the man clearly long gone. Noticing it, Anko shouted, "Wait!" And Rin, just to be annoying, also exclaimed, "Yup. Me, too. Bye-bye, pretty lady." He disappeared into a swirl of space in the air just as Anko quickly turned toward him and outstretched her hand as if in an attempt to stop him. She started but stopped herself when she noticed there was nobody around. Her hand fell back next to her body, and she speechlessly stared ahead, the anger boiling in her building up and up, until she started loudly screaming and throwing techniques around. "What the hell, you two fucking pieces of beep beep beep." Chapter 142, Shikamaru. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were lucky, and their entry gate was quite close to the meeting area. They were waiting until everybody got into position, so the Chunin in front of them would finally open the gates. The anticipation was palpable in the air, and Ino was nearly vibrating with smug anticipation that was throwing Shikamaru slightly off. That troublesome blonde. Sigh. Shikamaru wanted to shake his head, but it was too much effort. He also didn't want to give Ino any hint of his less than flattering thoughts, and the girl was scarily good when it came to body language. The Yamanaka girl was pure evil. A devil. An enemy of all lazy people. A mortal enemy to the happiness of the Nara clan. Shikamaru inwardly shuddered. To think that his parents considered a betrothal between him and Ino. Just the thought of it made Shikamaru horrified beyond words. He could forget his early afternoon nap if that went through. He could forget his late afternoon nap, too. Or his evening nap, followed by going to bed early. The horror! Shikamaru decided not to even think about the fact that the Yamanaka devil would undoubtedly force him to wake up at an ungodly early hour in the morning, like 9 a.m., for training of all things. Another shudder went through Shikamaru's body, and Ino turned toward him with furrowed eyebrows. He only just managed to give her a slightly strained smile before he instantly cursed himself inwardly, hoping she would not pry further into it. Fortunately for him, the blonde devil just huffed and rolled her eyes at him before she turned back toward the gate, and continued to make the poor Chunin guarding it uncomfortable by staring at him as if trying to hypnotize him to open it already. Shikamaru could sympathize with the man. That was the look Ino always gave him when she waited for him to finish his daily dose of physical exercises she threw at him during their training. Now, don't get him wrong. Shikamaru had gotten much stronger under Ino's tutelage. He could admit that much. And he was also smart enough to notice that Asuma didn't really teach them much. It was mostly Ino's efforts that cultivated their team's strength. Asuma threw them a bone here and there in the form of advice, but other than that, he was very hands-off with them. The man was lazy. Shikamaru liked him. But no amount of increase in strength could justify the absolute torture he went through under Ino's care. His schedule of lazing around was ruined. His future dream of having a plain wife, 2 unremarkable kids, a peaceful life, and living past his retirement, where he could enjoy some good shogi while lounging around, was dismissed. Ino downright mocked him, saying that he would never live to his retirement age if he were not strong enough. And when he told his parents? They just nodded in understanding. The traitors. He expected nothing else. What he didn't expect was to be ordered by his father, the patriarch of the Nara clan, to go through every training exercise Ino wanted to put him through. His own father. A fellow Nara. The traitor. They even confiscated his favorite pillow and held it hostage. For the first time in his life, Shikamaru witnessed the ruthlessness necessary to be a great ninja. He stifled another shudder. Fortunately, the betrothal talks between their families, which were practically just his father loudly asking, "Yo, Inoichi, wanna have your daughter marry my lazy-ass son? Your girl knows how to kick his ass into gear." Ha ha ha, when they were both heavily in their cups during one of the clan gatherings, were refused by the slurring and hiccuping Inoichi. Apparently, Ino was already spoken for. And surprisingly, it was to her tutor, the man who apparently trained the she-devil. The man who was responsible for her evil ways. May he forever burn in hell, where all overly motivated people eventually end up. Everybody in the Nara clan knew that the Pure Lands were only for the lazy, not bothersome folk. Duh. Shikamaru still remembered the day when Ino came to him, put her arm around his neck out of nowhere, and sweetly asked him if he wanted to join her in training under her tutor. It was sometime at the start of their last year in the academy. Shikamaru instantly felt an imminent danger from the way Ino smiled at him in that moment, and promptly refused, turning tail the second the pouting blonde girl released him. He patted himself on the back for escaping the obvious plot to corrupt his pure, lazy ways. "Are you kids ready?" the Chunin suddenly asked, pulling Shikamaru out of his thoughts. "Yes!" Ino exclaimed, and Shikamaru decided that sighing would take energy he could instead save by not reacting. He only gave the Chunin a very small, barely visible nod of acknowledgement before slowly turning his head toward Choji. A small smile appeared on Shikamaru's face upon seeing his friend. Choji was still munching on his chips with a newfound intensity. It was kind of intimidating, to be honest, and the Chunin shuffled a bit away from them when Choji gave him a thumb up with one hand while not even slowing his chips munching. But Shikamaru knew the big-boned boy was just nervous. He, too, suffered under the vile training regime of the bothersome blonde. And he, too, became much stronger for it. Shikamaru knew they were ready. Ready to take this exam by storm. No enemy was going to stop them. They were going to finish in 3 days. And then, Shikamaru had grand plans of sleeping the rest off in the tower before he was let go, and he could go sleep some more in his house. He had already planned it. The team to their left was a Jinjutsu user, a Taijutsu user, and a Ninjutsu user. Ambushing them should be EAS. "All right," the Chunin exclaimed after listening to his earpiece. The second phase of the Chunin exam starts. Now. The gates opened, and Shikamaru reluctantly followed Ino, who led their team, into the forest. Ino. He opened his mouth, deciding to persuade his teammate to follow his plan while they ran on the tree branches, deeper into the forest. "We need to steer a bit to the left. We can intercept the team from the nearest gate on our left side. Their composition should not be a problem for us. I also noticed that their Jinjutsu user had a nasty cough. Their Taijutsu user seemed to be easily angered by being compared to his ninjutsu using teammate, who detested both of the others. We can use this information to dash." Shikamaru suddenly stopped speaking, frowning. "Ino, are you listening to me?" He raised his voice a bit, despite the effort it required. He was a little miffed. Ino owlishly blinked, turning her head a bit to him. "HM? Oh. Sorry, Shikamaru. Were you saying something?" she asked with such sincerity that Shikamaru was rendered speechless. He glanced at Choji, who also didn't pay attention and just kept eating while following them. Shikamaru's head dropped. "No, Ino. Nothing important," he helplessly said, lazily deciding that trying to lead this team was bothersome. Ino wanted the position, so she could deal with it. No. He was not sulking. Not at all. "So, "What's the PLA-?" he started asking Ino, but then the foliage to their left shuffled and their team abruptly stopped in their tracks as they jumped onto the ground and got into a defensive formation just as 3 Chunin, those that entered from the gate to their immediate right, walked out of the bushes toward them. Shikamaru inwardly cursed. 2 ninjutsu specialists and a taijutsu specialist. A heavy combat-oriented team from Kiri that was known to be bloody as hell. A bead of sweat dropped down Shikamaru's temple as he subtly gulped, his nerves getting to him. His palms started sweating. Their team fought a few bandits outside the village, but that was it. They have never fought other ninjas in a proper life and death situation. This was the first time for them. He idly wondered if that was the reason why their clans all demanded the younger generation of heirs and heiresses participate in the exams. But it wasn't important right now. Now, he had enemies in front of him, and he was going to deal with them. They were in a dark forest, under a heavily overgrown canopy that cast shadows all around them. This was going to be easy, he tried to encourage himself. Shikamaru's hands quickly joined, making a hand sign. When one of the enemy team members, a ninjutsu specialist standing between his teammates, suddenly flung his arms at his teammates, his fingers brutally striking them with great precision directly into an acupuncture point with chakra poke, sending both Chunin crashing down onto the ground unconscious before they even realized what happened. Of course, the Kiri Chunin's untrained fingers instantly snapped in multiple places, both from the force of his blow and the chakra he channeled through them. But that wasn't important, was it? Shikamaru's eyes bulged out, and his jaw almost dropped. That gentle fist. How? He inwardly exclaimed in utter shock when the Kiri Chunin reached into his pouch and threw the smug Ino his scroll. The exact scroll that their team needed. What a lucky coincidence. A part of Shikamaru's consciousness dryly remarked, but for the most part, he was still too shocked to react properly. Suddenly, the Kiri Chunin seemed to come as if out of a trance. A second of silence ensued. Then the screaming began as the Chunin felt his shattered fingers flaring with pain. But it was short-lived as a split second later, he just collapsed forward. He was unconscious before his body hit the ground. Genjutsu, Shikamaru reckoned. But again, how? He had no idea. Ino didn't even twitch her fingers. The 5th second passed since the Kiri Chunin walked out of the bushes, and Shikamaru had just managed to regain his wits as he gave Ino a blank look, expertly hiding just how much his hackles were raised. He knew that his troublesome teammate was troublesome. But, he glanced at the trio of unconscious Chunin, he had clearly underestimated just how dangerous she could be. This called for some more in-depth thinking about his most troublesomest blonde teammate. And a nap. Can't forget the nap. That should help with the headache. Oh! Would you look at that, boys? Ino foxily grinned, noticing Shikamaru's blank look and Choji's surprised, wide-eyed expression. A free scroll had just landed in my hands. Let's go to the tower. Mama wanna break a record for some bragging rights. She almost vibrated with excitement at the thought. Shikamaru and Choji looked at each other, exchanging a wordless, "What the hell?" before they both sighed as they started following Ino to lead them through the forest. They both knew the blonde was fully capable and willing to drag them to the tower by their ears if they disobeyed. Troublesome memories were troublesome. At least the way to the tower was peaceful as Ino somehow managed to avoid every team with the idea to rush to the tower first to set up an ambush, and not an hour and a half later, Shikamaru was falling asleep in their room, giddily grinning. He had to admit, there were small upsides to being in the team with the blonde she-devil. Like the very big and very comfy bed she had unsealed in their room, and Shikamaru had to spend 10 whole minutes negotiating with Ino to use part of it for himself. Ah! The sheets were so soft. He idly wondered how the other participants were liking their first night in the forest. Chapter 143, Sakura. After Rin left to deal with the bespectacled, gray-haired Konoha Chunin, who was clearly hiding his prowess, he had her tail in the forest, Hinata turned toward her unconscious teammates and let out a fond sigh. She disliked knocking them out. It felt a bit like hurting them, even if she had done no damage to them. The way she utilized her gentle fist, they should wake up completely revitalized and energized, too. She could even argue it was beneficial to them. But she still disliked it. I guess I can let them sleep for a few more minutes. Hinata giggled as she came closer to the two unconscious Chunin and sat in front of them on the ground, giving them a motherly smile while watching over them. She had noticed the black circles underneath their eyes the second they had met at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Clearly, the boys could not sleep well due to all the nerves, and were not at their best. Unfortunately, unlike Ino, the bimbo, Hinata did not intend to rush through this part of the exam like a drug addict in a withdrawal chasing her next fix. Her team was going to be in the forest for at least the next 3 days, and she needed her team at their best. This was a good place for their training. This would be a valuable experience for the boys. And who was she to stand in the way of their personal growth? She didn't want to be that person. They were her friends. She certainly came to think of them like that. And she wanted what was best for her friends. Sadly, in this instance, it meant she had to sacrifice her personal comfort and stay in the Forest of Death with them while giving them opportunities to improve. Hinata's gaze suddenly sharpened as she slightly turned her head to the left, and in one swift, fluid, and well-practiced motion, 2 long, lightning-clad needles were sent flying into the distance, instantly disappearing in the foliage. With her Byakugan, Hinata could see the teammates of the Kumo Chunin she had previously exploded. They were around half a kilometer away from her. One of them heard the barely discernible ruffling of the leaves and turned his head around on an instinct, but it was too late as long needles nailed both him and his teammate in the neck, causing them to gurgle out blood in surprise for a second while the lightning chakra paralyzed them. Then, the exploding seals on the needles activated, and their heads, alongside half of their upper body and upper arms, exploded and showered the surrounding ground and trees with blood, meaty chunks, and bone shrapnel. The rest of their mangled lower bodies slowly fell into the quickly forming puddle of blood underneath them, alongside their lower arms. Almost instantly, several predators darted toward their remains, ready to grab for themselves their fair share of the easy feast. But Hinata closed her Byakugan, not at all interested in watching that. She let out a soft, self-satisfied harumph under her nose. Okay. Maybe revenge was a small, tiny, little part of why she wanted to stay in the forest for a few days. Sadly, she could not kill all Kumo Chunin teams as that would have had some not nice consequences for Konoha. But she could at least permanently take out 2 to 3 of them. And nobody would be even able to complain about her lethal methods if they came at her with malicious intent first. An unsealed main branch Hyuga girl who seemed ditzy and clueless? Hinata knew the Kumo bastards would not be able to hold their greed back. They were going to come for her. A small smirk appeared on her face as she used a chakra string to pull her teddy bear from Shino's lap, where she had previously deposited it. "What do you think, Mr. Doom?" she asked as she hugged the teddy bear, rubbing her cheek on its head. "Do you think they are going to fall for the bait?" Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were exhausted. The exams were supposed to be a breeze. But after encountering the kunoichi, who turned out to be Orochimaru in disguise, they were more than battered. Naruto and Sasuke tried to fiercely fight back, but that only meant they got more injuries as the Sannin played with them for longer. Then, Sakura had to protect the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke when the sound team showed up. But all that additional training with Guy paid off right there. After a few rounds of evasion thanks to the substitution technique and her pre-prepared traps, Sakura managed to hit the girl from their squad with a high kick, right to the neck. It smashed her windpipe. Unfortunately, as both girls realized what happened and that Kin was going to suffocate to death in a short order, Sakura froze in shock while Kin collapsed onto the ground. That momentary lapse cost Sakura a lot. The mummy freak decided that the playtime was over now that one of his teammates was as good as dead. He ran at Sakura and tried to plant his metallic arm into Sakura's nose. She blocked it with her forearm. She just reacted. It was an instinctive action. And she regretted it almost instantly as the bone in her forearm snapped. Fortunately, Lee came to her rescue then. Sakura looked at her feet, her mood falling. She would have been killed if he hadn't intervened. If that punch smashed into her nose, Sakura shuddered at the thought. The rest wasn't very interesting. Lee fought the sound team and got his rear kicked because of their tricks. She wasn't spared some more bumps either, as the other sound Chunin, Zaku, delighted in giving her more and more painful bruises. He was playing with her, really. She had a broken arm, and that made fighting really hard. Then, Sasuke woke up and saved her. Sakura pursed her lips, stopping them from quailing. Under the influence of whatever Orochimaru did to him, Sasuke was brutal. He broke Zaku's neck almost instantly, and Sakura squeezed her eyes shut and took a deep breath, trying very hard to resist the urge to look to the left where the broken body of the mummy guy lay. Not even the heaven scroll from the sound team was spared under Sasuke's frenzied onslaught as he cut the guy into pieces. "Thanks for the save, bushy brows." Naruto's voice pulled Sakura out of her reverie, and she involuntarily found herself giving the boy a dry look. He was just sitting there and grinning like a fool. Sakura let out a sigh. The moron slept through the entire fight and woke up just now, when the fighting was over. "Yes. Thank you, Lee." Sakura spoke, putting as much sincerity into her voice as she could manage, and the green-clad boy who saved her lit up like sunshine upon hearing her words. She would still refuse any offer for a date. Just, no. But he did save her, and that made her feel really bad about her previous bitchy attitude. "Yash! No problem," Lee loudly yelled due to his ruptured eardrums. "We are all comrades from Konoha." "No, we are not." A cold voice came directly from behind Sakura, making chills of fear go up her spine as she flinched. "Not during the exams." Sasuke and Naruto both tensed, ready for another battle. When a snort resounded through the surroundings, a dry female voice alerted them to another presence. "Don't be such a stick in the mud, Niji." A bun-haired girl with a Konoha headband landed near Lee and looked at him with an exasperated sigh, to which the boy just grinned some more, giving him a soft, caring smile. The girl, Taunton, or something, much to her shame, Sakura did not really remember her name, started to not so gently bandage Lee's bleeding ears. Niji also leaped toward Lee, and Sakura noticed he took a defensive position between his teammates and Team 7 before he opened his mouth, probably to argue his point some more. But then, yet another female voice came from directly behind Sakura, making her yelp and quickly turn around as she heard, "Yeah, don't be a stick in the mud, cousin." What was with people ambushing her today? Her heart could not handle much more of this. "Okay." Sakura gave Hinata an unamused glare, to which the Hyuga girl just smirked at her, showing that she did it on purpose. "I can heal. Let me look at your wounds, please," Hinata said while her teammates also arrived, and things just happened from there. Everybody was wary of her offer, but they were not in a position to refuse. Sakura felt a bit envious of how easily Hinata handled all the wariness aimed at her. She didn't even seem to care. Then again, she was always aloof during the academy. The hot Hyuga boy, Niji, of course, he was not as hot as Sasuke in Sakura's obviously correct opinion, clearly did not like Hinata very much. He sneered and glared at her as she started checking everybody who was injured. First, she set Sakura's forearm bone and properly reconnected it with a healing technique that had Sakura's eyes wide. It was so cool. Her bone had been broken not a few minutes ago, but Hinata healed it in a minute flat. Sakura couldn't help but admire Hinata for it. This was something she wanted to learn. She wanted to learn it a lot. "It's still fragile. No fighting or blocking anything with that arm, Sakura-san," Hinata cautioned before she took her medical supplies and stood up, heading to heal Sasuke next. Sakura had no idea what the hell was going on anymore. How she came from fighting, to 3 teams being gathered, and just chatting while getting healed. But she was glad that her fellow Konoha ninjas were friendly. She could see Hinata's teammates, Kiba trying to chat up the bun-haired girl, who watched his weak attempts with amusement. Shino, on the other hand, had a weird conversation with Naruto. Rolling her eyes, Sakura looked toward Sasuke and froze in her tracks. The look he threw at Hinata as she healed his bruises made Sakura's insides freeze. Sakura knew that Hinata was somebody Sasuke had paid attention to for a long time now. but it was mostly connected with him wanting to fight her. But that, dare she say, affectionate and longing look? The world came crashing down around Sakura, and her heart squeezed, all the admiration she previously felt for the Hyuga girl turning into ash in her mouth as she realized Sasuke Uchiha might love Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 144, Hinata. You have no scroll? Kiba asked, giving Team 7 an incredulous look that had them avert their eyes in embarrassment. Sasuke took it especially hard because it was he who, in his rage, used the fireball technique and happened to set Dosa's pouches on fire, accidentally burning their scroll. Niji's team had already left, Niji almost dragging his half-heartedly protesting teammates away, the second Hinata had seen to Lee's ruptured eardrums. So, it was only her team and Team 7 that were still together. That's not good. Why? Because quite a few teams have already finished, perished, or given up. Shino spoke. There are not many available scrolls. Yeah? And you have both scrolls, then? Naruto thoughtlessly yelled out while glaring at Kiba and Shino because he got ticked off by their remarks. But he instantly became abashed as he realized his words could be taken as a sign of aggression. Sure we do, midget. What? Wanna fight us for them, huh? Kiba brashly returned the fire in the same hot-headed, provocative manner, his body language practically screaming, just try it, punk. Deflating, Naruto lost most of his passion as he sullenly muttered, shut up, dawed breath, while crossing his arms on his chest and slumping his shoulders. Hinata inwardly giggled. The boy was throwing a silent tantrum. Who are you calling dawed breath, loser? Kiba, not having enough social experience to understand that Naruto had already capitulated, pressed on, sparking a whole new argument with Naruto, who absolutely hated being called a loser. His previous abashed feelings were completely forgotten the second he heard the insult, and the fire within him flared again. Giving Kiba a glare again, Naruto harumphed. Certainly not Akamaru. He cares for his dental hygiene. Dog. Breath. Arf. Akamaru barked out in agreement, clearly liking what Naruto had said about him. Gasping, Kiba took Akamaru from his hood and held him in front of his chest in his hands. On whose side are you? He exclaimed, feeling betrayed by his closest companion. Arf. What do you mean? It is for my own good. Arf. No. 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 That's just not fair. Arf. Arf. Akamaru barked and stuck out his tongue. Not having any good comeback, Kiba decided that two could play that game. Half, grr. He growled at Akamaru, who gained a smug look. Arf! Kiba's eye twitched, and Naruto, who stared at him and Akamaru in disbelief, was completely forgotten by him. Half-dash he started, but... Boys! Hinata's far too sweet voice to mean anything good, froze him and Akamaru in their tracks. Do I need to get my rolled-up newspaper? She asked with a raised eyebrow, already having enough experience with Kiba and Akamaru's arguments to know how to instantly stop them. No. We are good. Kiba quietly grumbled, and Akamaru gave an apologetic bark as Kiba put him back into his hood. Naruto approached the Inuzuka boy and bumped his shoulder while whispering, whipped. Kiba gave him a stink eye, but then he grinned and whispered back, you have no idea. I do. Naruto replied, I've got it at home, man. Try arguing with an Uzumaki woman. That's impossible. Kiba nodded, and inwardly winced. He knew Naruto and how hard-headed he could be. Adding the feminine natural propensity to having their own truth to that, suddenly, his mother and sister no longer seemed like the worst thing ever. Honestly? Dogs were superior to women. Who needed a woman when he could have a dog? Would you two stop arguing? The seething Sakura suddenly appeared behind them and grabbed one ear from each boy, twisting it slightly. You are disturbing Sasuke's rest. Oh. 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 But we are not arguing, Sakura-chan. Naruto vehemently protested, trying to get her to release his ear. Hands off, bitch. Kiba shrieked and pinned her with a glare promising pain and suffering while grabbing her wrist to stop her twisting his ear more. But he had to be careful because Sakura held him with the arm that Hinata had just healed, and he knew she would not appreciate it if he broke it again. All the while, Sakura stubbornly tried to twist their ears some more. Hinata, sitting next to Sasuke and leaning her back against a tree trunk, let out a mirthful giggle, finding the show hilarious. It was always fun to have Naruto and Kiba in the same room. But adding Sakura to that mix seemed to be nice, too. She decided she would need to organize some get-togethers for their teams later on. She wasn't going to pass up on this kind of entertainment. Idiots! Sasuke scoffed, but his body language betrayed how much he enjoyed their antics. The tension plaguing them as if evaporated, and everybody finally relaxed. Hinata enjoyed the show for a few minutes and waited until Naruto, Kiba, and Sakura settled down before she stood up, getting everybody's attention. Well, since you have fought Orochimaru, I guess that is good enough for me. I will give you 2 scrolls, she casually said, causing Naruto and Sakura to grow excited while Sasuke furrowed his eyebrows. You have a spare set? Sasuke asked, inwardly feeling his inferiority complex flare a bit at that insinuation. Hinata chuckled and pushed her chakra into her wrist storage seal, unsealing a pile of scrolls, giving Sasuke a smug glance that made his scowl. There were 3 Earth Scrolls and 5 Heaven Scrolls. A mind-numbing amount, considering how many teams Hinata's team would have to take out to get them. We also have spares, Kiba proudly announced, ignoring the atmosphere as he started pulling out a Heaven and Earth Scroll from his own pouch. Sasuke's scowl deepened, and he turned toward Shino, hoping that, but Shino dashed Sasuke's hopes with a simple nod, showing that yes, he also had a spare set in his pouch. How? Sasuke trailed off, becoming speechless alongside his teammates, who had their jaws on the floor. Here, their team had a problem getting 2 scrolls, but Hinata's had almost 10 of them. That burned somewhat fiercely. Right there, in the ego. And not only for Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura also felt inadequate. What can I say? Hinata nonchalantly shrugged. For some reason, people were very attracted to our team. You wouldn't believe the number of Kumo genin we encountered, she exclaimed, and while Naruto and Sakura clearly didn't understand the underlying message, Sasuke did, and his expression darkened. The fact that Kumo coveted Byakugan was well known among the clans. There really wasn't any other reason why so many Kumo teams would target Hinata's team. We have fought 2 Konoha, 1 Kiri, 1 Suna, 2 Tsuchi, and 6 Kumo teams, Shino said, and his self-satisfaction could be plainly heard despite his usually monotone voice. Hinata nodded, and she had to say, she was very proud of her teammates. Only her healing skills kept them going as they got injured in most of their battles. And only her scouting capabilities allowed them to get some proper rest in between the fights. But they handled their fair share of enemies while she watched over them. They battled, learned, and improved. She had done for them what Rin had done for her, and she was happy about their progress. It doesn't really matter, Hinata interjected, preventing her boys from bragging some more as she handed Sasuke the 2 scrolls, getting a quiet and a bit unhappy thank you in return. Let's take an hour to rest, but then we should go straight to the tower. The sooner we get there, the better. I have a bad feeling that the second part won't end with just that. She did not have a feeling. She had Ino telling her that there was an entire arena in the tower. Ino's team was the first to reach it, making a new record. And Ino had already done her due diligence, scouting it. Some Chunin had very interesting thoughts, according to what Ino shared through the telepathy seal. It was barely the 3rd day of the 2nd phase right now, and there were already too many teams who reached the tower. The preliminary rounds were practically a certainty. Getting to the tower exhausted and near the time limit would be foolish. Chapter 145, Ambush. Come on, guys. Give it your all. We need to defeat these 2 to rescue Hinata-chan, Naruto exclaimed as he evaded a punch and tried to return it with a kick, but his opponent easily sidestepped. They swung a kunai at his neck, but had to abandon the attack mid-motion and jump back because of Sakura's kunai that almost hit them. "Ack! We know you idiot!" Sakura and Kiba yelled at the same time, but neither lost focus. "If you have energy to talk, then attack harder," Sakura exclaimed, sweat dripping down her forehead as she threw kunai every time their two enemies got an opportunity to attack, trying to force them to retreat. She was on a support duty because of her vulnerable, freshly healed limb, and having her teammates' lives in her hands was taking its toll on her. She was not in the mood for some half-witted motivational speech. "Shanaru! Akamaru! Kai!" Kiba shouted, putting his fingers together in a hand sign after he threw his dog at the black-haired, brown-skinned Kumo kunoichi attacking them. He and Shino had the kunoichi while Naruto and Sasuke were dealing with the Kumo ninja. After eating and resting a bit, their team and Team 7 started their way to the tower, but half an hour later, when they were nearing it, Hinata suddenly shouted that she needed to check something before she darted away from them. It had them confused, but well, both Kiba and Shino thought that their female teammate was very capable and could handle herself. They stopped in a nearby clearing and decided to wait for Hinata. That was when they were intercepted by the two chucklefucks in front of them, who proclaimed they were Jonin from Kumo, and the man mocked them that the little Hyuga princess had 4 more of these bastards after her. Kiba was usually a carefree dude, but even he got a bit worried upon hearing that Hinata was facing 4 Jonin. After releasing the special transformation jutsu of their clan from the puppy-sized Akamaru, he changed into his full, grown-up form mid-flight to the now surprised kunoichi. Akamaru twisted his body and managed to briefly slash his claws on the woman's forearm before she got out of her shock and evaded to the side, barely avoiding Akamaru's body smashing into her as he sailed past her. Her blood still fell onto the ground from the claw marks he left on her forearm, causing her to wince before she snarled in fury. She turned toward Kiba with murder in her green eyes, gripping her tanto harder just as Akamaru's paws hit the ground behind her and he started sliding to stop on them, ready to pounce at their opponent again. But the woman had already leapt at Kiba by then, about to swing her tanto at him, who only had his kunai to guard himself. When Shino's bugs suddenly rose from the slightly higher grass in front of Kiba, making the kunoichi's eye widen as her momentum led her directly into the swarm. Kiba grinned with savage glee. Ha! All that losing to Hinata in spars was not for nothing. He and Shino developed some neat team strategies when they tried to beat her. Not even waiting, Kiba pushed against the ground, leaping into the air while twisting his body into Getsuga as he smashed right through the swarm of Shino's bugs where the kunoichi was supposed to be, hitting something before going right through it. Landing in a crouch near Akamaru, Kiba quickly turned back, only to see chunks of ripped and smashed wood fall to the ground from the swarm. TCH, Kawarimi. He should have expected that. Both Akamaru and Kiba sniffed the air, trying to locate their enemy, only to hear a slight buzz of bugs to the left that had them turn their head toward it. There she was, kneeling on a tree branch while breathing hard, shocked that a pair of Jonin were giving her so much trouble. Kiba would be very happy with himself if he were not weighed down by the crushing need to dispatch her fast. Hinata could be in a lot of trouble, and every second they wasted here was a second they were not helping her. Shino suddenly appeared behind the Kumo kunoichi, and was promptly cut in half at the waist by her sword, only to turn into bugs, revealing it was only a bug clone. The bugs instantly flew at her, desiring to swarm her again. Snarling, the Kumo kunoichi barely managed to jump back, evading the swarm. But Kiba and Akamaru were already there, 2 Getsugas intercepting her retreat route. Showing her exceptional agility, the Kumo kunoichi once again twisted in the air, sliding right between the 2 Getsugas midair, only getting a couple of bloody gashes when their claws briefly scraped against her, but it was still better than being hit head-on. She even managed to coat her sword with lightning and slash it at Kiba as he was passing her, but he managed to block it with the sole of his sandal. Thankfully, Hinata gave him the wisdom to splurge a bit of money to insert a small chakra metal plate into each sole. He thought it a waste. Nobody was doing that. But as he landed on the ground with cold sweat pouring down his neck, Kiba couldn't help but appreciate the advice now. If he hadn't channeled his chakra into the chakra metal plate, hardening it at the last moment, the lightning-coated blade would have gone through his foot like a knife through butter. Fucking crafty brats. The Kumo kunoichi landed and muttered under her nose. Kiba heard it only thanks to his exceptional hearing. Abruptly, she shifted her head down while turning it to the left. A kunai, courtesy of Sakura, impacted the metal plate of the kunoichi's headband, harmlessly bouncing against it, causing Sakura to click her tongue as her cheap shot to the side of the kunoichi's head had not worked out. Seeing that Shino and Kiba had their fight well in their hands, Sakura turned back to her teammates, who were facing the Kumo ninja, the pressure somewhat getting to her as she rubbed her sweaty palms into her skirt before pulling out another kunai from her pouch. Plan 3! Sasuke suddenly yelled out. Got it! Naruto yelled back, and the whole battlefield was suddenly engulfed in smoke. Several dozen shadow clones swarmed toward the Kumo Jonin, who started dispatching them with lightning-fast taijutsu moves, showing the difference between his and Naruto's combat capabilities. A moment later, as he was about to punch a clone in front of him in the face, Sakura's kunai made his eye twitch as he simply leaned his head to the right, letting the kunai barely miss him. This, however, gave enough time for Sasuke, who quickly substituted with the shadow clone in front of the man and shot a fireball from his mouth straight into his face. The man's eyes widened before he was engulfed in flames. Sakura took a small, careful breath. And she felt herself being yanked away via substitution before she appeared in a different location, disoriented. Sasuke's head whipped toward her previous position, only to catch the Kumo Jonin finish breaking the neck of Naruto's shadow clone, who saved Sakura by substituting with her. Clicking his tongue, Sasuke moved forward before he substituted with the clone who jumped at the Kumo Jonin from behind. The momentum was preserved, and he instantly rammed into the Jonin's back with his knees, making the man stumble. Sasuke used his body as a springboard, twisting in the air and sending a Konoha Senpu kick toward the man's face, only for him to put his palm in its path, intending to intercept and catch Sasuke's shin. With the corner of his Sharingan, he caught another clone sneaking toward the man from the side and substituted with that one just an inch away from having his shin caught. His spinning kick was still mid-motion, but it lost most of its force as it hit the Kumo Jonin behind his left knee, causing him to stumble. He let Sasuke hit him as that weak blow helped to move him out of the trajectory of another of Sakura's kunais, and Sasuke inwardly snarled at the small smirk the Kumo Jonin threw him when he noticed it, already in motion to leap away from the Jonin. The smugness of the man didn't last long as the kunai that was harmlessly passing by above his head suddenly turned into Naruto, and the boy's fist smashed directly into the middle of the Jonin's smirking face with enough force to lift him from his feet and send him tumbling to the ground. The Jonin quickly managed to get control of his momentum and pushed himself back on his feet. Snorting a bit of blood from his now broken nose, he gave a narrow glare at the three supposed genin in front of him. Their teamwork was very annoying. He started speaking, wanting to engage in some good old psychological warfare to unsettle the little genin, hoping to hamper their teamwork with it. But before he could get even the first word out of his mouth, some sort of wind technique smashed into his back, courtesy of Naruto, sending him crashing forward, right toward a clone that was nearly instantly substituted by Sasuke. The kunai blade swished through the air. The Jonin managed to land heavily on his feet as the blade of his kunai blocked the blade of Sasuke's kunai. Sharingan eyes met his brown ones. His eyes widened in realization as Sasuke's expression gained a little bit of triumph. Kai! The Jonin instantly broke the illusion and just barely managed to swat away a kunai about to land on his shoulder, thrown by that irritating pink-haired girl. He would have usually just dodged it and focused on the more dangerous Uchiha boy in front of him, but the threat of the orange clone menace popping out of the kunai was too big for him to ignore. If the idiot had nailed him in the kunai to the face instead of punching him, this fight would have been long over. He couldn't believe he felt this much pressure from facing three stupid Konoha genin. Of course, dealing with the kunai took way more effort and attention than just sidestepping it, and Sasuke used the distraction well. The Jonin had realized almost too late that there was another layer to the Jinjutsu and had his neck split open because of it. Unfortunately, he was barely in time and managed to lean back, getting only a skin-deep nick instead of a ripped-open, bloody gash on his neck. His fist smashed through the head of the boy in front of him. But the annoying Uchiha was already substituted by another shadow clone that just popped out of existence. The Jonin jumped up, evading a few small fireballs about to smash into his back, and caught a branch with his hand. Somersaulting around the branch, he landed on it with his feet and flexed his chakra as his hands started quickly going through hand signs. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. He exclaimed and sent the technique crashing down at the annoying Chunin and clones on the ground. The technique hit with a blinding flash of lightning, sending a rumble through the surrounding area as the airwaves swept through the vicinity, causing the man to brace himself on the branch with his chakra. The Kumo kunoichi suddenly body flickered next to him and threw him an annoyed glance. "You could have at least warned me first." She grumbled, but from her labored breathing, he could tell that she desperately needed the distraction. "Tisk." The Jonin clicked his tongue in reply, his eyes trying to find the Chunin, hoping they were dead. But they had no such luck. All 5 of the Chunin appeared on the other side of the devastated area, more or less fine. The Jonin sullenly realized that the Orange Menace probably managed to get them all out of the way of his technique with clone substitutions just before his electromagnetic murder hit. This was supposed to be the easy job. Just dispatching a few wet-behind-the-ears Chunin. He sighed. Chunin, his well-sculpted ass. The only one on the level of Chunin from these 5 was the pink-haired kid. And even she was good enough cannon fodder, capable of throwing her kunai with passable precision. Well, at least the clones were dealt why. The area was suddenly engulfed in white smoke once again before the smoke quickly dispersed, revealing another small army of eyesore orange shadow clones, causing the Jonin to release a long-suffering groan. "Oh, you gotta be shitting me," he grumbled under his nose, in disbelief at the amount of chakra thrown left and right by the kid. This was starting to get ridiculous. Should have gone after the Hyuga girl instead. Chapter 146, Hinata 2. Got you, girl. Be good, don't resist, and nobody needs to get hurt. Hinata heard from one of the 4 Kumo ninjas surrounding her from all sides, and couldn't help but feel her lips twitch in amusement. What kind of kidnapper tells their victim that? Seriously, these people. Halfway through her and her friends' run to the tower, Hinata suddenly noticed 6 Kumo ninjas gaining on them. She recognized them as some of the Jonin accompanying Kumo Chunin teams and instantly wondered how the hell they managed to sneak into the forest. But she didn't have much time to think about that and had to act. She gave her teammates and Team 7 some quick excuse before dashing away from them, recognizing that she was the target of the Kumo ninjas. Fighting the 6 of them alone was one thing, but fighting them while also needing to protect 5 kids was quite another thing entirely. She was confident she could come on top even against 6 Jonin as long as they were not the elite of their village. Considering she did not see anybody famous in her pursuit team and had memorized the bingo book, she doubted that was the case. She did have faith in her teammates and Team 7. When 2 Jonin split from the main group and went after her friends, Hinata wasn't overly panicked. She did worry. But she knew her friends were capable enough to handle them. That was, however, in a fight where they had a numerical advantage, fighting 5 versus 2. If she had faced the Kumo Jonin with her teammates, it would have been 6 versus 6. Somebody from her friends would definitely get at least hurt, if not outright killed, in all the ensuing chaos. So, Hinata decided that handling the Jonin on her own was for the best. Which led her to this situation. She didn't want to leave too far away from her team. She was barely 700 meters away from them right now, and with her Byakugan, she could still keep an eye on their battle. Unfortunately, wanting to stay with them within the visual range of her Byakugan meant she could not really run away from her pursuers. "You are quite dumb, aren't you?" Hinata gave the man who spoke an incredulous look. "Are you really a Jonin?" She understood that the man was simply trying to get her to come with them willingly. She reckoned not having to fight and subdue her would have made their mission much easier. It was a sensible move. Just as trying to make her opponent angry was a sensible move on her part. That said, she didn't ask only for fun. This whole thing was very sketchy. Surely, the Reikage was not stupid enough to think he could do this kind of thing without any consequences. This whole thing made no sense. The previous attempt to kidnap her was, loath as she was to say it, smart. It was during an important diplomatic event between Konoha and Kumo. And it was planned well. It almost succeeded, too. But this? This was an event between more or less all major and minor villages. If it became known that the Reikage had his Jonin ninja interfere and try to stage a kidnapping during the Chunin exams, his village would be done and dusted on the diplomatic front for several years to come. No matter how she looked at it, Hinata had to admit that the risks were not worth the reward, so she wondered what was going on. Look, girl. The ninja started to sound exasperated. You are surrounded and have nowhere to run. We will also have your friends either captured or killed in a few minutes. Come with us willingly, and we might spare them. Hearing him, Hinata hummed. Oh, well. It's not as if this most recent stupidity of Kumo mattered right now. She unsealed her teddy bear, sending the 4 ninjas into alert, only for them to feel foolish when they saw her hugging the plush toy. Hinata then proceeded to sit cross-legged on the grass, with Mr. Doom in her lap. Hurt me? She tilted her head with a gentle smile as she slowly spoke. I think you are misunderstanding something, gentlemen. I am not trapped here with you. You are trapped here with Mr. Doom, she said, and her hands let go of the teddy bear. Yet, nothing happened as she let her words hang in the air for a few seconds, giving her opponents the time to properly register what was said. The Kumo Jonin exchanged a few glances before the lead ninja, the one who spoke to Hinata, sighed, hard way it is, then. He wryly smiled and was about to attack Hinata with the intention of knocking her out. Well, he had at least decided to be gentle about it. Sadly for him, he put his guard down, thinking that she was just an arrogant, sheltered genin who hadn't seen what's out there in the world just yet. So, when the teddy bear suddenly appeared in front of his face, about to deliver a spinning kick to his nose, the Kumo ninja could only watch in mute astonishment, his eyes slightly widening, for the split second before the plushy limb smashed into his head with a great momentum, cracking it like a grape and showering the ground in chunks of his brain, bone fragments, and blood as the chakra metal threads within the plushy toy made it much harder than even the best quality steel. Not expecting the surprise attack by a plush toy, the 3 remaining Jonin froze as the corpse of their comrade fell lifelessly to the ground. But Hinata's loud, "Go Mr. Doom!" Woo! Instantly woke them up, and Hinata suddenly found an onslaught of elemental attacks heading her way. Smiling to herself, she had decided how to deal with these people. A flicker of lightning chakra zapped around Mr. Doom for a moment before he was enveloped in the stuff, electrically charged chakra protectively coiling around him like an armor. With a loud bzzzt noise, Mr. Doom disappeared from his place, and all the elemental attacks were suddenly punched through, seemingly at the same time as he appeared, punched, and disappeared again at barely traceable speeds, making him look as if he was teleporting. The 3 Kumo Jonin saw it happen and paled, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lightning chakra armor. One of them muttered in fright, cold grip of panic creeping into his voice. They couldn't fight that. They could not even REA. Hinata's smile became sharp. In a surge of lightning, Mr. Doom disappeared again. And the fight was over. Hinata-chan. We are here to save you, Naruto loudly shouted as he fiercely flew out of the tree line with wild abandon, only to stop in his tracks with a slack jaw when he saw the pieces of broken bodies of 4 Kumo ninjas on the ground, full of electrical burns and other physical damage. Hinata was happily sitting on the grass in the middle of all that carnage, cheerfully humming a tune while looking Mr. Doom over. Blinking, mostly for a show, Hinata turned her face toward Naruto with visible amusement shown in her expression, and raised her eyebrow at the boy, causing him to flush in embarrassment. Idiot! Why do you have to scream while we are trying to ambush people? Sakura landed behind Naruto and yelled out, furiously punching the back of his head, making him faceplant the ground. Chuckling, Hinata turned her attention back to Mr. Doom, and her good mood slightly soured. Ha! She inwardly sighed when she saw the damage her lightning chakra armor variant wreaked upon the plushie's insides. I am still not good enough, eh? There was no snowball chance in hell she could don it on her body when only a short few minutes of usage would demolish her organs in a similar manner it destroyed a lot of Mr. Doom's insides. Then again, this was a great way to practice the technique. There was no risk of bodily harm, and because Mr. Doom was connected to her only through the chakra strings, it took much more effort to prevent the self-inflicted damage from the lightning chakra armor. Hinata firmly nodded to herself. Once she mastered this without damaging Mr. Doom, it was going to be much easier to use the technique with her body. While Hinata was pondering that, Kiba, Shino, and Sasuke awkwardly exited a nearby bush after seeing that there was no one left to ambush. Sasuke walked toward Hinata and asked, "Are you fine?" Hinata nodded. Yeah, they were not particularly impressive. She idly commented, not noticing how Sasuke's heart felt as if hit by several arrows at that admission. Here, he and his team struggled against 2 people while Hinata alone handled 4 of them. Rage abruptly pulsed through his body, only for him to notice Hinata's carefree smile, and suddenly, the ugly feeling was gone as quickly as it appeared, while Sasuke was left standing there, feeling at a loss. "Yeah," Naruto exclaimed, not one to be discouraged. "We dealt with our opponents, too." Kiba scoffed. "One of the 2 managed to escape, though," he told Hinata. "All right. That's fine. We should continue on our way, then. The sooner we reach the tower, the safer we will be." Hinata, not paying attention to Sasuke, stood up from the ground and patted her legs to get rid of any grass that stuck to them. With that, they were again on their way. 30 seconds after Hinata and her friends left the place, another Hinata, a clone, suddenly emerged from the ground and looked toward the north, watching the fleeing last remaining Kumo Jonin, the man who fought with Team 7. He was already 1.5 kilometers away. Hinata's lips pressed into a thin line. With a sigh, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a simple coin, putting it into a flicking position in her fingers before she took aim. "Forgive me, but I can't have you return to Kumo," Hinata murmured in an apologetic tone as lightning surged out of her hand for the next 20 seconds, building up all the while she was slightly moving her hand, correcting her aim. Suddenly, the surge of lightning chakra stopped, and the eyes of Hinata's clone gleamed. "Railgun!" She flicked the coin. Back in the tower, Ino was with her team in their assigned room. Shikamaru was on the bed, as usual. Choji was eating, as usual. And Ino had just come out of the shower, feeling a bit lonely. She usually had her showers with Ren, and that quickly led to some juicy hanky-panky. She was missing it. It just wasn't the same without Ren there with her. She tried to push these feelings away by spending the last hour brushing her hair, and she was proud to say she attained perfection. Clad in her pink bathrobe, Ino opened the window and stretched her arms with a contented sigh that quickly transformed into a smile as the pleasant rays of the sunshine landed on her face. "What a nice day we are having, dash." Suddenly, a deafening roar swept through the forest of death as a blindingly fast, massive blue flash of lightning chakra beam tore through the forest right in front of Ino's eyes, decimating everything in its path while leaving an empty gash through the forest, where it burned away all it passed through. But the flash was over almost as fast as it appeared, only for the shockwave to hit a split second later. Ino was almost blown away. She only barely managed to brace herself and stick her feet to the ground with her chakra as she lowered her center of gravity, resisting the force trying to send her flying with gritted teeth. Her robes wildly flapped on her body under the frenzied wind, and her hair fared no better, but she held her ground while ducking her head and covering her face with her forearm. Choji was not so lucky. He didn't expect it, and so the shockwave slammed into his body, lifting him from the bed and ramming him harshly into the wall, where his body was held until the pressure passed. Shikamaru hunkered down on the bed after the loud, rude awakening, holding on for dear life as the shockwave washed over him. The unopened windows loudly rattled, and for a moment Ino worried they would break, but the reinforced glass they were made from held. A moment later, the shockwaves finally ceased alongside the deafening booming sound, and Ino could let out a relieved breath as she looked outside the window, seeing that quite a few trees that were previously in the distance were now simply gone. "What the hell is the bitch doing over there?" Ino idly wondered with an unamused deadpan, blowing a bit of air from her mouth to get some strands of her now utterly messed up hair from her face as she straightened. That, however, caused her bathrobe to slide down her right shoulder, and she had to scramble to catch it, because it felt so loose, Ino was afraid it was going to slide off her body altogether. She quickly fastened the bathrobe around her body and turned around, only to freeze when she noticed that their room was an absolute mess. Especially her things, because she was the only one who put in the effort to unpack. Her clothes and necessities were on the bed, neatly folded on the bed before the mini hurricanes swept through their room. Now, they were all over the place, wrinkled and creased, and Ino suddenly blushed as she saw Choji awkwardly staring up at the fan where quite risque, red panties hung on one blade. Disappearing in a body flicker, Ino quickly grabbed the panties and stuffed them back into her wrist seal, her cheeks deep red as she huffed and turned her back to her two gaping teammates. Hinata. Ino closed her eyes. I am going to make you suffer for this. I don't know how, but I will. Just you wait. Chapter 147, Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the council room with his advisors, elders, and the department and clan heads, a tense atmosphere permeating the room. How? He asked in a deep, grave tone, the brim of his hat lowering to cover his very unamused gaze. Despite that, the massive angry frown peeking from underneath the hat still told everybody everything they needed to know about his current mood. How could Orochimaru infiltrate the village so easily? Pass through the detection barrier as if it wasn't there? Pass through all the ANBU patrols? Fool our sensory ninjas? The ANBU commander, sitting a few seats to the right, tensed, recognizing the reprimand for what it was, even if Hiruzen did not outright state it. He inclined his head a bit to show his acceptance. Orochimaru might be an S-rank ninja who knew a lot about Konoha's past security, but after his defection, most of what he knew was switched. In no way should he be able to simply waltz in with no one the wiser, like he had just done. How Hiruzen continued, his calm tone getting fiercer with every sentence. Could Orochimaru infiltrate the forest? Hiruzen's head turned toward Anko, who was kneeling in the middle of the room with some other proctors for the second part of the Chunin exams. The second Hiruzen's disappointed gaze fell on the woman. She flinched, knowing that this monumental fuck-up was squarely on her shoulders. Orochimaru stood a few feet from her when she tried to teach the Yamanaka girl a lesson in humility. The tongue should have been a dead giveaway, in hindsight. Anko's shoulders dropped. She was far too preoccupied being angry at an uppity Chunin girl to even think about it at that time. She felt like a failure. Silence spread through the room, and Hiruzen's eyes landed on Danzo, who was inconspicuously sitting in a seat near the corner, right where he was least likely to be noticed. Their eyes met. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, and his expression became stone-cold. Danzo impassively stared back. The underlying tension in the room spiked, but only very few perceptive people noticed. 2 seconds passed, and Hiruzen turned his head away, murder in his eyes. He had a good idea of how Orochimaru had done it. A very good idea, indeed. Anko, the proctors, and the ANBU commander would get some reprimands. But it was not going to be anything severe because Hiruzen knew very well it was not their fault. For Orochimaru to get through every precaution, he would need help from within. Help from somebody who had access to all documents about the safety nets around the village. Most of these people were in this room. And it really did not take a genius to know who in this room was it. But could he do something about it? No! He could not. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, regretting giving Danzo the opportunity to become such a massive influence in the village that dislodging him without any proof was nigh impossible. But no matter. He was going to task the ANBU with watching out for root activities around the village. That should give Danzo the warning not to try his patience. At least until the Chunin exam ended. He needed him to behave at least until then. Having a major political upheaval within the village during the Chunin exams was very much not advisable. It would show weakness. And vultures love to pounce on the weak. This whole event was to showcase Konoha's strength and greatness, both to clients and to other villages. After the Chunin exams, though, Hiruzen had decided. This was the last straw. Helping Orochimaru infiltrate Konoha could not be forgiven. He was going to work hard at removing Danzo's influence once the exams were over. But for now. Shikaku. The Nara patriarch straightened up with a strained grimace. We tripled the patrols, organized search parties, changed the passwords and codes on many security measures, and we also have our interrogation rooms full, trying to determine where the leaks happened. So far, nothing. He let out a sigh. One, Hiruzen could sympathize with. This whole situation was truly troublesome. I guess that's the best we can do right now. Hiruzen discontentedly muttered, knowing that Orochimaru had most likely already retreated outside Konoha. It's what Hiruzen would have done after a successful infiltration and sabotage mission. It's what he taught his students to do. And Orochimaru was not stupid. Hiruzen doubted they were going to find anything. The man was definitely long gone. Let's move on, Hiruzen said as he took a deep breath and glanced at the Hyuga Patriarch. Orochimaru was the priority, but this next topic was just as big of a mess as his wayward student's reappearance. Kumo. Instantly, anger flashed in the eyes of Hayashi Hyuga, and his posture became guarded while he waited for the next words with extreme caution. Hiruzen inwardly grimaced. He couldn't help but feel bad. The Hyuga Patriarch clearly had no faith in him. Again, in hindsight, he should not have given in to Kumo's demands after the Hyuga incident. The fact that they have tried kidnapping Hinata again was enough proof. But at that time, Konoha had survived the Third War and the Kyubi attack, only for the hostilities between them and Kumo to ramp up right afterward, when the village was at its weakest. Finally, after 5 years of conflict, Kumo agreed to a peace treaty. Hiruzen remembered being elated. Konoha needed rest. It needed peace. It needed to recuperate and gather its strength again. And then, Kumo's ploy almost ruined it all. He found himself at a crossroads. Either give in to their demands for killing their envoy/kidnapper, or restart the hostilities when the village was already straining from prolonged conflict. On top of that, Hiruzen knew that IWA was watching. The only reason why the hostilities between them and Kumo did not spark the Fourth Ninja War was that Minato slaughtered so many of Iwa's ninjas, they literally could not meddle. They were weakened and also needed the time to recuperate their numbers. Kiri began with their stupid blood purges, and had enough problems on their own soil to care what was happening outside of it. And Suna started having economic problems and issues with their daimyo that required their full attention. So, they also could not jump into another war. Thank the sage for small blessings, Hiruzen thought. It was the decision between one clan's discontent versus the village's well-being back then. Hiruzen did not like it, but what choice did he have? As callous as it sounded, the Hyuga clan simply had to take one for the team. Danzo would say it was for the greater good, but Hiruzen knew it was simply the better of the two very bad options. Sadly, Hayashi's wariness was understandable. 6 Kumo teams died, alongside their Jonin, who infiltrated the exams with the intent to kidnap Hinata Hyuga again. Konoha should make a scene out of it and ask for compensation. But Kumo was shameless. Hiruzen already knew how this would go. They were going to complain about the death of their promising Jonin while trying to paint the Jonin as traitors. They were going to try to flip it and make Konoha into the villains here. And the fact that he previously gave in to their demands probably gave them confidence. It was most likely why Hayashi was so anxious. He expected the same thing to happen. But no, the situation was different, and this could not be allowed to stand. I shall send the Reikage a letter, asking for an explanation and telling him that Konoha will not take any responsibility for the death of his Jonin, Hiruzen said, trying to alleviate Hayashi's worries. Unsurprisingly, there were no protests from the people in the room. Nobody wanted Konoha to bow to Kumo again. And the fact that Hiruzen took a firm stance against it relieved a lot of leftover tension in the room. And if Kumo tried to get out of the responsibility by claiming their Jonin to be traitors? Hiruzen inwardly smiled. They might manage it. But not without looking like absolute clowns. If Kumo refuses to pay the reparations, then Hiruzen could at least ruin their reputation. With that, the question of Kumo's kidnapping attempt was over. There was not much to speak about when it came to it. At least, Not until the communication with Kumo started. Then, this topic would become hot, and Hiruzen could already feel the start of a profound headache, just imagining all the arguments it would spark within these chambers. He was not looking forward to that. That leads us to the last thing on our agenda today. Hiruzen said, his lips twitching as his calm facade cracked. Why the hell do I not have a report about who shot an S-rank lightning jutsu in the Forest of Death yet? He asked, and the atmosphere in the room became awkward as people started to look subtly at each other. The truth was, they had no idea. But nobody wanted to be the person saying that out loud. Especially not after this meeting, which was all about Konoha's general incompetence. Seeing how his subordinates acted, Hiruzen couldn't help but want to put his face in his hands while lamenting, why is it always the competent ones that die first? Chapter 148, Sightseeing in Amigakure. While Konoha's higher-ups were experiencing trouble due to Orochimaru, Kumo, and Hinata, Rin was happily sitting on the edge of a building in Amigakure, clad in his Tobi costume while humming to himself under the rain as he swung his legs back and forth. It was great! He was not fully sure his new anti-sensory seal could cloak him properly, but considering he was in AIM a couple of days already and nobody seemed to notice just yet, he marked the seal as a tentative success. If he had a system, his infiltrator class would have no doubt leveled up. Nin. He left Konoha the very next day after he fought off Orochimaru, deciding to go and make sure that Akatsuki is properly busy enough to not get any idea about invading Konoha during the Chunin exams. And he was glad for that decision. He managed to scout the Amigakure a bit, find out in which tower Nagato was most likely staying, and even discovered a very nice and adorable thing. Like the cute blue-haired woman playing tag with the local children in the park, as her paper made into a dome above them protected them from the rain. Rin expected many things when he came here, but this was not one of them. He actually did pay attention to the people and how they lived. How good their lives were in this village. And despite Nagato's psychosis, Rin had to admit he was not a bad ruler. The Amigakure's inhabitants seemed, for the most part, happy. With a sigh, Rin realized that his time to observe AIM was coming to an end. The Chunin exam's second phase was about to finish, and he did want to be there to see Ino and Hinata's triumph. The only thing he still had to do here was to announce his departure. Jumping off the building, Rin's feet silently impacted the ground, the momentum driving him into a crouch for a moment before he sprang back up and casually walked toward Konan with a smug swagger. Halfway through the park, he got too close for his new anti-sensory seal to work properly, causing it to fail, and Konan instantly stiffened for a second before she abruptly turned toward him. Her expression was full of shock. Her fingers twitched, and she was about to attack him, only to realize she had children near her and any combat between them could endanger them. Anger appeared in her eyes as she realized his presence right now was intentional and calculated, but fear also crept in. Wariness followed, and Rin could see the woman was utterly out of her element, having a hard time deciding what to do. Rin casually walked until he was near her, and then he raised one hand in greeting. "Yo," he cheerfully exclaimed with a grin that was unfortunately hidden by his mask, but he hoped his demeanor would clue them into its presence. Konan, rudely not returning the greeting, forcefully straightened up and narrowed her eyes at Rin as she stiffly asked, "What are you doing in AIM?" "I am sightseeing." "Like a tourist?" Rin cheerfully said, "Amigakure is nice. I like what you did with the clouds. Very rainy." He gave her a thumbs up. Konan's lips stretched into a thin line while her eyes gave him an unamused and cold look. Man, and here he thought his pickup lines were good, but it seemed they just pissed her off more. TSK, women and their desire to play hard to get. Rin ruefully sighed in his mind. It was time for some masterful middle school flirting, then. The pull her hair to get her attention kind. His whole demeanor suddenly shifted, and his voice made it obvious he was ogling her when he dreamily said, "And what a nice sight you have in here." He exaggeratedly gulped, loudly enough for anybody with chakra-enhanced hearing to notice. A bit of embarrassment crept into Konan's expression as the situation between them turned awkward under the curious gazes of the children behind Konan. The brunette even stopped trying to sneak her paper closer to his back behind him for some cheeky backstabbing. Rin counted that as progress. Be serious. Conan eventually replied in an awkward, frustrated tone. She knew he was flirting with her. But he was doing it in such a deliberately asinine way that she had no idea how to even react to it. For now, she was content keeping him talking. She had already alerted Nagato, and it was only a question of time until he showed up. Okay. Rin shrugged, interrupting Conan's inner thoughts before he turned toward the kids who were behind her. Hey, kids! Want us some candy? Conan's nostrils flared at what she took as a subtle threat, but before she could give her a rebuke back, one especially confident girl from the bunch exclaimed, "Mum told me not to take sweets from shady old men." Hearing that, Rin froze. He put his hand on his heart, exaggeratedly showing how much the remark hurt him, before he slowly dropped to his knees and yelled out, "You are shady. You are old." "I am not old, okay." He childishly pointed at the girl, who, alongside the other kids, started laughing at his antics, and even Conan found her lips twitching into a barely noticeable amused smile. Ren's eyes turned toward Conan, and with a petulant tone, he ordered her. "Tell them that Toby is a good boy." The laughter only intensified, and Conan almost laughed out loud herself. "It's the mask. Maybe if you took it off, the kids would not find you so shady, old man Toby," she mirthfully said, half-heartedly giving it a shot. Of course, she did not expect it to be that easy. It's why she was so shocked when Ren eagerly nodded with, "Oh, all right, then." Conan's breath slightly hitched as he reached for his mask and then stopped for a moment for a dramatic pause, getting Conan's and the kids' undivided attention. "Behind the mask is..." He quickly pulled the mask off, revealing another orange mask underneath it as he winningly exclaimed, "Another mask." He leaped onto his feet and put his hands on his hips before he started heartily laughing at the deadpan looks of his audience. "Lame." Conan snorted, giving him an eye roll, not even realizing how casual and friendly the gesture was. Rin gasped, "Eh. But the masks are half of my charm, Conan-chan." Conan's lips twitched. "It's also orange," she pointed out, causing several kids to shout their agreement. "I don't want to hear that from a girl with dyed hair." Rin protested, and inwardly grinned when her expression slightly shifted. He didn't expect her to be self-conscious of her hair, of all things, but it seemed he hit the nail right on the head here. "My hair is natural," Conan quickly retorted, taken aback. "Really?" Rin doubtfully asked. Conan heatedly started, only to stop herself halfway through the word, her lips pursing as she finally realized what Rin was doing. "Ah. Good try," she acknowledged with a small, strained expression, only for Rin to tilt his head. "I don't know what you were talking about," he cluelessly said, but inwardly, he was pouting. Well, it wasn't as if he expected to be able to misdirect the conversation for long against her. He quite liked their casual banter while they both waited for Nagato to show up. Surely, she alerted him by now. But Rin would admittedly have been a bit disappointed if she had never noticed how at ease she was getting in his presence. The impassive, cold facade appeared back on Conan's face. "What are you doing in AIM?" "Admiring your beauty." Rin shamelessly said back the same thing as previously in the most sincere tone he could pull off. It was personally important to him for her to understand that he was not kidding here. Conan gave him a silent, threatening look at that, and if the kids were not there, she would have no doubt already started attacking him already. "I enjoyed seeing you so caring toward kids." Rin grinned. Conan still gave him the silent treatment. "I also like seeing you give food to the homeless." He hummed and enjoyed how Conan's eyes slightly widened. She had correctly realized that for him to know about that, he would have to be in the village at least for an entire day, because the last time she had done that was yesterday. "I find it admirable that you help out at the local orphanage, too," Rin admitted, finding the frustration in Conan's eyes adorable because she had done that 2 days ago, hence, it was an admission they had not discovered his presence in Amigakure for at least 2 whole days. Who knows what kind of nefarious stuff he could have done during that time, He totally did not put a thin layer of transparent glue on every toilet seat in the main Akatsuki base. Surely, the fact that every bottle of sake they had would now cause them a severe case of diarrhea was simply a coincidence, too. Well, Conan did not drink. He found that out before he decided to, No, he was not confessing. He also knew nothing about the fact that every cookie mysteriously disappeared from their pantry. Thieves nowadays. So petty. At least, whoever raided it left a note saying, "Toby was here. You are stalking me." Conan uttered in disbelief after a brief moment of silence, and Rin almost face-faulted at her conclusion. That wasn't how he would put it. But... holy shit, you are right. I became a stalker. He gasped and exaggeratedly waved his hands around. Oh, no. Mama gonna spank me. The kids laughed again, but Conan sadly stayed serious this time. What can you tell me about Toby? Rin blinked, not expecting that. That meant they had started looking into Obito. Which was good. But also bad. It could go either way. He had no idea who in the fight between them would win. Rin's favorite was Obito simply because he could just pop in front of the real Nagato and stab him through the heart anytime he wished. But who knows? Maybe Nagato had some tricks up his sleeve. My brother from a different mother? Rin tilted his head at Conan, wondering if he should reveal something about the man. Yes. Conan nodded. For a moment, Rin stayed silent. But then he casually shrugged, no idea. We are not related, he said, getting the biggest exasperated look of his life from Conan at that admission. He decided not to reveal anything. For selfish reasons, too. Once the jig was up, Nagato and Obito were going to come to blows, and only one of them was going to survive. That was definitely going to cause a massive butterfly effect. Now, Rin knew it was the preferred outcome for him. It would reduce the number of his enemies and fracture the Akatsuki. But he also had a lot of things to worry about right now, and he didn't need the additional headache. He also didn't want Conan to be hurt in the crossfire. It was a conflicting feeling. He couldn't quite shake off the attraction he felt toward her. And he admitted as much to Hinata and Ino, who simply told him their variant of, "Go get her, tiger," completely missing the actual problem. Conan was his enemy. And she wasn't going to betray Nagato. Realistically speaking, this was destined to end in tears. Logically, Rin knew that. But his heart was refusing to fully acknowledge the fact. It was quite bothersome. Noticing that pain was getting near, Rin decided to leave them one nugget of information that, while important and interesting, was mostly useless for them without all the context. Just to mess with Nagato's head because he was annoyed at the knowledge that Conan would choose him every time if it came to it. The better question would be, why does an Uzumaki kid have Rinnegan when that can only manifest when Uchiha and Senju genes are combined? You should really think about it for a moment, Eni? Conan blinked, what are you trying to dash? But she was interrupted when Rin suddenly appeared in front of her and swept her into his embrace. His arm snaked around her torso, and he grabbed a handful of her rear while his mask slid a bit to the side as his lips landed on hers and his tongue invaded her mouth. Conan's eyes closed, and she subconsciously started hungrily kissing him back. Rin quickly substituted with a poor shadow clone that instantly popped out of existence when several paper spikes rammed straight through him. Still stabby, I see. Rin cheekily said as he emerged from the ground where his shadow clone was hiding and properly fastened his mask back on his face. But his heart dropped, and he inwardly winced when he saw the mix of emotions on Conan's face. There was longing, confusion, and anger. Rin doubted the woman actually understood her own feelings right now. Well, that made two of them, he reluctantly guessed. He felt bad about using her like this, especially because he did like the girl, but the more annoyed Pain was at his fake Toby persona, the less likely it was for the man to march off and go Shinra Tensei Konoha into oblivion. Turning toward Pain, Rin gave him a cheerful wave, bye-bye, Pain-kun. See you later, Conan-chan. And disappeared in a swirl, hearing only an angry shout of, damn it, before the scenery in front of him shifted. Chapter 149. How did she know? Rin sneaked into the arena where the preliminary rounds for the last part of the Chunin exams were going to take place and anchored himself on the roof while he watched the Hokage give his speech to the participants. Funnily enough, the final number was the same as in canon. Rin could not really say if this was some kind of fate or just a coincidence, and he decided not to bother thinking about it. The Sound team and Kabuto's team were dead, but in their stead, there were Karui and Omoi from Kumo, whose third teammate had to drop out because he got careless, fell into a trap, and ended up doubly disarmed in the forest. Poor dude, masturbation was going to prove extremely hard without any arms. Oh, and his ninja life was also over, Rin guessed. Then there were the three mooks from Amigakure that Gaara had bulldozed over in the cannon. The Umbrella and Senbon using guys. One Chunin called them Team Shigure, so that was probably their designation. These three mooks seemed to be far luckier this time around and hadn't met Gaara in the forest, somehow managing to bumble their way all the way to the tower. As for the other participants, it was the same as in canon. There were the Konoha 9, Guy's team, and the Sand siblings. The Hokage's speech ended soon enough, and the team started to go up on the elevated balcony along the sides of the arena, where they claimed a bit of space for themselves and grouped up into their designated teams to watch the fights. Only Ino and Hinata were exceptions as they did not join their Jonin instructor and teammates, opting instead to stay together, taking a bit of space between where their teams stood for themselves. Rin smiled in amusement when he saw how Ino was petulantly complaining at Hinata for something while his Hyuga girl was distractedly nodding along, half listening and half ignoring the blonde as they stood next to each other, leaning on the hand railing. From his experience with his girls, it was obvious that Hinata was more focused on scouting the opposition, Ino's complaints going in one ear and out the other. Not that Ino noticed just yet, too absorbed in her own world and grievances. But that was nothing unusual with the two of them. Observing Hinata, Rin nodded in satisfaction. She was properly taking stock of her opponents. Unlike Ino, who finished first and had several days in the tower to scout out the other teams, Hinata's team only arrived yesterday evening alongside Team 7. He had heard what happened in the forest. Inoichi Yamanaka paid him a brief visit this morning and informed him of the fact that Kumo tried to kidnap Hinata again. Rin only found it hilarious. If they had targeted Niji, they might have had a chance for success, but with his meddling, they would need to send the Raikage or Killer Bee if they wanted to have a chance of success at capturing Hinata alive. A few barely Jonin-level idiots would not cut it. From what Hinata relayed through the telepathy seal, these Jonin were, in fact, experienced Chunin at best. There was one, maybe two of them, that were skilled enough to earn the Jonin rank. But at the end of the day, they were nothing to write home about. Then again, that was sensible. Kumo would not send their cream of the crop on what practically amounted to a suicide mission with high chances of causing a diplomatic incident that would have all ninja villages pissed at them. No. They took 6 desperate idiots with no chance of promotion. Strong enough to have a chance to pull it off. Loyal enough that they would not betray the village. And most importantly, stupid enough not to ask questions. And then they most likely gave them a chance to prove themselves. They have given them the Jonin rank, made them Jonin instructors, and off with them to Konoha, where they would need to do something small for their village to prove they deserved their new rank. The idiots were actually excited to be of use to their village when they were on their way to Konoha. They only learned that Kumo's higher-ups want them to kidnap an unsealed Hyuga after they arrived. How did Rin know about that? Well, Yamanaka are rumored to be capable of getting information even from decapitated heads of dead enemies. And Ino was an exceptionally peerless Yamanaka when it came to mind walking. Hinata's clone simply grabbed a head from a decapitated Kumo guy after she fired her railgun, and then forwarded it to Ino, who got the information. Of course, mind-walking the dead brains was much harder than living ones. A lot of information ended up unclear, and details were scarce. Ino mentioned something about the mindscape of dead people being fractured, which made the mind-walking dangerous and difficult. So, she mostly managed to get their reason for attacking Hinata out of them, but she did not bother taking the risk to get more information out of the head. Rin agreed. If it was indeed risky, then it was not worth the effort. He didn't need to know these things if the process endangered Ino. Sneakily appearing behind his girls, Rin grinned as he heard their friendly bickering. "Are you even listening to my complaints, Hinata?" Ino whined, making Hinata sigh in exasperation. "What do you want me to tell you, Ino? I am sorry that your kinky side was shown to your teammates? Why did you even pack panties like that for the Chunin exams?" She asked with a brief touch of sarcasm invading her tone as she rolled her eyes. "I thought Rin would visit me in the forest or in the tower," Ino sulkily muttered, discontentedly glaring into nowhere. Both Hinata and Rin snorted at that. Hearing his snort, Ino and Hinata froze for a second before they turned around, and their expressions lit up. Ino beamed and loudly, without any shame, exclaimed, "Rin, I missed you," before she glomped on him, affectionately rubbing her head against his shoulder. Rin let out an awkward laugh as several eyes landed on him, but for the most part, he ignored the looks in favor of gently rubbing Ino's head with his right hand. "I missed you too," he whispered to the girl, making her let out a delighted mewl in embarrassment as she buried her face into his shoulder, her arms tightening the hug. "Can you be here?" Hinata asked with a hint of worry, her lips now stretched into a small, happy smile. Rin gave her back a reassuring smile of his own. "Don't worry. I got permission from the Hokage." He invitingly stretched out his left arm, leaving open an easy access to the left side of his body that Ino deliberately left empty as she monopolized his right side. "Now, come here." Hinata did not need more prompting as her body softly impacted Rin's. Hinata released a contented noise with a flushed face as she melted into Rin's left side. "Everybody can see us," she embarrassedly whispered, but contrary to expectations, she did not pull away. Instead, she looked up, coming face to face with Rin before she pushed herself on the tips of her toes and her lips landed on his, all the unimportant observers be damned. Hayashi Hyuga? The Hyuga elders? Fuck them. There was already going to be a headache because Hinata dispatched 4 Kumo Jonin alone, which should not have been possible for a talentless genin, as the Hyuga elders loved to call her. Even Hokage was probably very curious about how Hinata managed it and how much of her strength she was hiding. The only reason that fact had not been questioned yet was that the village had bigger issues to focus on. Hinata's performance was not a pressing issue. Orochimaru was. The village's response to Kumo's audacity was. Hell, even investigating the S-rank lightning jutsu that, unknown to them, was cast by Hinata, was more important right now than satisfying their curiosity about Hinata's abilities. So, if the Hyuga clan was going to be an issue anyway, Hinata decided to give them something to truly grumble about. Hiding her relationship with Rin no longer mattered. Rin was a bit taken by surprise, but he realized what the gesture meant. He respected Hinata's decision and reciprocated the slow, lazy kiss, much to Hinata's delight. He could almost hear the growl coming from Niji from the other side of the room. Enjoying the kiss, Rin's left hand slowly slid a bit down, toward her posterior, only her casual telepathic message, "You've kissed the girl from AIM again, haven't you?" made it freeze in its tracks. If he weren't kissing her, his jaw would definitely drop in surprise, but his mouth opened anyway, allowing Hinata's tongue to cheekily slip past his lips as she deepened the kiss with no care in the world while Rin could only inwardly wonder. How the hell did she know? Chapter 150, This shit is so rigged. How did you know? Rin curiously asked, slightly breathless after Hinata finally pulled away from the kiss. Don't get him wrong, he didn't really feel bad about it, and he knew Hinata was not admonishing him for it. He was upfront about the kiss and the surprising feelings he felt toward Konan after their first meeting. He told Hinata and Ino that he was attracted to her, too. He also explained that he didn't think anything would ever come out of it, because, well, they were on different sides of the conflict. That sounds romantic in a story, but in reality? Such a thing mostly ended in tears for both sides. Rin believed that in the life of a ninja, there were enough secrets and betrayals to last a lifetime without the need to bring such things into his romantic relationships. He wanted to be sincere with his girls. Hinata gave Rin a small grin and, with just a touch of smugness, she spoke, her lipstick. Lipstick? Ren's eyes slightly widened in surprise, but then his forehead creased as he tried to figure out how that could tell her anything. He had to admit Conan had a good-looking and very tasty lipstick. He liked the blueberry taste. But he had kissed Conan yesterday, and since then, he had a shower, washed his face 3 times, and had several drinks. There should not be any lipstick residue or aftertaste after all that. Yes. Hinata mirthfully confirmed, enjoying Ren's puzzlement. Alas, she was not cruel enough to let him helplessly flail around after the answer and decided to simply be upfront. It is poisonous. You have the same slight traces of poison in the tissue of your lips as you did the last time you came from Amigakure. The cougar tried to poison Ren. Ino instantly exclaimed when she heard that and stopped enjoying her comfortable cuddle into Ren's side for the moment. Ah! Ren was taken aback a bit. That was news to him. Of all the things to miss, he had never thought that Conan would be wearing poisonous lipstick. Really? I haven't noticed. He awkwardly stated and scratched the back of his head in discomfort. Hinata shrugged. I would be surprised if you did. I have already tweaked both of your bodies to be highly poison-resistant. She offhandedly said as if she hadn't just casually admitted to messing with their biology without their consent or knowledge. Ren opened his mouth, but then closed it, finding nothing to say to that. He was not angry that she had done it. He was just slightly peeved she had never mentioned it. But he knew that on some level, the fault lay with him and his teachings. He would have to sit Hinata down and give her a talking to about pulling Orochimaru on him and Ino without their knowledge. Because that was seriously not cool. It made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The thing that bothered him the most, however, was when? I don't think I have ever noticed you playing with my body? And wasn't that exasperating? Hinata tweaked his biology, and he had no idea for months. A small shudder went down Ren's spine. His previously timid Hyuga had become a very good medical ninja if she had managed to pull that off. Such a thing would take serious levels of skill. What he said. Ino quipped in, also giving Hinata a big guarded, half-lidded stare that made the Hyuga girl squirm a bit. Well, I think I played with your body many times while I had your undivided attention. Hinata tried to play it off with a joke, but Ren wouldn't let her. Hina. He firmly said, making Hinata bite her lower lip for a moment, realizing that she was not going to get out of answering here. Her face flushed once more, and she let out a small, embarrassed giggle. All right. She reluctantly spoke, I've done it during sex some months ago. I am not surprised you haven't noticed. You were a bit preoccupied slamming your hips into my posterior and filling me up at the time. By the time she was finished speaking, her embarrassed giggle turned into an amused and teasing smile because both Ren and Ino were trying to pull off a convincing imitation of a tomato. For Ren, that genuinely took him off guard, but he recovered very quickly. He wasn't ashamed of their nightly activities and neither was he afraid to pinch Hinata's but in retribution, which earned him an exasperated look from the girl. Ino, however, dryly spoke when she regained control of her embarrassment. On a second thought, I don't need to know when. Feeling a bit vindictive due to the pinch and finding Ino an easy target to vent her frustration, Hinata decided to interrupt her and say it anyway, well, I was full and you have a very nimble tongue. Ino quickly covered Hinata's mouth with her palm, rolling her eyes at Hinata. I don't want to know, bitch. She huffed, knowing that now that Hinata knew that she found it embarrassing, the girl was going to tease the hell out of her with it. It was how their sisterly bond worked, and it was only fair. Ino had to admit she would have done the same thing. The only reason why she was upset was that it wasn't she who got such juicy blackmail first. Amused at the byplay between girls, Ren gave Hinata a cheeky smirk before he whispered to her, we gotta repeat that experience sometime soon, then. He pecked her forehead as her cheeks flushed a bit, and an excited smile appeared on her face. He then turned toward Ino and pecked her on the lips. You, too, Ino. We can verify the nimbleness of your tongue again. He chuckled when her face scrunched at that. Mo. What is it today? Bully Ino Day? Ino sullenly complained, making Ren laugh as he pulled her back into a one-armed hug. Every day is Bully Ino Day, sweetheart. Ass. Ino fondly chuckled. Yes, you have a very nice ass, Ino. Rin remarked, making Ino let out an exasperated whine as she buried her face into his shoulder. He decided to count that as his win. But before they could continue with their banter, they were interrupted by the sound of a clearing of the throat behind them. Turning a bit, Rin noticed that both Asuma and Kurenai approached them alongside the remainder of their teams during their very mature discussion and wanted to speak with them. Rin quickly disengaged the privacy seal that covered them, making their words unintelligible to anybody listening in, just as the girls, with unhappy noises, pulled away from him and turned around to face their Jonin instructors. Hinata, you are making a spectacle, the irritated Kurenai reproachfully said before Hinata could utter a word, only for Ino to snort. Somebody is jealous. Ino cheekily fired back in Hinata's defense, getting a glare from Kurenai and an awkward cough from Asuma, who really looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Rin could understand. He felt the same the second the three women started speaking. As a male, he instinctively knew this was not going to end well if he let it go on. He was about to interject when a very loud and passionate shout interrupted them. Youth! That turned the entire atmosphere between Ino, Hinata, and Kurenai awkward. Rin saw Asuma opening his mouth, when youth. An even louder shout from a much younger voice resounded through the room, causing many people to turn toward Team Guy and give them very dry, deadpan looks, much to Niji and Tintin's embarrassment. Asuma closed his mouth, mumbling, "Never mind," before he lazily leaned against the railing, waiting for the preliminary rounds to start. Rin glanced at the three women who still had their silent stare off, and shook his head, leading them to it as he imitated Asuma and also leaned on the railings. He looked across the arena, scanning the people there with his eyes, even passing over the disguised Orochimaru and resisting the urge to eye-roll at the man. His eyes stopped on Gaara, who was giving him a very intense look. Finding it amusing, Rin grinned at him and mouthed, "Hello, Panda-chan." His amusement spiked alongside the killing intent on a low simmer, filling the room. He had no idea why, but messing with Gaara was simply fun and relaxing. He might be expressionless, but he had the best reactions. Rin didn't dwell on Gaara for long, though. His eyes started looking through the people on his side of the arena, at least until he ended up looking at Sasuke and inwardly winced at the sight of the boy grasping at his neck, visibly in pain. He could have prevented that. But he deliberately did not. He felt bad about it. But it was for the greater good. And now, after admitting that, he felt even worse about it. He simply wanted to examine the cursed seal. He could not approach Anko. That would have sent many alarm bells through some higher-ups. The Konoha upper echelons did not actually want the seal to be studied. They did not want somebody to recreate it. And Danzo probably worried that if somebody could counter Orochimaru's cursed seal, then they could counter his cursed seal, too. It was partially a reason why Anko was not helped. They let only Jiraiya work on it, and with all due respect, Jiraiya would rather masturbate while peeking on bathing women or go to a whorehouse than put in the effort into cracking Anko's seal. Especially since it didn't look like the seal was affecting Anko that much. Anko was simply shit out of luck. Theoretically speaking, if she approached Rin with a request for him to look at the seal and try to resolve it, he might be able to do it without repercussions. But he also suspected that the woman had received a direct order not to approach other people knowledgeable in sealing arts. Jiraiya was not the only person who knew his seals in Konoha. Too many of Rin's senior colleagues in the Barrier Corps complained about not getting permission to study the seal, and Anko had never approached even one of them of her own volition. Rin refused to believe there wasn't more to it. He knew how much Anko wanted that seal off her body. But with Sasuke, it was easier. Sasuke was known to be his friend. Maybe a distant one, but a friend nonetheless. Rin could take a look at the seal, claiming that it was just his concern for a friend. Besides, he did put a lot of thought into this. He wondered for a long time if he should allow it to happen. But it all came to the same problem. If Sasuke was not marked by Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, then Orochimaru would have sought the boy out for the disappointingly short sucking session somewhere else. And if it was an inevitable outcome anyway because Orochimaru would not let such a juicy prize as Sharingan go, then it was much safer for this to happen in a controlled environment. It was sad, but that was just how it was. Sasuke getting his hiki was inevitable. Ren's musings were interrupted as the proctor announced the names of the first participants to fight. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Midar. Who? Ren wondered for a moment, until he saw one boy from Team Shiger move toward the stairs just as Sasuke appeared in the arena, impatiently waiting for his opponent with that trademark annoyed Uchiha glare. Sage, he looked like a constipated duck. Sighing, Ren observed the Midar boy, and he had to say he was a tad disappointed. Body language, demeanor, the way he moved, there were a lot of things that ninjas learn to observe to tell things about their targets. And from what Ren was seeing, the Midar boy was a genin. Maybe a skilled genin, but a genin nonetheless. He was the weakest genin in the room, maybe outside of Sakura. And if Ren, who did not focus on reading people, could make that guess, then Hokage's ninjas definitely could do it, too. Sasuke is going to mop the floor with that boy. It's not even going to be even a contest. Hinata suddenly said from next to Ren, who only nodded with a hum. She would know best. She had the chakra-seeing eyes. She could see their chakra and compare how big and developed it was. It might not be a completely accurate way to judge somebody's capabilities, but it provided a very effective rough estimate. Ren Riley smiled, shaking his head. Because, naturally, Konoha could not afford to have the last phase of the Chunin exams without Sasuke Uchiha in it. He inwardly let out a helpless laugh. This shit is so rigged. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 7. Peace.